It is the second day of the Europe Meta League Super Week, and today again we have 5 best of ones where our teams are looking to lock in that top 6. Obviously, if you do, you move on to playoffs, and if you don't, we'll see you again in 2 months when Stage 2 starts. So the importance really is there for our teams today. My name is Anne, I'll be your host for today, and joining me, as always, we have Alfama and we have Fresh, and you two seem in a particularly happy mood today.
He is.
I am. Why am I?
I'm just trying to keep up with you. That's pretty much it.
Oh, okay.
Why are you in a good mood?
I don't know. I'm really feeling it today.
Yeah.
I can't describe what it is.
Most
EML
people
has
that
just
stands
got
next to me,
it's nothing to do with. Do you know what? I'm in a great mood until Fnatic let me down. So
all right, so
I'm going to be in a bad mood in about half an hour.
Yeah, great mood for 1 hour. That's pretty much it.
Half an hour is like expecting a 7-0, so is it that bad?
It could be. I don't know.
Okay, well, we'll have to see. Obviously, the top 6 fight is on for our team, so we'll look back at the top 3 players from yesterday, as that is something that we always do here at the EML. Our top 3 performers from yesterday, we'll have them up on the screen, because when we look at these players, they're different faces than what we have seen very commonly in Stage 1 so far.
Yeah, what's crazy is Virtus.pro actually have 2 players in the top 5 players in terms of the overall standings. Joystick is not one of them, but he was incredible yesterday, playing out there on border, playing a lot of IQ, getting aggressive. He was rolling back the years.
Familiar faces in these, I guess, MVP spots, right? Yuzu's joysticks, but ones that we have not seen so far this stage. And it was never a question of their quality. It was just a question of time. When would they step up? And most of the times, to be fair, it was mostly because their own teammates were stepping up too high for them to really rise. Well, they rised yesterday. They rose.
They rose.
They rose.
Yeah.
So,
they rose.
Oh,
They
my
rise.
English teacher would not be proud, but I am proud of these guys for stepping up. Double digits. Great performance from Yuzus and Joystick.
Yeah, it's funny how Yuzus said yesterday in the interview, obviously we complimented him on his game, and he said, nah, I personally think it was Leak Effect really carrying us through this game. So obviously we see the players are still humble in that position, but obviously the best performer from yesterday, we'll have him up on the screen as well to really look who actually stood out the most was yesterday. That was Laura.
Laura, completely impressive. That Goyo tracking through the smoke to kill the Hibana dropping onto Kitchen on Cafe. I mean, yesterday he was floating. Everything was laser sights with that vector. It was actually crazy. Everything was good. What? Are you judging my accent?
Yeah, because that was terrible.
Yeah, can you do it for me?
And it's laser gates.
You're
trying to imitate us.
You're right. That was terrible.
That's your voice line.
Laser gates.
That was just about as terrible as Laura was incredible yesterday.
Laura was genuinely sensational yesterday. Some of the clips he hit, like, it's just a frag movie.
It is, yeah, obviously we hope to see that again from him today, but when we look at the standings, how does this translate with our top performers and the standings? The funny thing that we see is that the only team in the top 4 that doesn't have a top performer from yesterday is Secret. Obviously, with that big loss to Team Falcons, we were kind of hoping, kind of expecting more. This might really cost them in the end if you look at the top 2 battle.
Yeah, absolutely. The top 4 teams, they're fighting out realistically for the top 2. I'm not quite including MACKO in there. I think 4 points in 6 games is going to be hard. It's also going to be hard for Virtus.pro and Secret, mind you, because G2 and Falcons do have that advantage. Top 2 gets you a bye in playoffs. The real attention for me, actually, is this fight for 6th place, because BDS are currently in control of it. 1 point above Gen G after that game yesterday. 4 points in front of Fnatic as well. But it's all to play for between particularly those 3 teams for a playoff spot.
And we've got to praise MACKO for reaching that top 5. We've not spoken about them because we feel they're almost qualified right now to playoffs. Now the problem is they're facing G2 today.
Yeah, you're not going to get this, Leo, but they're like the George Russell of Rainbow Six. They're just in 5th. They're there. They're doing well, but nobody's like... They're not in the race for the top or the bottom.
No, but they're doing consistently well, and that's definitely a really good thing for their debut. They have to go up against G2 later today, which obviously is a really exciting match if you ask me to look to. But obviously the first one as well, BDS and Fnatic, we talk about top 6 contenders, and then there's a lot of matches as well where it might seem like there is a big contender to win that game, but it isn't always as easy as it seems like.
Yeah, I think if you look at the other ones, VP Wolves, Falcons Wild, you're looking at 2 of the biggest gaps in terms of level, and in the middle of that, Gen G Secret would have been a similar story, right, before we started this week. But then Gen G has flipped the switch. They've looked amazing, and yes, they lose against BDS yesterday, but it was in overtime, and it was in good fashion. Both teams were playing well, and they're facing a Secret that just lost yesterday.
The level that we expect Gen G to be at is one that can upset Secret on their day. They hadn't shown us that level until the previous 2 play days. Yes, one of them was a loss, but their teamwork, their players have been more exceptional. There's a potential upset inside of that game today.
Yeah, and they are still looking to make that top 6. Obviously, we'll have a deeper dive in the 3 teams that we still consider and identify as the top 6 runners. Obviously not talk about MACKO in that regards because they are currently in 5th, 5 points ahead of BDS, but BDS sitting in 6th. And then the 2 teams that are just below them. When we talk about that top 6 battle, these are the matches that they still have ahead of themselves for these last 2 days of Super Week. Who has it maybe the easiest?
Yeah, everything can still change, but these are the 3 that we consider the most likely to take that 6th spot inside of playoffs. BDS are currently occupying that 6th spot, as we've just seen in the league table. Now, these are the fixtures that each team have upcoming. Green denotes that this is going to be an easier game on paper. Yellow is kind of a middle-of-the-road game, and red is a hard game. So BDS on the left of your screen, they have the most advantage because they're higher up in the leaderboard. They're currently in 6th. They've got a points advantage and, in theory, a fixture advantage, Leo.
On top of the fixture advantage of playing teams that are a little bit easier, they also beat a direct competitor yesterday. That was Gen.G. Gen.G that they faced, and it was not an issue. They dispatched them pretty clearly. Let's take one example of that. One example of that game versus Gen.G, where they were able to beat them in attack, especially when we look at the quality of this team. It was during a rush setup that was actually incredible. If we look at this, it's going to be around 8, and we're going to see this team drone in. That's Lasmo on his drone in storage, and he spots an Azami reinforcing the wall in garage. What does that mean? That means that they're on basement and are doing an extended roam. Look at the instant reaction on the side of BDS. What do they switch to? In the last 5 seconds, because of that drone of Lasmo, they bring the Glass, the Ying, the Thatcher, and the Blitz to cover for a rush. Now, because they know it's an extended roam, they know that the site will be a little bit easier to attack. So Lasmo, from the same drone, will drone in Ying in storage, making sure that the vert is cleared. And if someone is there, they will kill him. Fred gets the kill on the only roamer that could deny the plant, and then sends his candelas everywhere around him, making sure that the vert is completely secure, and at the same time, the team downstairs is working the execute. Thermite goes in, breaches the wall, we see the smoke from the Glass, we see the EMPs, and we see the Blitz running in. Now, what do we see here? The Glass is holding the long angle onto the doorway or onto the 2 doorways of the bomb site. At the same time, the Blitz pushes in, is making sure that no anchor can come anywhere close to the plant going down. Perfectly set up rush right now. The Glass, through the smoke, can cover everything, every single angle. Most importantly, the EMPs from Virtue are preventing any C4 to be there, but also look, there's an Evil Eye here. The Evil Eye will be touched up. And same thing here, there was a BP through the smoke that doesn't see anything because of the EMP. And last thing, there was a Fenrir gadget to prevent the rush, but the Fenrir gadget is also disabled because of the EMPs. So spamming the EMPs, good for C4s, good to counter the utility. The Blitz is ready to push in, P4 goes for the plant, and Robbie on the Glass makes sure that no anchor can pick, or if they pick, die just like here. Then the Blitz can just push any anchor away, and it's going to be a goofy 1v1, but what's not goofy is this extremely well set up rush, and only based on a single drone from Lasmo that spotted this was an extended roam. That's the quality in BDS. Great IGL, great leadership, and great coordination within a span of 5 seconds. And that's why they beat Gen.G yesterday, and that's why we think they're the favorites right now to take the last playoff spot.
And it's that kind of teamwork as well that really might make it important for these teams to snatch that final spot that we do have remaining in the top 6, that kind of teamwork that can really make them stand out from other teams. Because when we look at our first matchup of the day, obviously it has BDS in that. It has Fnatic going up against BDS in that one matchup. BDS looking comfortable in top 6, like we already said, but I think the big trend between these 2 teams is that they both made player changes coming into this stage. I mean, Fnatic being the one with the most recent change just after the reload event.
Yeah, absolutely. Fnatic have actually, or this core of the team, have actually made roster changes for a long time. Every single opportunity they have. Their most recent roster change, as we see Wizard as a Simpson this time,
Hello,
instead
Wizard.
of being a Harry Potter, was Wizard 32 days ago, new into the roster. And for what it's worth, I actually think this roster change has worked a treat. Wizard has been exceptional, coming in as in his rookie stage as well. He's done very well for Fnatic.
But we've just seen that team go through roster changes again and again and again for years, ever since they joined Europe. And it's the same story for BDS, but a different one, Jack. It's not only one roster change, it's a full roster change, including 4 staff and 5 players.
5 players, 4 staff, 98 days ago ahead of that Brazil event inside of it in terms of reload. And it's a project. I think that's the biggest word that Liloon said. BDS lost their team to to Falcons, gave their team to Falcons, whatever happened there, and then needed an entire new project for a long-term vision, and that is what was created. You know, with Laloon bringing over P4 and then amalgamating everybody into this roster.
I think we learned from that interview yesterday that she doesn't seem to see this as a Wolf continuation. I think it's pretty fair. New organization, new staff, new players, they've changed everything. But in the very chance that this is a long-term project, like you've seen, and basically, it's not all about qualifying right now and making it to playoffs. It's about showing that this team has potential to grow throughout the rest of the year. And that starts, I believe, by proving that they can at least be top 6 of Europe.
Yes.
If they are not top 6 of Europe, you can say all you want about the timing or we didn't have enough time. I think it will be a huge disappointment when you see the talent on this roster.
Yeah, and they have to take down a team like Fnatic. Obviously, when we talk about Fnatic, currently in 8th position, so they really have some points to get here if they still want to have that top 6 contention. But for this roster, I mean, we talked about the roster changes. When are we going to ask, is this maybe just constantly putting a band-aid over a bigger wound? Because it feels like it's always so close, but just never enough. Not necessarily by getting points, but even just down to the rounds.
Yeah, it feels like the root problem is not being fixed, right?
Yeah.
It feels like you always have this roster change to patch up the team, to make sure that they have at least some potential. And Wizard was an amazing pickup, but him alone as a rookie cannot change the dynamic of this team. I think there's a problem of IGL. I think there's a problem of leadership. I think there's a problem of a synergy in this team, and we can see that throughout the games, Jack, with so many throws in the late rounds.
They seem to have this consistent factor that they're throwing the late rounds. I think that comes down to nerves. You look at yesterday, there's C4s that they're throwing and they're hitting wooden beams, and there's lineups that they're missing with grenades where you're given a lineup.
Even when they take a gunfight, you can see the M shaking a little bit.
There was a kill that Sark should have had yesterday on, I think it was Loira. Didn't kill him. Loira went and clutched the round in the late round, and it was an absolute freebie with drone. That speaks to nerves for me, because Fnatic, for the most part, are doing a lot of things well and then letting it go in the late round because of one small mistake every single time.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate to see that for the side of Fnatic. And when we look at their opponents, obviously, you talked about the very small mistake that BDS made that costed them that 1 point. I mean, obviously, they could have closed that game out in regulation. Would they have not reinforced that wall on the wrong side? So they do get 2 points from that. But you might wonder, does that come back to bite them in the end?
Yeah, they're gonna hate that one. They're gonna hate having lost that one round because they reinforced the wall the wrong way. That's one thing. I will say this: I guess it's the staple of a team that has potential. When we judge them so hard on such a small mistake, generally speaking, it means that we have high expectations for that roster, and we've been pinned to have such high expectation on that roster that the staff was saying, you know, give us a little room to breathe. It's a long-term project, but it's true. They have so much talent in the team.
They do. They have bucket loads of talent. When they really unlock the talent, when they really unlock Robbie particularly and Lasmo alongside Freck, that's actually a roster that really can compete with anybody. For BDS, it's all in their own hands. That's the big thing. They are 1 point in front of their nearest playoff rival, and they play 2, in theory, easier opponents. So they get a regulation 3-point win today, and Gen.G lose, they're done. They're in playoffs. So it's still in their own hands.
It's our first best of one of the day, and with the way that we're setting it up, I cannot wait to get into it. We'll have to look at what map we'll be going to for this matchup as well. Seems like we'll be heading to a console. How do we feel about this map in particular for the importance that this matchup holds?
Well, both teams have played it. Both teams have lost it this stage. Fnatic was, I would say, ballsy on it. They chose to play Falcons on it, and they got spanked.
Yeah.
They lost 2-7. BDS, conversely, they played MACKO on it. It was a 7-8 loss where Freck drops huge numbers, but they lost to clutches.
And it was, I think, earlier stages of the team. I think that was before the bootcamp for BDS. I think the bootcamp helps a lot. I think this was also a moment where they were getting heavily punished, like you said, by Teb in these late rounds, also because the team was a little bit new. I think now they've improved on that map, and at the same time, we've seen Fnatic, yes, get battered by the Falcons on it, but during Belgium Masters, I always come back to this because it's more official games during this season. They did beat Gen.G on it, so it's not as bad of a map. Clearly a different opponent, but still, I think both teams improved on the same map today.
Yeah, and the recent practice must be really good for that team as well, obviously, knowing that there is a chance that you can improve further on this map, maybe in this matchup in particular. But now that we do know the map, it's time to bring in our casters as well. Today we're joined by Ace and Des. We'll have him on the screen with us. Guys, how are we feeling about these important matches that we've got coming today for the top 6?
We were talking about this before a little bit. It feels like every game is a bit one-sided today, which just means that, you know, upsets are guaranteed to happen at some point, right? And this game for me is the one where I think it's the most up in the air of the bunch, so I'm quite excited for this first one, Anne.
Yeah, I think first and last games I looked at and thought, there could be a little bit, and I know you're thinking G2 play lost there, surely MACKO aren't going to upset there, but honestly, it wouldn't surprise me to see a bit of overtime or something. The ones in between seem like they should go one way, but yeah, honestly, who knows?
Well, I feel like we've said this many times before in a state and in EML in general that, you know, it really looks like there's a top contender in this game, and then it turns out to be completely different from what we expected it to happen. But the match should be very ready soon, so it's time to throw it to you two for the first game of the day.
Oh, I'll leave you with Tim. He was horrible to me earlier. We were in a chat earlier on about this, and Tim was like,
you were lying about having plants in your room.
No, Tim was like, oh, I invited him around my house. I was like, no, you did the thing my missus does, where she's just like, oh, it'd be nice to do that. And well, that isn't you asking to do it. It was you very gently, subtly suggesting it without actually asking for it. So I feel like you've just led me down the garden path there a little bit.
It would be nice, quite literally the garden path. It would be nice.
It's almost like I did it on purpose, Tim. Almost. Thoughts? Yes. Well, I'll get round your house at some point. Say again.
I'm surprised at 82% back in BDS. Don't get me wrong. I think BDS are the better team here. I do, off the performances that they've had so far. Do I think it's so wildly one-sided that it's 82% back in BDS? I'm not sure it's so one-sided. I think I do actually think BDS is going to come out and be really good here. And the reason that I say that is we've already seen them play this map against MACKO, and it was a tough one for them. They lost to a lot of clutches, things like that. But Laloon, Hellbeat, the rest of the staff there, they're not the sort of staff to make mistakes twice. I'm not saying mistakes were made, but to allow the same mistake to happen twice, I think they're going to come out really strong on Consulate today, to be honest.
Well, you'd hope so. I think that we've seen that quality from BDS, and the sad thing is in saying that we've seen the same from Fnatic, and I spoke to the coach, Tristan, quite a few times throughout the stage. It's been a bit heartbreaking because you can see the embers and the flares, the sparks of like brilliance from this Fnatic side when the strats look good, and then it's the final 10-15% of a round or a player, whatever it might be, where things just fall apart at the very last second. And it's heartbreaking for them because it reminds me of back when we were at Reload and they came very close to beating FaZe as well. No one really remembers how close that game was, but they were the better team in that game. And I just feel that they got that last 5, 10, 15% over the line. Fnatic could be a really good team, but it's almost like they're a little bit too in their own heads. And I kind of point towards Groovy when I say that. He was 1-9 when they last played on this map a couple of weeks ago, and we've got to see a stronger performance out of him. He's one of the main men in this team, Tim. We've got to see him shine. We've got to see what they can do. But I am with the audience at home. I think BDS, no doubt, are the favourites in this game. I sorely hope that Fnatic prove me wrong.
Let's get into them bans that we've had. No major surprises. Blackbeard, Deimos, Clash, and Azami. So nothing to sort of wildly go over and over to discuss because it's largely as expected. Deimos, a lot of value on console. Play Deimos in and around that mid floor. You've got verticals down into the basement site. You've got verticals upwards into the CEO site. You can get into CEO for verticals down into piano. So much that you can do with Deimos on console. So yeah, definitely a good shout. I think BDS taking him away from Fnatic. For the time being then, Fnatic will kick things off on the attack, looking across the lineup. We've got the Ying there. Keep your eye on Grubby, somebody that you've already mentioned there, Des. That's going to be a focal point for this attacking lineup. Going in behind those Candelas, that's going to be your go utility. That's going to be the one that really you execute in behind. So needs to keep himself alive, needs to be in the right place at the right time.
And they're trying to take away some of the sting from that Fnatic side with the Deimos ban, as you were touching on. Jags, Groovy, 2 players we've seen play it quite a lot as well. Of course, doesn't quite fully replace a bot, but you have that ability to get kills vertically, and this map, of course, offers a lot of opportunities like that. It takes a bit of the sting away, but you're going to see a lot of that Ying coming out, as we've already talked about a couple of times here as well. The halfway mark in the round, it's now more focused on getting themselves cleared through a lot of the utility scattered throughout the map. My main concern is, Tim, like, sure, we're chewing our way through the Vulcan canisters and blowing up the soft furnishings around the map, but the big focus for this round for BDS, you can look at their lineup and see what it is. It's Intel with the Valkyrie, 2 bulletproofs on side. The Pulse, no doubt, roaming around the map down here in servers at the minute is P4. They know every move that Fnatic are going to take, basically before Fnatic even start taking it. And I just worry they're going to find themselves getting caught out and stung, but it doesn't stop Wizard getting the entry, as he continues to do time and time again. One of our best entry players in the competition, and now he's dead.
The big problem that Fnatic have got here is I think they have absolutely no idea about P4 underneath. Now, P4's got a little bit of a choice to make. Does he play this one for a flank kill? Does he try and actually get a kill? Or does he play from below like that and pick up a beautiful kill with a Nitro, disappear back into the barrels? Look, he's gone. He's been up there. He's gone. He's done the damage. And now, the two that are left, Sarks and Deepak, have not only got a 2v4 to worry about, they've got a Pulse in basement that they have absolutely no idea where he is either, and there's only 3 drones left, so the chances of him getting picked up on one of those is low. Tough round for Fnatic from here.
It's like I said, Tim, with the lineup they've got, double bulletproof about the Pulse. They're fighting against information. Every move Fnatic was going to take, BDS are going to know about it. Nice shot from Sarks, so at least to keep him going. Steps out wide into the corridor, but really needs to be watching on side himself. A nice hold. Oh, I was going to say might miss his man, but no. Gets Robbie. Deepak another. No way they're winning a 2v4 off the back of this. Lasmo with it all to do, and Sarks and Deepak, well, they've come up big when the team needed the most. And I'm sure at this point, Fnatic's time to breathe a sigh of relief, but they can just get this final kill, because finally their fates may have turned and they're the ones coming out of a losing situation and getting the round win. Great outcome, but BDS will be kicking themselves. They couldn't stop that.
Yeah, that's quite simply not good enough from BDS is the top and bottom of that. I'm not taking anything away from Fnatic. They've played that brilliantly. They've seen an opportunity. We're just going to get this diffuser down. We're going to force them into bad situations. And they've won every single one of those gunfights when they have done. Great stuff from Fnatic. Brilliant attack. Brilliant play in that 2v4. BDS, you got to take a long hard look at yourself after that one, because big mistakes. I know that the Pulse has already used the Nitro, and I'm not critical of that. Great kill, got them what they needed, threw the whole round into disarray for Fnatic, because then they've got to wonder about where that Pulse is. But what I want to know is, what has P4 done after that? He's on the Pulse. Part of his job is for the denial, is for plant denial. He doesn't need the Nitro. If he's down there with his scanner and he can see them above him, he just needs to spray through the floor. It's a soft surface. He can get that job done still. But, you know, yeah, he disappeared off into the basement. Great stuff. Keep him guessing. But you got to come back. You got to get yourself back into position to have more of an impact in that situation.
It didn't different to him. I'd say you're really pissed off about it.
I just think a 4v2 there and the plant going down 20 seconds after you've got that sort of man advantage. That's big questions. Big questions.
I don't think people can hear me right now, Tim, so you're going to have to keep on talking.
I will continue then. We can see just the top floor clearance coming along for the time being, heading on into meeting. The victory arena for Sarks and Deepak last time around. Gonna know that he's there now. Heavy drone in and heavy results. Sarks manages to pick up the kill onto Robbie, giving us now a 5 versus 4 and another good entry for Fnatic.
Absolutely, yeah. It's a much better spot to start things out with that entry kill. I mean, it's the same as it started out last time, don't forget. Wizard got the entry in the start of the last round. Things carry on here with Fnatic taking that starting position. For me, it's that mid-round, though, making sure they deal with everything that's going to get thrown at them by the other side. Because this round thing, it ain't so different to the last round. 2 bulletproofs again, another Valkyrie camera on side with mirror windows to also contend with. It's a lot for Fnatic to work their way through. And what I do like, at least, is this round, you got Groovy on that IQ. Of course, not immediately going to be able to charge through the building and take down all those cameras, but at least stripping that intel away from BDS, I think, is a big part of this round. And I'm glad they've got the IQ on side.
Damage going to be done and his life going to be taken. Actually, Freck is going to be eliminated by Jegs, and Fnatic are looking good in round 2 of the attack. They've got 1 minute 30 gone off the clock, 2 kills, including the Valkyrie. I kind of class Valkyrie as a bit of a half kill sometimes, depending how many of the cameras are left. If Grubby has managed to get rid of a lot of those black eye cams, then it's, I'd say, more of a full kill. The reason I say that is Valkyrie's the one with the knowledge of where those cams are, what they're looking at, what they should be watching. So when you take a life away, straight away on the cams, bang, 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 should be able to feed all that information in, know exactly what they're looking for, immediately up to speed. So maybe 3/4 of a kill. But I just think there's a lot of value that a dead Valkyrie can still offer. But yeah, great stuff from Fnatic so far. 5 versus 3. They've got the verticals going on. They're using them as well. Sarks manages to pick up P4. That's the Fenrir gone. This one's looking comfortable for Fnatic to go 2-0.
they're looking a lot more composed, which is what I said again back at the start of this game. Was they've been close a lot of the time, but it's been the final 10-15% where they've fallen a little bit short. At least today with how things are going, you know, you've got all players stepping up. Yep, Groovy's had a quiet start, whatever. Jeg's only on 1 kill. It's literally the second round, but they've got away with 2 plants down here. They're in a 4 versus 1. That is a great round from Fnatic. They've been very, very slow, been very, very controlled, worked their way through piece by piece. Even Groovy looks absolutely delighted at the outcome of that one as well. Really good round, and this is more of what I expected to see from Fnatic a bit earlier in the stage.
Yeah, it's been great. That last round particularly. Obviously, you know, the 2v4, fantastic, but it's not something you can expect round to round. It's, you know, not something I'm going to come away from and think, oh, they're going to win the entire game now. They've got that 2 versus 4. Yeah, they played it brilliantly, but shouldn't have really been in that position to begin with. But that said, round 2, they have just really locked in. Got some great starts on the look at this opening, brilliant. Drones on either side of him, the pinpoint information, they know exactly what's going on. And not only that, they've got Sarks aggressively in there. We don't always talk about droning distance. Where we can, we like to throw a little nugget of knowledge out there sometimes that you can take away and use in your ranked games. Use it, you know, maybe it's something you don't do yourself. But how far away you are from a drone in front of you when you're working on the entry like that kind of dictates, or it does dictate, how aggressive your entry play is. It's one of the things that we look at. So if you're bang stood straight on top of that drone, you're going to react immediately to the information that's coming back. Obviously, the closer you are to it, the more at risk you are because you have less time to react to things happening in front of you. But I think Sarks was just a beautiful distance behind that then. He was just coming up to meeting door. As it's kind of the drone is like 1 room ahead of him. So he knows that his next room is immediately safe, but as soon as that information comes in, this one on hatch, he's there ready to react to it immediately. And it was just beautiful teamwork and great entry play from Fnatic, and I'm hoping we see a little bit more of that as we go on from them.
You are so deep in drone lore right now, Tim. I love it.
Droning is one of the most powerful but overlooked things in Siege, especially at ranked, not at pro play, of course. You know, they have it.
It's the lifeblood at this level, absolutely.
It is, but in ranked, it is so far overlooked, and so many people will ask, how can I get from silver to gold, gold to plat to, you know, how can I get that next rank? And honestly, improving your drone game is almost always something that's going to help people.
Beautiful. We'll talk more about droning in a minute as well, because right now I was going to say Fnatic are getting themselves clean in house. I thought Wizard on that backstab up main stairs would be able to get a kill onto the blown out threat there for a second. I think slightly popped off by his own mind, find himself for a second, a little bit staggered, a bit concussed, but still manages to get away with the kill. But again, for Fnatic, it was getting inside the building here. The phone call comes out, the blitz is straight in, and they're pinstering down onto Robbie. Almost failed to a degree for Robbie here. He has been at the front line of every single round and has really felt the wrath of Fnatic at round start, but all things have evened out to a 4 versus 4. BDS stemmed the bleeding very early on. Now things carry on as they are.
1 minute 30 left to go, taking drones down. How are we looking? 3 left on side for Fnatic, so they're going to be more reliant on DPEC here because they're going to have to base check a few things. They're not going to have that intel, so being able to play the blitz in there is going to be really helpful for them. They know that there's somebody in behind this reinforcement, but at the minute, they can't push forward and clear him, and Freck managing to hit a beauty of a headshot. Not often you see that onto a blitz.
Admittedly, with Freck, maybe you do, Tim. He's been one of our top-rated players all stage long, and he's far from done in this game either. Up yellow comes P4. Has the idea that there's one nearby, but no! Groovy's found his man. Gets himself on the board for the first time this game. Instant headshot there. P4 still wondering what day of the week it is, Tim. But now they've got to push on board with not a whole lot of time left here. Around 30 seconds or so to work with. Groovy gets a second, looking to make it a third. Right sort of idea, but no. There's now a player isolated inside the bathroom, and they've got to deal with him. However, it's a 1 versus 1. Groovy's had a good round here. Tim, can he get the closing kill that he needs? It's Virtue! No, he cannot! Former world champion steps up big and gets BDS on the board.
Yeah, Virtue locking it in there at the end. Very, very close from both sides. I think Fnatic just suffered along the way there. They just dropped a couple of bodies towards the end. If they'd had those numbers, they would almost certainly have come away with that round. But well played, BDS. They had to dig deep there. They were suffering the first kill. They had to keep those trades coming in to keep the man count level. We saw it go 5v4, 4v4, 4v3, 3v3. They had to keep on top of that. And it was good from BDS. They've dug their heels into that round and said, I think they've recognised especially after losing that first 2v4, and then maybe round 2 is a bit of a response to that. You know, you are shooketh after you've just lost that 2v4, lose the next round. They knew they needed to knuckle down there and get that round over the board. Otherwise, it starts looking dangerous for you. But good stuff from BDS, and I think this is going to be a bit closer as we go on.
Absolutely. All righty. I mean, that now shows that both teams, they're on the board, they're showing what they can do. And we're going to see an interesting few rounds break out. You've kind of had one round there that's been, I don't really recall that last one dominant, but we had the craziness of the first round, a solid round by Fnatic, one where BDS has shown that they're still very much in this and not letting Fnatic roll over them on the attacking side. It's looking pretty good for a competitive game. And as we said about our 5 games today, at least on paper, they all look quite one-sided. We've got a lot of our top teams against our lower half teams. This one is the one that we looked at and said, maybe it's a little bit closer than we'd like to think. I thought, but for BDS, I still think they'll walk away the winner of it, was my expectation. From what I've seen from Fnatic so far, Tim, they've come out swinging. However, 2 halves to a game of Siege, got to see them play well on the defensive side too.
Yeah, I mean, Sarks is going fantastically well at the minute, 6-1. I think just keep sort of facilitating him where you can at the minute. We've already seen him going in with the drones at his feet, and get more of that. Just get him into those gunfights, because right now he's hot and he's hitting his shot. And so, yeah, just let him punish BDS as much in the early rounds as you can, and just keep those entry kills coming, which is something that Fnatic have been doing pretty well so far. 3-0 they've got him. Wizard, Sarks and Deepak all with 1 each. So keep an eye on that this round. Where does that entry kill go? Because as of yet, BDS have only been able to overturn around once.
Yes, it has been dominant. I think the entry, composure really coming out of Fnatic overall has been far better. That's why you saw Wizard get the very first one that we saw. It's why in the last round you saw him marching on forward and collecting that opener. BDS are kind of largely waited to get run over by normally a Dockerby call coming out with a blitz, then charging you down, or some other kind of aggression in the early round. It's been good, but it does also draw that question about time as well. Look, we've come down to quite late in the round across the 3 rounds so far. Fnatic here taking about half the round to get themselves control. Unlimited control is, the openness of Cubby and Grubby, what are you doing? Gets himself exposed there and pays the price. Admittedly, very rare that you see someone holding in that close and that aggressive when that wall is being opened up, but he's paid the price there for not being diligent.
That's a fresh special, is that? That is a fresh special.
I bet it is.
He rats underneath that desk and just off to the left of the wall there, lets him open it, takes a little bit of damage from the half breach charge sometimes, and then just springs, just erupts out of the wall, just like Virtue did there. Good stuff from Virtue to kick things off with, as I said, the entry battle. It's a good win, that, for BDS, because they've so far played 3 rounds effectively, 5 versus 4, by losing that opening kill every time. So, yeah, great stuff. Take the Thermite out. Second one as well. P4 doubles down, takes out Sarks. That's your big killer so far on the side of Fnatic. BDS looking solid in round 4.
Again, call me a cynic, but I'll come back to my old faithful Tim. That lack of a Dockerby in this round, you can see it hurting both the base and the presence of Fnatic. They've only got a small slit of the map, and they're still being bullied by members of BDS who are largely just playing around the fringes. They don't feel the need to be hyper-aggressive here because Fnatic don't really have the tools to make it happen. But here we go. It's Deepak trying to hunt down an assailant off towards his left. Has no idea that P4 is tucked in tight. It's going to be a freebie. No! A second one comes on through. They've been absolutely bullied at this point, and now you've got Jegs trying to collect another. At the same time, Wizard's been taken down by Frank. This round just fizzled out before it even got started for the side of Fnatic, and BDS, they have arrived on Consulate.
I really feel for Deepak there. It was the one place he didn't check. He even checked in hard right of the door, but didn't check left, and he was punished from it. And really, it's a little bit of a contrast for Fnatic. Obviously, I spoke about their droning earlier and the way they'd been using it well, particularly on the entry, to allow Sarks to be aggressive. They were, well drilled on it, but Deepak there just having to do that face checking. We've seen him get down to 2 or 3 drones a couple of times. Maybe that's something Fnatic could look to improve on, that drone economy. Get a little bit more intel for themselves onto the attack so they're not going blind into those situations.
Just little things like that are going to cost you.
Yep.
And this is the kind of case where, again, I'm referring to things like the Dockerby not being on side. It would have been far harder for P4 to play this way, to be the wraps around the map. if they managed to at least get a sniff onto where he might be off the back of one of those calls prior. But definitely around where Fnatic have looked a little bit out of sorts, I think a little bit lost there. Very much stalled out, and now we get to see how they do going into round 5. Started out strong, but they have opened that door for BDS, and they have very willingly stepped through it. It's a little bit nervous at this point that, you know, BDS have woken up, and Fnatic's chance to snag a few more rounds has expired, and we'll have to wait towards the second half.
Gonna have a shield brought along again. It's gonna be the Monty. Ruby, it was Deepek last time that we saw on the Blitz. Didn't have too much success. Breck managed to deal reasonably easily with that threat. So we'll see whether Ruby can get some more value. I'm talking about drone in here. We've got 7 left on the board. Are they aware of P4? If not, again, it's kind of one of those unforgivable mistakes from Fnatic if they are punished here. P4 should be a really easy kill at this point. They should know where he is. They should be able to pinch him from main door, from Teller's corridor. He should have nowhere to go and should be losing his life. The drone comes in. He's going to have to take it. He gets away. It's kind of a little bit of a neutral outcome there. No, they haven't managed to punish him, but they haven't lost anything to it. So that's okay from Fnatic.
For now, at least. I mean, let's see what they can do with the shield. Of course, it's going to be that spearhead for them, giving them a bit of control. You'd hope on trying to push their way through the map. Starting things out. Well, Gumay's being down. That's intel in another form. And that's kind of been a big theme across this half of BDS. The Maestro on side, the 2 bulletproofs. Those Gumays, yes, they're traps to do damage. However, it's also the information that it gives quite a notable sound effect going off when you step across those. Still remember the days when you could still see the icon of them across the entire map, no matter where you were. And it was basically free intel when someone was stepping forward. Either they'd step on it, it disappear, you know where they are, or you'd see it disappear because they shot it out. And again, you know where they're pushing from. How far we have come.
Yeah, I remember the original Legion play was to play on the opposite side of a soft wall. So you'd play like a Gumine on a door. Soft wall, you'd be on the other side of it. And as soon as that symbol disappeared, just spray through the wall with his shotgun and just hammer people. But obviously, you've got to have line of sight now to be able to see them, so it doesn't work anymore. Thank the Lord.
And needs to be invisible. There's always that bad in there as well.
Yeah.
Makes you think just how crazy he was, and obviously he's still incredibly popular as an operator now, so it just shows that power really has not dissipated at all. Now, Groovy coming under a little bit of fire here. This again is where I'm a little nervous that, again, the second round in a row, Tim, they've had someone come and sting them from lower spiral, and they've got rid of the Monty, a crucial operator. You really can't afford to be losing there. And now they've paid that price, they'll be asking questions, God, where else can they come from? And bearing in mind, this is with extra drones on side in the form of the Brava. They've got no drones left. They've got all the tracks available for Deepek here to make use of, but it's not being used the way that you'd like them to use it. A Dokkaebi would have been, I keep going on about it, but a Dokkaebi would have been so much more useful here.
I think the other element here that we've got to consider is that BDS, it feels like they're responding a little bit better to pressure than maybe Fnatic are. You know, Fnatic in the early rounds put BDS under pressure. They've come back and grabbed themselves a few, whereas now Fnatic are the ones being really challenged. Do they have the answers? Nitro comes out, not going to find its mark. Plant is secured, so even at a man disadvantage, they managed to get it done here. I spoke about our Fnatic responding to pressure as well as BDS, and I think they've just answered that question. Great round from them. A nice focus on site. A good couple of kills when they needed them. Fnatic get themselves the round.
I think BDS have been a bit too passive there. They've held off from again. It was all you're in a 5 versus 4 play on site. You've got 3 C4s. You want to play Denial. I understand the game plan. But they also, I think, have played a bit too passive, because what you're seeing there is Fnatic given full freedom with the players they had left to toss a couple of smokes down, walk around the site a little bit, bait out a C4 or 2. What was really smart and what I wouldn't launch BDS for, they sent 2 players to try and push up then to step in towards site as that plant was going down. Right idea, you'll see it here in a second. 2 quick kills, top right corner of your screen now. Those are 2 players that they were hoping to be able to have an impact in that spot, but have been a little bit too passive, waiting for things like the smokes to expire. And that's when Fnatic have got those 2 kills that have just seen them over the line. It feels like BDS, given the man advantage they had there, were almost in a very, very weak situation, despite them being the ones that are the defenders, and they've got rid of a Monty very, very early on. The round they'll look back on and say, we probably should have done far better with that round. It's our mistake, so we shouldn't be losing that.
We had a good feeling this was going to be a close matchup, and that's exactly what we are being treated to so far. 3-2, it sits for Fnatic. BDS's final defensive round now. They really need to level this out, you feel. Get themselves a 3-3, and then they can feel that they've carried some momentum into that second half, because I think coming away, you know, with a 4-2 is going to leave Fnatic very, very happy with that opening performance. Drone will just pick up the location of the Ella up on the top floor. Just in and around that copy room. We've got the knock just going to be getting onto the drones, so we'll switch across and have a look at Jegs on the rappel, seeing if he can catch anybody on a rotate.
Yeah, stepped across this gridlock here as well to help troll those flanks. It's been quite a rise this team. Even gridlock bans being seen around the world in this stage so far quite a few times, and I think a lot of that comes down to teams have got so good now at dealing with the Nomad air jabs. It's like, okay, you shoot it, you impact it, you run away, and you come back again in the next minute or so, and the other side are like, okay, are they coming or they're not? With things like gridlock tracks, one, you can use it to lock down the flank, and of course, you've got so many of those tracks to shoot out that it's a bit of a nuisance. Like, you have to make a lot of noise doing it for a longer period of time than an air jab. Second side of it, of course, she's got loads of them she can throw. You can also drop them down where a player might be stood, and they've kind of got no choice except to shoot them and run. You stay where you are, you're pinned in a corner, you're going to take a load of damage when you're in a gunfight with someone, they finally come and challenge you. You can't allow that to happen. So actually quite a high pressure operator at the moment, and I think with the rise of frag nades being seen across a lot of teams, I think about some of our games in SAL the other day, we had 6 nades being brought along in some of those rounds, if not more. She just does an awful lot that's the right stuff to have in this meta.
Better outcome. We saw Fnatic pushing this angle previously with the blitz and it didn't work out, but Sarks does manage to get a good kill onto Robbie. P4 is low health as well. A lot of utility coming in, but Freck again just managing to find that headshot. Steps out just before that flashbang detonates and gets a beauty onto the head of the Buck. A lot of verticality loss for Fnatic.
Sure, it's that response back on the other side again. I mean, Robbie, as I've said so many times now, has been that unfortunate benefactor of the entry death. Sarks to fall away as the top fragger in the game. Certainly not the end of the world either, but I was going to say, this is when BDS sit a little bit tight here and sort of let Fnatic do their thing, work their magic, get into power spots. They got one back, but then suddenly, that's what I wanted to see. They spring 2 kills back. Wizard ready and waiting, finds P4 on his way back down towards site. We're into a 2 versus 2. Experience and youth coming up against Virtue and Lasmo. Lasmo gets 1, a 2 versus 1, and Wizard really has got to pull this one out the hat.
Yeah, 35 seconds left to go. He does have time to work with. Hell presence reduction device is active at the minute, so won't be picked up on the cameras either. Just going to take it off to save its battery whilst he runs up those stairs. That's the only time it would be depleted, when it actively has to remove. But as you say, BDS got themselves into some good positions here. Nitro comes out as he shoots it. They know exactly where the knock is. They're just waiting for one to challenge and the other will swing. They don't need it as Virtue, the first contact, finds the kill, and BDS level things out. 3-3 at the half.
Yeah, really good and composed from BDS at the end of the round, as well as in the mid-round when they got the 2K. Wizard was really stuck there. You're sat in a crossfire, like, he's trying to bait the guy to swing him on the door frame. He ain't going nowhere because he knows that he doesn't need to. Just good, smart play from BDS there to bring things up to that 3-3 apiece scoreline. I think both teams will look at that and probably say there's a round in it they lost that they feel they should have won. So actually, I think a 3-3 scoreline feels perfectly reasonable for how that half has played out. As I said, though, 2 halves to a game of Siege. Who's going to crumble on this other side?
Fnatic, of course, moving on to the defense. The bans will come in. Blackbeard, Dokkaebi will be their choices. Valkyrie and Azami go on the other side. So again, you know, nothing too uncommon there. You spoke at length about Dokkaebi. You were willing a Dokkaebi into existence at points there. So we're not going to see any for this second half either.
I still stand by. She's an absolutely ridiculous operator, and teams are often throwing by not bringing her along.
Well, BDS won't be throwing this time because they don't have the option. But look at what Robbie is on immediately. The Deimos was banned out in the first half. I spoke about Deimos's power because of the volume of soft surfaces, floors and ceilings here on Constantine. Straight away, going to bring him along. I would expect to see Robin looking to get in underneath, into piano, exhibition, lounge, use that verticality, get those scans, try and get a couple of shots up through the floor, make it very, very difficult for those defenders to play in those comfort spots.
Absolutely, they'll change way on towards the line instead. Tim, you've done that cast a curse thing where we talk about hover and then it gets taken and swiped away from us.
Every time.
But still, of course, a lot that you can do with the scans on the line. Similar sort of thing, it's about that control around the map. Now, with that Valkyrie being banned away, you're not going to see as strong an intel gain coming out of Fnatic of maybe what you saw out of BDS in that first half, but still a lean immediately in towards 3 of those bulletproof cameras. So at least acknowledge you need a little bit of that. There was an attempted C4 that came out from Groovy, shot out of midair as well, so won't find the entry off the back of it, but at least showing a bit of early aggression, trying to disrupt BDS. I'd see it.
I think switching away from the Deimos is actually a good decision, especially if they've seen the mute. We have a little bit of early damage done there. Jex does manage to dance his way out of danger and will continue fighting in the round. But back to the point I was making, I think if those drones have gone in and seen the mute there, especially on top floor, switch away from the Deimos, because your tracks are just going to keep being unsuccessful. They're going to run into mute jammers because they don't need to be anywhere else in the map. They can play this completely from on site and sort of one room away. So yeah, I think a good shout there. Deimos's impact would probably have been a little bit limited, knowing that Ribbit was on the mute. But still 5 versus 5, a minute 10 into the round, and BDS have now got themselves established at yellow stairs. They are stacking up there in numbers, so I think we're going to definitely see some pressure coming in from there.
Absolutely. So the pressure as a group is the important thing. Yes, one thing I thought Fnatic did quite well first half was push in as a unit. It put a lot of pressure onto BDS. Now you've kind of got to see them do the same on the other side, and it's the right idea. Groovy's the one who's looking under a bit of trouble, a bit of heat here. Tim, the drone at his feet, a couple of players starting to gather around yellow. People got himself ready in the full plant spot as well. Just waiting for them to pull the trigger and say go here. Smoke coming out, EE1D. Here we go. This should be the execute they're looking for.
That's great from Sarks. They needed to step up and get that first kill. Groovy manages to get another. They have really shut down the pressure coming from yellow stairs. There's nothing happened on that CEO window either. P4 is still outside with the diffuser, and basically the attack has fallen apart for BDS. 4 versus 2 now. Fnatic just need to hold their positions that they're in. There's nothing special that they need to do. They can just wait for these pushers to come forward, wait for P4 to move out of yellow. They've got, you know, a shotgun there ready to challenge him. Deepek on the smoke can just take that fight at short angles and make it very, very difficult for BDS.
Absolutely. I mean, it was a great response. Again, good game plan from BDS. I don't want to take this away from them. They had the right idea, trying to overwhelm, distract, all the rest of it. Just couldn't get either of the kills that line up. I imagine a bit of target paralysis when you step around a corner and see 3 players and end up shooting none of them. We've all been there before in ranked. It's a bit like, whoa! It's like a kid in the candy shop. You don't quite know which jar to be looking at, and then you lose your life as a result. Not in the candy shop, just in the game. 4 versus 2, though, with 10 seconds to play out here. Virtu and P4, they look pretty lost. Outside of a miracle, this one is going to be cooked. P4 finds one more. They've got to get another, but a down comes on through. Virtu's on 1 HP. Fnatic get that close and pull back into the lead. 4-3.
Yeah, it was well played from Fnatic. They read into the attack well. They were ready for that yellow stairs execute as soon as the utility starts coming in. Sarks takes himself a look. He knows that the push is coming because the flashes have gone off. Gets a beautiful kill, and you could. It's almost like BDS were in a sprint race and they got themselves up to speed. And just as they did, just as they started powering into their stride, they tripped over, and it was Sarks that had, you know, put the branch on the road that made them stumble, and it was great stuff from them. No surprise to see BDS hitting that tactical timeout. There's going to be some concern there now that Fnatic have got their first choice site won.
What makes me really interested in that, of course, is it's only been 1 round. Like normally you see it after 3, on occasion 2 when it's really bad. Very rarely do I see a 1-round tactical timeout coming in. Bearing in mind they've just had the half, for example. That points to me to a more systemic issue where we've been seeing things like communication has been off for much of that first half. It has now really come to a head in that round there where it's like, whoa, 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 stop. We need to get involved now and course correct before this gets any worse. The thing is for BDS, like I didn't hate the game plan. Again, I liked the strat. It was sensible. It's this moment here where they didn't manage to find a single kill that it was a bit like, oh, you know, a couple of other kills go their way. They're the ones on top and they're getting that round 1 over the line. But as I say, I imagine either Helby or Leland have seen something there that has said, no, we need to have a conversation far sooner than in 2 rounds time here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, like
you've just won the round, mate.
I think, like I said, it's to a degree. Fnatic are now on the defense. They've won their first choice side. I think kind of it starts putting the writing on the wall. If I'm BDS, I look at that and I think, ooh, this is eyeing up a 7-5 loss here if we're not careful. This is going to get away from us quickly. And it makes this round particularly important here in round 8, because if Fnatic win their secondary site, you're then looking at it thinking, well, that's their 4 defenses. They just need to win those 2 again. The third choice site doesn't matter anymore. So yeah, I think winning their first or second choice site, very, very important. So having not won the first, get the tack time out and try and guarantee the second, and hopefully Luna's seen something there along the way that she, you know, can then bring to the table and say, look, this is how we're going to play this second choice side.
Looking for Deepet there, really thought, no way does he get this kill? No, that's ridiculous. I didn't realise he wouldn't be able to get away with state. No! That's how you win a round single-handedly. They've got rid of 2 critical operators, Hard Breach and Shields. Oh, man. That is a massive muck-up by the side of BDS.
That's an absolute disaster for BDS. You know, simple as that. Diffuser's down. You've lost your Hard Breach. You've lost your shield. They've got nothing else that we would look at and say, that's your execute. You know, there's no Ying. There's no Grim. There's no Capitao. There's nothing there to say, that's how you, no sense, nothing that you're going to execute behind. They've just got those sort of utility operators, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but looking at the situation they're in now, how much can they do with these 3? They need to go in and find some kills, but they're playing into mirror windows, they're playing into a warden, they're playing into a shotgun. You know, they've got a real nightmare ahead of them, and Fnatic just need to keep themselves out of danger now and kind of let BDS play into them.
I mean, as long as Fnatic don't find themselves bottling a 5 versus 3. Of course, all the praise goes to Deepet for the round. He's the one who's really worked the magic for them. It's a little bit nervous, though, that BDS could somehow find their way through on this one. They shouldn't really be giving anything away. They've got themselves a pretty safe spot, stood up against, of course, hard walls. There's no way you can find your way through. Just someone's trying to bait BDS in and hope that they go sniffing a little bit too hard and find themselves getting sideswiped by someone. I don't think it matters too much. I think with how things are set up now, they're so tight together, all 4 players in the square, they can trade each other all day long. This should be Fnatic's round to win. Yeah,
BDS have done well so far. They've cleared the mirror window. They haven't taken the glass out, but they've cleared it by playing with some vertical angles above, so it's meant that Wizards has had to drop back. They've been able to take that space, so that's a good start for BDS. The problem is, where do the next kills come from? If Fnatic get the next 1, let alone 2, they're going to be in big trouble. Nade goes out and they try to follow it, but as you said, just holding their angles here. Fnatic have had all the time in the world to get themselves into position, and they look more organised than I think I've seen them through a lot of this stage so far. Really, really solid from Fnatic, and Virtue, surely it's a matter of time. He gets the first out of the 1v5, but with 10 seconds left to go, there's no way. Fnatic, they just need to wait for that opportunity to come along, which it does. Wizard closes it out, and Fnatic 5-3 and looking pretty good on Consulate.
Looking much better for sure, and the worry for me, I guess, like, you've just had a time out there as BDS to reset the mental, get communication going back the right way, and then you have that atrocious start against Deepek, who for a second I was a bit worried for, because he went to try and retrieve the Electro Claw, took a few shots in trying to do so after the wall opened up, and I thought, oh man, he's dead to rights here. Next thing you know, he's got a kill. Then Amonte is solo chasing after him and then dying to his C4. I was just like, oh, this couldn't have gone much worse as a round start. So I'll give a lot of this over towards Deepek. He's really won this round for his team. They've done a lot of good work. That's what he's tried, but sadly, Esports is just not going to kill you.
An attempt was made.
An attempt was made for sure. Fnatic have then just tried to tighten things up. So fair play Deepek. He basically solo won this round for them there. Admittedly, off the back of a BDS mistake that really could have been avoided. But only got 5-3 now, so they may well be on course to a good, solid win here.
I'm just looking at the table as well in terms of the
I was just about to open it up. You beat me there.
10 seconds left before
How do they build that synergy, Des?
I know.
I'm just having a look at the standings, and this makes it super interesting. It's that fight for 6th place. There were obviously the analysts were talking, Fresh and Leo and Anne were talking about it beforehand. Fnatic, if they win this in regulation, which for argument's sake, let's say they do. I'm not cursing it. It's not saying they're going to, but let's say they do. They go on to 7 points. So you've got Fnatic on 7, Gen G on 7, and BDS on 8. Wild also on 4. You know, arguably they've got Falcons. It's not going to be easy, but could get themselves in the mix as well. But likely you've got them, Fnatic, Gen G and BDS, all in that fight for 6th place. Gen G today play against secret. So again, difficult one, but it could all come down to that final play day tomorrow, realistically, for that fight over 6th spot.
Yeah. You know what the problem is? BDS play against Wolves, who are obviously our worst team in the competition right now, with 1 win, 6 losses. It's a lot to hope on, but you know Fnatic are going to be hate watching the hell out of that game, just praying that BDS drop points, because that could open the door for Fnatic to make it into playoffs. Still, it's so exciting. Of course, we've got today and we've got tomorrow, and then it's all wrapped up, and then we find ourselves starting out into our playoffs pretty soon. I believe actually we're on one of those days next week, Tim, so look forward to that getting underway. But it certainly makes, as you say, for exciting watching towards the end of this. And of course, at the top of our table, we've still got 4 teams that are fighting over the top 2 spots as well. Even MACKO are in the conversation for that. It's going to be an explosive end to the stage, which is what you want.
Yeah, that's it. Nothing's really decided at this point. Certainly not in terms of final positions. Nitro's going to come out, do a little bit of damage to Asmo, but not too much. He won't mind tanking that. Gives him the opportunity. Robin going to shut down Deepak. Wizard does manage to find P4 to trade things out, though. 4 versus 4, and this is turning into a little bit of a bloodbath in round 9.
I mean, yeah, fair play. Now he's got the diffuser. I was going to say P4 had the diffuser. I was like, but Lasmo's the one in the middle of sight here in a really good position. It starts to look a little bit strange, and there we go. Wizard picks up from above as well as Virtue starting to do a bit of magic upstairs. We've seen him do it a few times this game as he hits double digits, almost found third, but no. Groovy fires back. It's still a 3 versus 2 for BDS.
Groovy and Jegs trying to hold on, but Freck manages to find the low health. Jegs takes him down, ult to Groovy from above, but that's not really the right place to find that plant going down. It will be secured by Lasmo. So now not only is Groovy against 3, he's against the clock as well, as he starts to try this fight back down yellow stairs, but I think they're going to know exactly where he's coming from. BDS take him down, and they manage to win that 3rd choice site. Essential that they did. The problem that they now face is that Fnatic will rotate, I would expect, back through the 2 sites they have already won, which I think they did reasonably comfortably. So BDS are going to have to turn something over that they haven't managed so far if they want to keep themselves in this game.
Absolutely. I mean, great run from BDS overall. It went a bit pear-shaped. Again, I was like, P4's got diffuser. Like, what's going on here? Is he following in? I think he was trying to follow behind the Blitz, but then died with C4, and I was like, only the Blitz had that had the diffuser here. Maybe they get something off the back of this. But what I loved about that was actually the adaptation that came from the rest of the team. Virtue causing absolute chaos upstairs while all eyes were on this Blitz downstairs. Here, look, it's crept into a great spot with the vertical setup as well. Gets rid of 1, gets rid of a 2nd as they try and re-challenge on towards that. Does eventually lose the 3rd, but a lot of the damage has already been done by that time. It's the distraction while you've got a shield sat in the middle of sight, and elsewhere there are things moving all around it. So a good round from BDS. Another one to look at and say, they had the right idea. This time the execution worked. I like what I've seen across the half from them. It just hasn't always led to, well, there's only once so far led to a round win.
Round 10. And a little bit late for me, but I'm going to say that this is the critical round. Usually I'm looking at a 7 or 8. I think Fnatic winning those first couple of sites was fantastic for them, but this one, for me, really determines the trajectory of this map between these 2 teams, because if Fnatic get this, it sends the message that first choice site, second choice site, top floor and basement, we can hold on to them over and over again, so we're going to win this 7-4. If BDS are able to come in and pinch this away, that is a massive coup for them, and they can then start sending that message that, you know, nowhere is safe. You can't guarantee you're going to lock anything down. We're fighting back now, and we're going to take this the distance. So yeah, big round coming up here. Watch out for that entry kill. Who manages to get themselves the advantage? It's heavily favoured Fnatic so far, and it has mostly gone in favour of whoever gets that opening kill, especially in the second half.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to start with this classic utility clear to start things out. The Flores, of course, a lot of work to do and rain on through. First Rotero goes off on that chew through the lineup on the other side. Less of a leaning towards the intel, by the way, is going to stress in this round. We've seen a lot of bulletproofs from both teams so far. Only the 1 coming in this round. And that, I was going to say, kind of in a way favours being against the nut, because you're not going to rely so much on the information game. Groovy really starting to warm into the matchup as well. 2 kills for himself to kick things off. Yet again, Fnatic are in a 5 versus 3 within 60 seconds of the round starting. And you start thinking, Tim, they surely don't bottle this from this position, right?
I don't think so. Groovy's just done what Deepak did a couple of rounds ago, and he's borderline won the round in the first minute and 10 seconds. He takes out the Ying with a Nitro to begin with, and then he takes Robbie off the Flores, so they lose the Rotero drones and now don't really have much ability to clear utility out. There's a, you know, a bulletproof in play, there's barbed wire in play. We've got to look and say how much of that was dealt with beforehand. The mirror window, you know, what are BDS going to be able to do about these gadgets? And the answer is not much. They just need to walk in and face check corners, try and get something going with kills, but they can't do it as they see Virtue taken down, and the bad goes to the worst. 5 versus 2 now. Fnatic sitting pretty.
Yeah, again, at least what I've enjoyed from seeing them in this half, Tim, is when they've had the man advantage, they haven't let it slip away. And in fact, of course, I've had rounds where they have managed to pull rounds back when they've been down to 2 versus 4, like we saw back in that first half. This is a very different Fnatic we're seeing today. I imagine even they're asking themselves, why is it taking this long for us to get to this stage? We know they've been working through a few challenges in the team, and as I've said, they've been about 80 to 85% of the way there for a lot of the stage. They've had some good games, just not managed to get the end products in the majority of rounds. Today, they've hit that stride. They look far better. At the same time, I will say that BDS, I think, have looked a little bit passive for the most part. Outside of Virtue, we're not seeing Fret popping off the way that we have. Robbie hasn't had a lights out game that we used to see from him at times as well. It has been pretty tame from them overall, when I'm used to seeing them play to a bit of a higher standard. And I imagine they'll be kicking themselves, but also safe in the knowledge that tomorrow they're coming up against that bottom-rated team in Wolves, where they probably think, you know what, I'll back us to get enough points in there to be able to hold on to playoffs.
Yeah, you know, I'm sure that's going to be somewhere deep in their mind. They want to win here. They want to get it done. You know, but in reality, they do have, given the results they've already had, they do have that little bit of breathing space. This is a little bit of a bonus opportunity to get themselves locked into 6th before
10 seconds left before
it comes down to the final play day. But like you say, having that buffer coming into today, they were 4 points ahead of Fnatic. It's Gen G that are potentially the problem for them as well. But Gen G are playing against Secret this later on today, and you know, it's going to be a tough one for them to get anything out of. So if BDS sit and watch them lose to Secret, if that's how it goes, then they've kind of got away with this one, and all they need is the result tomorrow. But we thought 82% thought that they'd be coming in and getting the result today, but a different Fnatic has shown up. They deserve the credit. They've played fantastically well. I think this is what they've been trying, what they've wanted to show all stage so far. And, you know, from their perspective, for their fans, I'm sure they're all hoping that they haven't left it too little, too late.
I do worry that's the case. It's kind of like one more win to give the fans false hope, right? Like, I do think it's going to be out of reach and to make it. However, crazy things can happen on the last day of a stage. We'll find out, of course, when we get there tomorrow. BDS, of course, not completely out of this yet themselves. Still have a chance to win these next 2 rounds and send us to overtime. At the very least, both teams would walk away with a point. In that case, the winner of those final best of 3 rounds walks away with 2. It's very, very important given where we currently stand with our standings as they are. Once again, got players on the side of Fnatic dancing around with C4s. Just the one in this round in the form of Wizard. Of course, Groovy got himself a C4 in the previous round, was playing around a lot of that style of play in the one prior to that too. Just kind of simplifying things up here, instead of trying to build a bit of a fortress, standing in behind shields, behind flash shields, behind mirror windows. They want to shut the door in BDS's face and give them no room in.
A lot of vertical work being undertaken, just trying to get the spray down to open things up here. Freck been a little bit quiet today. We have spoken, of course, at length about Freck's ability inside of EML. He's been absolutely brilliant for the majority of the stage, but it just feels like you've got Virtue on 10 and 7, and then everybody else a little bit quiet, and BDS just need 1 or 2 players to step up now to get these next 2 rounds, take them by the scruff of the neck and drag them over the line into overtime. And Freck is that kind of player who can definitely do that.
Need at least to force Groovy back for now, though it could prove to be temporary. Creates a bit of space, but they're still going to sit there and waste a whole ton of time. It's been our slowest round, I think, so far, Tim, in terms of an entry kill. We're down to the last 40 seconds, and no one has died yet.
No, and that's going to suit Fnatic down to the ground. I think really they have the opportunity now to get Groovy off the shield. He's just going to make it difficult to play yellow, but it doesn't matter because they haven't controlled sides. And P4 is able to find him. Deepex starts the fight back, but it's probably going to be a little bit too late. We're going to see more and more pressure mounting on Fnatic inside of sight. The diffuser is going down. P4 is going to be able to stick this. Nobody can do anything about it. Freck manages to find one as well. 40 seconds left to go. Or Fnatic, you're going to see one of those two chances burn away.
They'll be kicking themselves if they can't get the win done here after being up to where they are now. But this round, it's one of those where they've got a little bit too aggressive. I think I get it. You want to be able to contest them towards yellow, but we haven't even got the shield down from the clash yet, and we were already trying to swing on towards the Ash. And Lasmo getting that kill converts into a second on towards the clash because they're a little bit light on sight, and they ultimately pay the price. Fnatic overcooking there a little bit in round 11, which now means they've got to get it done in the last round of regulation in round 12.
Yeah, now the question comes in, how well do they stand up to the pressure? Because they are now going to feel a bit of that pressure. They will know coming in here how valuable a win against BDS is, that it keeps them fighting into tomorrow. If BDS are able to get 2 points here and Fnatic only get 1, if it goes to overtime and BDS get the win, at that point it puts BDS on 10 points, it leaves Fnatic on 5. They will not be able to chase down that 6th place anymore. The only way they can do it is by getting this win. Even if they pick up the 2 points, 1 point will be enough to mean that the best they can do is tie on points with BDS. So it just becomes, even then, an ephemeral dream at that point to make it into the top 6. So Fnatic, this is it. Your stage 1 is hanging on this round as it stands.
Surprised no tactile out from Tristan just to remind him of that fact to say, boys, don't muck about here. Like that last round again, I feel they tried to do too much. And that's what hurt them a little bit, trying to stretch out a bit too far. Left cracks in the defense. BDS got into those cracks and absolutely spoiled the party.
The final bits
of the prep
phase underway then.
Done just that. Looking at this round line coming out from BDS, Tim, you've got that shield at the forefront. You've got Sems coming along with those light screens. I'm looking the amount of Sense we've seen
as he does exactly that. It's going to mean that for BDS, they've got to waste a bit more time. They've got to use the drones well here. They've got to make sure that they are completely aware of what is ahead of them. You know, we think that players at this level shouldn't get caught out with cap-can traps and frost mats, but it happens repeatedly because you're coming into some intense gunfights and need to be prepared for them. It's easy to take your eyes off things
2 minutes
like those door frames. We're going to see
work our way through before it all falls apart. Robbie's going to start things out.
This
not looking good when Fnatic have let one slip here. It's only the cap-can going down. Those gadgets have been deployed, of course. Not the end of the world for them. They've still got quite a lot of intel to play behind. The pulse, the Solus, the bulletproof cameras. There is a lot they've rolled out here.
Above him there. The Sense utility is going to be used to create a little bit of space as well, of course. Especially when it comes to execute time. Keep your eye on Freck, Virtue and Lasmo, particularly the shield, the Sense gadgets, the EE1D scan. That's what it's going to be all about when it comes time for creating space for P4 to get in and put the diffuser down. I actually think that Fnatic have held on pretty well so far. They've kept themselves, you know, at least on a 4 complement of man count. They haven't lost any more. Groupie, just as I say that, manages to find Lasmo. Jegs onto Freck, 4 versus 3. All of a sudden, they hit them with the big switcheroo, and they get 2 of the most important parts of the execute. I've just spoken about Freck, Virtue, and Lasmo creating that space for the plant, and they've lost 2 out of the 3. Word for word the same.
One down, 50 seconds to go, just the one left. And Robbie, he started out with a kill in this round, but now he's got to find all 4. Fnatic hold on, pretty much guaranteed to net those points that they need to see this one over the line and still be in with a shot tomorrow at making it to playoffs.
30 seconds left to go. Just looking for that verticality here. Robbie trying to get anything going, but it's very unlikely that that is going to be the case. Just trying to find his men underneath. The time continues ticking. He knows that he needs to find kills. Can't do it as Sarks picks up the last. That's going to be the final one coming in, and that was a great win for Fnatic. Not only does it keep them in the chase for that 6th place, in terms of performance, it was that extra 10, 20% that they've been sort of desperate to show us throughout the stage.
Absolutely, Tim. As I said, we need that last little bit out of them. It may still be too late, but that is a performance I think they can be proud of. And if nothing else, playing well tomorrow as well will give them a solid end to the stage and a good foundation to move forward with.
Yeah, exactly that. It's not just about it, you know, the position in the league. It's about the effect it has on the team overall at this point.
And really good to see smiles across the whole team's face as well. That is the key one. Hopefully it carries it through to tomorrow and they'll be hate watching onto BDS. That's the key one. So we'll see what comes off the back of it. For now though, we'll go to a break, and when we come back, our desk are going to break it down for you.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
What a first game to get us going here, the second day of the Super Week of EML. A bit of an upset, I guess we can say as well. I mean, I'd like to go back to the pre-show. First when you said like, oh, you know, 30 minutes and then Fnatic will disappoint us again. Well, they did quite the opposite of that.
I know. Every time I think they're going to disappoint us, they pleasantly surprise us.
It's that does it.
The most annoying thing ever.
Yeah.
It's the annoying thing ever. I think they're going to lose, they win. What's going on?
It's BDS that does it for me. That's BDS that disappoints me.
Yeah.
I mean, we have to say it like, it all starts with that first round for me. That round where they clutch the 2v4 because one player is overpicking, that's right there. When they were planting, he picks alone. Why is not the rest of the team picking with him?
Yeah.
P4 comes back way too late to the bomb site, after having had a really good impact on the roam. And that fuels the entirety of Fnatic. Look at the mood of Grubby and look at the impact on Deepek's kills. After he clutches this, he has the best game of his stage so far.
That was like the biggest round for Fnatic. Winning that 2 versus 4, especially when they've been losing so many late round scenarios and late round clutches. Starting the game off, like you never want to start off 2v4, but getting it over the line. And like you said, BDS played it terribly, Leo. The guy's covering meeting, he's covering long desk, and he's covering the hallway from admin. He can't cover 3 things at once. BDS retake that together, they win that round, and this game potentially goes a completely different way.
This is another big moment here. The C4 that gets stuck, that was kind of like unlucky for the Monty, and then Deepek that gets another kill. Once again, Virtus.pro is carrying them.
And that was right after a timeout, after 1 round that BDS took. There was clearly some stress, some pressure, some nerves going on with them. Lilun doesn't take a timeout after 1 round to talk about tactics. It's all about the pressure. And Fnatic, you know, I think they realized that. You know, Deepek, very, very, I would say, traditional player, makes a huge play running out the breach, getting a kill, C4ing up towards the breach, getting another kill, being a little bit disruptive. And yeah, no, absolutely great for Fnatic. They arguably should have even had a 4-2 half as well on their defense, on their attack, sorry, but they set themselves up perfectly. And then when they got on their defenses, they did a really good job. It was really nice, and it was really, really refreshing to see Fnatic setting up crossfires, closing out the rounds that you would expect them to close out, and just setting it up perfectly with that team play.
Another highlight was that attack on tellers. They're down 3v5. They go into tellers. They bait the plant so that everybody goes up. They punish the roamers, the anchors going up, and then they're back to a 3v3, and then they go for the plant. Once again, great late round composure there. Honestly, Fnatic stepped up massively in that department.
Yeah, and it shows that in multiple rounds as well, not just one, but Fnatic really looked like a team that was working together, communicating and having each other's backs covered today.
Yeah, we were really happy to see that in round 8, for example, when they're in defense. You could see them in the basement, and we're gonna see a round where they actually get them an advantage. That's the round of Deepek, actually, the one where he gets the double kills with the C4 on Kate.
This crossfire is crazy.
Look at this crossfire. You've got 5 players holding 2 different hallways together. And in this scenario, even when the nade pushes away the crossfire, this is a perfect crossfire here on both sides, both player dies. And then look upstairs. Now, when 1 player is remaining, he gets a kill, but look how they move to be in a setup where if he pushes security hallway, they have a triple crossfire on them.
Absolutely.
In the end, he actually goes for that. He pushes security hallway, and you're gonna see that triple crossfire here, Jack. Beautiful play from Fnatic. Incredible late round composure, something that we were missing from them.
And this has been a real weakness for Fnatic that today was a strength. And I think off the back of that, the player that probably benefits the most from Fnatic actually turning those late rounds into their advantage was Deepek, was BET. It felt like we were back to 2022 Deepek today.
And we have to say this, it's not only him, it's Sarks dropping 17 kills in that game, double digits once again, and proving once again that the strategy of Fnatic, yes, loads of roster changes, but also fostering, developing new talent. And we've seen that on the TL yesterday. Deepek was fighting for that because he was being blamed for not picking up older guns. Well, picking up rookies seems to work so far.
It's only 1 win for Fnatic, so I'm not going to get too carried away at all. You know, playoffs is still out of their hands, but I feel somewhat justified in the assessment that Fnatic have not played, for the most part, a bad stage against people. You know, we look at a lot of their games, even yesterday, where arguably but for clutches, they were much more competitive than the scoreline suggested with G2. It was the same with Virtus.pro. It's been the same with some of their games across this stage so far, where they've been good, but let it go in the late round. When they actually put that late round together, they're looking like a bit more of a complete team. They're going to kick themselves this stage, whether they make playoffs or not, but it's a big learning experience.
I would say that's mainly due to BDS being way too passive in some of these scenarios. They gave them way too much space. If you want to be problem solving against a team like Fnatic, you go and make them disruptive. You're trying to be disruptive. Something that we're missing from BDS.
Yeah, but it's really good to see Fnatic obviously get that big victory. Obviously will help them a lot in regards to that top 6 fight as well, because it gets really close this way. But the good thing is that we do get to speak to Fnatic as well. We have them on the broadcast with us. We get to ask Groovy some questions. Good evening. Congratulations on the 3 points. They must be super welcome in regards to the top 6 fight.
Good evening. Yeah, it's nice to win finally after a lot of actually huge lose streak. But yeah, it feels nice. I mean, I think it's out of our hands right now. If you make it like top 6 anyway, I think it doesn't really matter if you win the next game. Maybe a bit off, but I did not really look at it, so we'll see. But it's a good learning experience as well. So yeah,
Grubby,
we'll see.
Grubby, what's been going on with these 5v3s, with these late round clutches that you've been losing? And I mean, today you turned it round, but the rest of the stage?
Yeah, I mean, that's something that we've been struggling a lot, even in scrims. I don't think we have that. We don't have the click in our heads how to play it passive, so we've been struggling with that a lot, and it's actually costed us a few games as well. But I think we are improving on that very slowly, I'd say. But I think today we did a really good job on that, so at least I'm happy that we managed to do this in this game. Yeah, but that's something that we've been struggling a lot, and we had many conversations about this, how we can improve on that, and I think it's slowly working, you know. But I think it's a long process to actually fix it for us, at least.
Grubby, how is it to now be in the role of an IGL? I don't think that's necessarily something that we expected from you. I need to ask you, how do you feel about it?
It's something new for me. I'd say it's very tough as well for a team like Fnatic as well. We have a rookie in our team as well, so the whole roster is kind of new. So like trying to teach them and trying to like put everything that you can and give them the best information, blah blah, is very tough. And for me as a player, I think it's something new as well. I never like did that role before, so I'd say it's maybe the reason that the stage is not the best for me as a player, but I don't want to use it as an excuse because I know that I'm an experienced player, so I can do way more. But it's something new, it's something nice as well. I don't think you have like at least one IGL. I think everyone tries to, you know, shot call for people to give the comms. I think we are kind of, everyone from the team is sharing their part, and we are attacking based off that. Let's say I think the attacks are not that bad. I think just like how do we actually play them mid round, you know. I think this is where we actually struggle sometimes mid round, sometimes it's a bit the late round, but I think the early round we do it kind of correct. We managed to get really good picks, so it's important for us.
Yeah, I think that's what we've been discussing as well. And obviously today with the late rounds, it seemed to be a lot better from you guys with the composure, with the cross angles that we saw being held. It meant a lot as well, I feel like. I guess we can see on the cameras for you guys. Tomorrow, at the end of the Super Week, you play against Gen G. They're also still very much in fight or trying to get to the top 6. Obviously for them, it might be out of their hands as well. How are you looking towards that game?
No, I think the game is like just like every game, to be honest. I think we just need to go there, play with the confidence and do our best. And if you deserve to win, we'll win. If you play bad and we lose, it's fine, okay? But at least let's try and play with the confidence as we did with today. And we'll see. Hopefully we can win another game, you know? It's always nice to win.
Let's hope for you that the momentum indeed continues like it did today going into tomorrow. Grubby, thank you so much for your time and best of luck with the game tomorrow.
Thank you. Bye-bye, guys.
That was a really good interview. Seemed very happy, very, you know, content with what they've been doing. Obviously, acknowledging that there is stuff to work on and that it hasn't been easy for them, but we're seeing improvement and we're seeing what it means to them as well.
Yeah, I guess it's one more example that we've been seeing that this roster has potential. I think it's been quite consistent. The issue I think that was also consistent is this team meshing together. I think today that happened. I think they needed that clutch to kind of revive the energy and the confidence, especially in these players. I think having an experienced player in Deepex step up in the game as well really helped massively.
Yeah, it's a tricky one because yes, they've won and it's great and we should celebrate the win, but they'll also look at some of the losses they've taken this stage that could have been wins or more points and ultimately rue that, right? So, you know, maybe Fnatic firing has come a little bit too late, especially when that pressure is off, because as Grubby said, the playoffs is out of their hands. They are relying on BDS losing tomorrow.
Yes, but we mentioned this, or these two teams at least, as contenders for that last top 6 spot. I mean, we'll have a check-in on how things are looking with our standings, because this has really shaken things up a little bit. If we were assuming that BDS would win that game, bring themselves closer to MACKO, it's done the complete opposite.
Yeah.
If we look at BDS, 8 points, and then Gen G, who still have to play today, and Fnatic, who just got their victory, both on 1 point difference to that top 6 spot. Especially with the fact that Gen G and Fnatic still play each other tomorrow, it seems like everything is possible.
Yeah, absolutely. So if we assume Gen G lose as the underdog today, now I'm not saying that's certain, but if we say how it would be played out on paper, we have a situation tomorrow where BDS play Wolves. If they win, they're through. If Wolves manage to cause an upset, then it's an all-to-play for situation in Fnatic Gen G, which could be a phenomenal game because everything would be on the line there.
And even if Gen G wins today, or even get 1 point or 2
it could
points
still
against
be
Secret,
the same situation.
Yeah, it could still be the same situation. So we're really going to be in a tricky spot. If Gen G loses today, then everything is up to grabs for tomorrow.
Yeah.
And focusing at the top there as well, we obviously see Virtus.pro currently sitting in 4th. They're up in the next game. They have to go take it up against Wolves. Obviously different objectives in that game, but that game will be with us after the break. Welcome back to the Europe and the League. For the second game of the day, we got Virtus.pro and we have Wolves going up against each other. Obviously, when we talk about Virtus.pro, they still have all to play for in regards to that top 2. They need to win this game if they want to keep themselves alive for that. But we did determine yesterday, if we look at Virtus.pro, they might have the easier route of all the teams that are still running for the top 2.
We don't care.
Okay, thank you.
That's what he said. That's what Pasha said.
I thought you said you didn't.
Nah, I was gonna leave a big silence there just to mess with you. But he did say we don't care.
Yeah.
When we offered him the choice of like, you have the easiest path, you can get your top 1 seed, he said we don't care.
We'll
Listen
play
to me.
anyone.
We'll play anyone. We'll beat anyone, and that's the mentality of a champion, the mentality of the best fragger in the world, the mentality of Pasha, who's been hard carrying this team. But honestly, when you look at the overall roster, I mean, these guys have been overperforming. If you compare them to, the rest of the stage last year.
Let's just quickly look. Pasha's the best rated player in the league. Always is the 5th best rated player in the league. Joystick was the 3rd best rated player in all of the league yesterday. Dan's one of the best players to have ever touched this league, has been MVP at international events. And Shepard is probably one of the most consistent support players in the entirety of Rainbow Six Siege and now CJX. There's nothing we don't love about this team, man.
No, I mean, it's looking really good for them. Still, as we say, with the top 2 in contention. And then when we look at their opponents for today, obviously, top 6 probably is out of reach for them. I think they probably realize it themselves as well. So with now these last 2 matches, do you think there is time for them to experiment, see what they can do, see if they could potentially upset a big team like this?
Well, the pressure's off now, Anne, for Wolves. And I think they've come in, they've shown some good stuff, but they've shown, unfortunately, a big lack of composure inside of the late round. I think maybe what they need to do in terms of their style is change it up a little bit. Go away from what's not been working, go to something new. Maybe start the cheese. Start the cheese attacks. Do something a little bit different. Find some rounds, get some confidence, and just get used to playing with each other more and more.
It's the kind of team that I hated to play against when I was in Pro League. When you're still playing for playoffs, you're still playing for a qualification, you're playing a team that has nothing to lose, and they've already had a terrible stage. They really want to prove that they have it in them to just upset big teams. And it's the worst moment in the season to face these guys. They could be a threat in the sense that, they can surprise everyone because they have zero pressure. They can't do anything now.
They can play devil's advocate. That's a really scary thing to have to go up against, a team that could really upset your own trajectory whilst they don't really have anything to play for anymore. But I'm glad you mentioned some personal stats. Obviously, I think if we were to put these team stats against each other in a head-to-head, this is the kind of graphic that we're looking at.
Yeah, very visual. You don't even need to necessarily look at some of the stats here, but league average and then where these teams are. The league average is the white line, the white dotted line. Virtus.pro is the orange with their beautiful orange shirts outside of the league average, which means they're better than the league average in all but the entry rate, every metric. Wolves inside of that white line on every metric. They're below average on every single team metric that we track, unfortunately for them. And it just goes to show this is a top of the table fight against a bottom of the table fight, and the stats prove that one out.
Looking especially at the attack win rate, the def win rate, and the plants, I think that's like the biggest gaps that we've seen in a long time. And it's normal when we speak about the team that's playing for top 2 right now and a team that's all the way dead last in the standings, despite having a team like Wild, for example, that has 0 tier 1 experience. Wolves is still worse than that. And for me, that is a big miss for these players that have loads of experience.
Yeah, the planting is absolutely insane. That's a crazy stat. We've seen Virtus.pro plant a lot on their attacks.
1 out of 2 rounds.
1 in 2.
That's actually crazy.
Yeah.
Like, to be able to create a situation for yourself where you can get the plant down so consistently, that requires a lot of teamwork and a lot of setting up to really get to that point. But we'll have a look at the map veto as well to see where this best of 1
All right, let's
will
not
take
look
us.
at it, Jack.
How many plants can we expect on the attack? We know the map veto things for Virtus.pro are always playing out similar ways, but Clubhouse, is that what we expected?
Well, if Wolves wanted to go there, that's exactly what we expected.
It's going to be Chalet, Clubhouse, or Water, and it's going to be Clubhouse. Okay, no big surprise.
And look, Virtus.pro on attack as well, so they get to plant. Yay!
Okay. Yeah, I don't know about this one. It's Clubhouse. It's VP. They've been dominating everyone on the map for 7 years.
But Wolves have played Clubhouse.
Yeah, against Falcons.
But what?
They got destroyed.
But what?
Oh my God, that's
They
long.
should have won. They should have won that game against Falcons. That was the game where they dominated Falcons on Clubhouse. They're good at this map. It was just the late rounds. We've seen one team fix the late rounds in the previous game. If Wolves can do it, they have a chance. Maybe I'm being a romantic. Maybe I just want Wolves to do well. But what they showed us the last time they played Clubhouse was genuinely good, apart from the last 30 seconds of the round.
Yeah, I don't know about that. VP, strong map. They wanted this stage. They also almost beat FaZe at 6 Invitational when FaZe was the best team in the world. I don't know.
Stop coming here
Phil.
with your logic.
There
Leave.
is a spark of hope. I think that's the most important thing when we talk about Wolves, obviously having shown that they can take some rounds, or should have probably taken more rounds against a big team in the league. Obviously for them the challenge is to do it again and potentially keep Virtus.pro out of a top 2 position. The game is ready, so it's time to send it back to our casters, Des and Ace.
Thank you very much, Shan, here for another game ready to get started. Tim, this one's going to be an interesting one, and why don't you do the thing with me?
Well, because it felt more of a joke with the studio, and it just came straight to us. So I thought,
we had a whole bit plan where we'd talk at the same time, and then he chose not to partake. I feel so let down by you
things
right now.
changed at the last second, Des.
You've really ruined this for me. Absolutely ruined my day. I was so ready for that. It's been a long time since we've done like a stupid skit to start off the game.
I mean, I can just keep talking at the same time as you any time that you want.
No, I'm the one who talks over you.
You know, if you want that now, Des, that's...
Shut up, Tim. All right. I mean, are you buying into Fresh's viewpoint here where, you know, Wolves, yes, they lost, but they had a good performance on this map? Can they really do it against Virtus.pro? I'm not convinced.
In all honesty, no, I don't think they can. Look, what I'm going to say for Wolves here is it's kind of one of those where I might prove me wrong. You know, just with the other performances that we've had through the stage, I feel like that game against Falcons where Fresh is absolutely right, and we covered it, and I remember saying at the time the Wolves won 80% of the game. They just won the wrong 80%. It was, you know, they won 80% of each round rather than 80% of the overall game, and it just meant that they weren't getting the rounds up on the scoreboard. But just given the performances that they've had through the stage, 6 losses now, I just look at it and I think that performance feels like the outlier at the minute. That feels like the anomaly, and so I'm not sure that we're going to see that same clubhouse quality. Prove me wrong, Wolves, please do. Come in here, make a hell of a game of it against VP. I just think VP's, you know, way of playing, the way that they grind you down, I think is going to be very tough for Wolves to face up to.
A quick rehost for us to get into, and then we'll get back into things. But I do agree with you. I think it's a hard one because, you know, we often say things like winning is a habit, so is losing. I think once you get into that streak of losing game after game after game and largely being battered and just feeling like you're not getting the team cohesion together, it can be really hard to rescue that. Like, you know, mentality is the hardest thing I think to turn around into one because it's a self-fulfilling belief a lot of the time. And I think Wolves are just a little bit stuck in that pit right now. They're coming up against a very, very terrifying team in Virtus.pro, as we've spoken about to the death already. I do worry that this could end up being a real drubbing by Virtus.pro if they're not careful.
It does. It can't. Yes, it feels like that. But it's often those games, I think, you know, the Death said it at the beginning of the show, it's often those games where we do get the surprises, you know, so I don't know, maybe Wolves can turn something out. I'm not expecting it. 91% on the socials are back in Virtus.pro. You know, everybody knows what we think is going to happen here. That's the reality of it. But it's not to say that it will do. We've just got a short pause coming in. I think there was just a little bit of an issue.
FPS bug, yeah. All good.
Yeah, so they'll get that sorted and get everybody back in. Interestingly, when we look at the stats coming into today, Virtus.pro were the only team. They had 2 out of the top 5 rated players so far in EML. Pasha and Always, both on the side of Virtus.pro. Obviously, you know, nobody else can surpass that. There was 3 other teams that had 1 player each in the top 5, but it just goes to show, you know, how well Virtus.pro have been playing. You know, there's been plenty of talk about the boot camp and the reduction in ping because of it and everything else, and whatever it is that's given them the confidence for this stage that they've played with, it really has done its job.
Absolutely. I mean, one thing to highlight, of course, is that very impressive. I couldn't quite believe it when Fresh showed me the preview graphic earlier. Yeah. 49% attacking plant rate is absolutely... I don't think I've seen that number that high for any team at any tournament ever, and I love looking at numbers and checking the stats and all the rest of it. I've never seen a team get that close, and I guess this trying to translate very, very well to him into a little bit of lore here. I know that you also quite like your planting. You were out in the garden for much of the last 2 weeks, haven't you? How's that been going?
I've been absolutely grafting out in the garden.
I've enjoyed the progress pics.
Don't mention it to XR Troika. He thinks that I've been milking it. But
Why milking it? What's he mean?
I think
you make
he
it sound
just
harder than it
seems to
is.
think I've been making the most of it, that I've been sort of slacking off a bit, I think. And
You
know,
never.
saying I'm still working, and the guys like, you know, maybe I've not done enough work. No, it's been good fun though. I've enjoyed it. It's been kind of like, you know, like IRL sort of creative sandbox game, you know, just looking at it and being like, right, what am I going to do with it, except it's all in real life.
But Tim, you've got to have a word with the developers, mate. That progress is slow. Like, that progression arc is dragging.
It's serious, isn't it? Maybe it's pay to win, isn't it? You know, if I'd have paid somebody else, it'd have been done by now. But it's just
the problem is,
IRL
mate,
pay to win.
It's like having a bad gaming mouse. You haven't got the right tools for the job. That's the problem. You need to get sponsored by someone, you know. Get a bit of Bosch in there. They'll sort you out.
Well, yeah, I can't really complain on that front because I do have a bit of a sort of, I was going to say a tool-heavy family, but it makes it sound like I've got a family with some idiots in it, which is not the case. So no, I've got, you know, I have got a majority of the tools I need. I think XR Troika, to be fair to him, has offered his help a number of times, but I've done a bunch of it on my own. I've just sort of been just plodding away with it, really. When I've got a day with, you know, people often ask, what do we do on our days off? What do we do on the in-between? And when I'm not streaming at the minute, I'm out in the garden doing the digging. I've been doing some, you know, we're not talking about just a bit of weed in here. I've put a big 2.5 by 1.5 meter vegetable planter, raised vegetable planter in my garden. So that's going to have some, I think, some garlic and some potatoes and stuff going on in there. I'm relaying a patio later this week. You know, it's proper stuff, proper jobs that I'm doing here.
So you talk about making a meal out of it, to be fair, you were cutting down like a stump in your front garden. You wanted to make it into like a bird bath sort of vibe.
That's done.
You were making a meal out of that. I won't lie.
No. You've got to be. You've got to be fair with this. So the tree, unfortunately, I don't like that it had to come down, but it had to come down, and it was a big tree, a big old tree. So there's like a massive. The entirety of like that area of lawn is just a big root ball, and I was making a border there, so I was literally cutting through like I think it was probably 20-30 year old like root ball essentially. So yeah, it did take. I did it all by hand. You know, in hindsight, I probably should have got a few of them tools a bit sooner. But yeah,
I imagine if I went to our UK chat and pulled up the pictures that you posted for about 6 days in a row,
it did take me a while.
I think you removed about 2 centimeters of root each day. That was it.
It took me a while to get through, but it was a big job, was that, going through an actual root ball. Because the problem is what happens with tree roots of that size, they all tend to fuse together. So they'll like fuse together at a point and then grow apart again and then fuse together. So like you're not cutting through one, you're cutting through like 3 of them at once. So it can take a while to get through, you see. But
what I didn't really understand though is, as we know, XR Troika is a tree surgeon. Why don't you call him up and say, oh mate, come on, this is your specialty.
Again, that probably would have been the point to, you know, rope him in, but he's a busy boy, you see, and I didn't want to, you know, I don't like to take his time up. And the thing is, we've had beautiful weather.
What, he is so busy fishing, that is true.
He's a busy boy, you know.
He loves his fishing.
Look, we've had such good weather in the UK that it's just been, it's not been difficult for me to do. You know, it's been like, yeah, I'll go and spend a few hours out in the sun and, yeah, I'll cut a couple of roots. So I've been in no rush, you know, to get it done. I'm kind of in a bit more of a rush with what I'm doing at the minute because I'm trying to make the space a bit more usable for nice weather. So I kind of want to get it done before the nice weather disappears. So like maybe by the end of July it'd be nice, and then we've kind of got all of August and September to enjoy it. But actually, yeah, if we're only on the 8th now, I think it might be doable.
Yeah, I don't think this is so much about the weather though, Tim. I think it's an age thing.
The weather doesn't stop me. It's like, you know, I'd like to enjoy the nice weather, but I agree. I think there is an age element kicking in there where I'm looking and thinking, ooh, I could get a nice azalea in there. Like, you know, I think there is an age element kicking in as well.
You're at that stage now where like your daughter's coming to a point now where she's getting a bit older as well, and it'll be at a stage where she'll ask you for things and you'll be like, "Now you don't need a new set of drawers. I've got this," and you'll appear
I'll
at the side of the doorway with a hammer. Yeah, and it'll just be like, you're the kind of guy now. You get into that age. Now that you are into your 40s, happy birthday for the day again, by the way. Yeah. Now you're at that stage, you're going to be the fixer-upper all the time. I'll be speaking to my missus at home about this, and I'll be saying to her, oh, we could really do with fixing up that wardrobe, and you'll appear saying, you're right, Des, need a hand there. And I'll be like, what are you doing in my house, Tim? Get out.
I kind of want to be that person, you know, that's like, just turns up with the tools and is like, right, yeah, we'll do this, we'll do. The thing is, I tell you what, there's a couple of things, like, if we want some real talk for a minute, you know, there's a couple of things with it, and the first thing is, I have found it a really nice, really good creative outlet. You know, I joked about kind of IRL sort of, you know, creative sandbox games, but there is that element to it, definitely. It's been a really nice sort of creative, because when you really get down to it and start doing things with your hands like that, you start realizing that it's, you know, when you work within a game or you do something like that, it's kind of, you're working within the framework of you know, what the developers have, in most cases, wonderfully created, but you're still within a framework. And I've started looking at this stuff and I'm like, I could literally do anything. Like, it's the most flexible.
You know, you have to follow the rules of like physics and gravity and nature, and all the rest of it.
Yeah, you know, within those restrictions. But generally speaking, like, you know,
there's still rules like in a game, Tim. There's only so much you can do.
I can make things happen, you know. So I've been impressed with that. But the other element of it is, like, genuinely, from a mental health aspect as well, like a mental well-being kind of, you know, self-care kind of aspect. It's just driven me to be outside more, and I've spent a lot more time outside and among a bit of greenery and getting my hands dirty and stuff, and just having a real sense of accomplishment at the end of the day. Honestly, it's been wonderful. It's been brilliant for me.
I agree massively. Getting outside is something I'm trying to do more lately. What really made me laugh was, obviously we're on like a 4-minute delay, so chat is way behind us. We've just got to the start of talking about gardens, obviously, and some guy has said, bro commentates his garden as if it's a grand final of SI.
Buckle up, chat. You've got another 4 minutes coming.
It just made me laugh because it's you speak about it with such passion that you could just sit, like we have done, all of us have done for the last 5 minutes now. Just sit and listen to you waffle absolute nonsense about roots in your front garden and a vegetable box that's going to grow some garlic and potatoes.
Look, I'll hit you with a bit more real talk here as well. Something that
not more real talk. We're 2 layers into real talk
with this. Real talk with it. Nah, something else that I've tried to live by, and I try to instill in my daughter. If anything is worth your time doing it, you should do it with passion. And I genuinely believe that, and that's something that I've always tried to, you know, tried to live by. And so I do get excited when I talk about this. You know, if it's worth my time doing it, I will get passionate about it, and it helps the process as well because it makes me excited to do it. Like, I'm thinking of my list of jobs tomorrow, and it's like, right, tomorrow I've got to lift the patio, all the flags have got to, but I've got to do it in an order so I know how they're being relayed because they're going into the same space, so I don't need to like reinvent the wheel. They're already cut, they fit.
Let me stop you there for a second.
It's
I feel like
stuff.
I feel like you have reinvented the wheel on that saying. Like, you've overcomplicated it unnecessarily, because the very simple, pithy line is, if a thing is worth doing, it's worth doing well.
Yeah, well, exactly
all you've got to say.
Yeah. Exactly that. But I'm just saying that's where my passion comes from, you know. So you got to get passionate about these things. You got to, you know, because then when you pour that passion into something, you pour that passion into it, you can see it. You can see it in that final project, you know, that final product that you've delivered. It's all good stuff. But I mean, everybody might be glad to know that we're going back into the game. So, you know, I don't know. If you want to hear more about my garden, let us know, I guess. You know, I'll talk about it.
Mate, I tell you speak about when you're not streaming, you're out in the garden. Why don't you just stream yourself in the garden?
Well, you know, I could do stuff like that, but I don't know, it's getting it all set up and everything in it. But
hey, that's up outside.
I definitely could do it. I definitely do have the stuff to do it, to be fair. I think I'd be too scared of like, accidentally doxing myself or something. I'd do something stupid, so yeah, I'll stick to Siege on stream.
Right now, it's some unknown place in the north of England, and that's all anyone really needs to know. All this said, we are into game. Thank you for sticking with us through our garden waffle, but it's been a good little chat. Tim enjoyed that. It's been a while since we've had a Designated podcast on the stream.
We need to come up with like I was trying to like off the cuff think of like a Siege themed gardening podcast name. I'm like, greenhouse. Can we do anything with greenhouse? Can we do anything like I couldn't get there, but I'm sure chat will have some wonderful ideas.
All right, chat. That's for this game. I'll be watching. This is now the brief. You've got to help us think of it could be related to plants, but it's got to be siege-related garden podcast names. That's what we're looking out for. And we'll start casting the game for you, shall we? Virtus.pro are starting off on the attack. At this point, too, this is how deep we've gone in the lore, I think. However, as I said, we're going to see the kicking things off on this top floor, at least to clear things out. Always, he's played a hell of a lot of Fuse throughout the stage so far. He's doing just that in this round. Go on, Tim, you got something to say?
Yeah, why not? Let's get involved. 35 seconds into the round, we see that jacuzzi wall getting opened. Krex was just looking to challenge it. They don't want to be giving up this gym and bedroom side too soon. You can see they've got the rotations in there. Wolves trying to make it as difficult as possible for Virtus.pro. We've actually seen a massive shift, I think, over the last 6 months or so on Club on this attack to CCTV, or in this case, the basement, about getting in from the bedroom side rather than starting on the CC side. The reason I mention that is because we see the same with CC. We're seeing a lot more construction side of attacks. But it's a little pinch actually coming in from VP. As I say that, they do have Joystick on the Blackbeard the other side, but he's going to get slammed by Azza.
He's like 3 and 15 on entry this stage, Joystick. He just cannot catch a break. Don't know what it is. A bit too far ahead of the rest of his team there, and ultimately concedes his life and the position over to the enemy team. Wolves are still dug in around here, and there's a lot of maps to work through. And what I like is the Wolves have read into this and know the Virtus.pro, as you said, historically can be a slow team at times. They've definitely they've sped up even. They've had spud up. I'm talking about potatoes now, Tim. Cheers for that. They've got to a spot where they can go that a little bit quicker. However, they are still prone to being slow at times, and I think Wolves are exploiting this incredibly well. 2 kills already found, both shields now gone. Dan might be about to clutch up big time, but it's a big ask.
Yeah, Wolves have looked great so far. It's been very, very solid from them. Just having a look at where they are. 3 have now got back to site. Az is in a position where he can do. He's just taking it care. Oh, he was looking at the wrong way. He was looking up at the window, but Shepard manages to get down to the door and takes him out. 3v3, 45 seconds left to go. Look, it's still doable for VP, but Wolves have wasted a lot of time. Virtus.pro are going to be rushing a little bit now. You know, they've got limited time to, they haven't even got the hatches open yet. I think Wolves could hold on here.
Not gonna lie, this guy's talking about gardening in a gaming stream is kind of weird. Most of us don't touch grass, let alone gardening. Yep, fair comment. 30 seconds to go. Here we go. 3 versus 3. It's boiling down to the sharp end of things now. And yes, you're right. They've somewhat recovered this. There's still a bit of work to do, though. Noodle getting rid of Dan. That's certainly not going to help. He was the one making things happen on the upstairs. Basher, as we said, top-rated player all stage long. Has got to go massive here with 10 seconds still to play. If they win this, Tim, then I swear to God, I'm so done with Siege forever. Shepard at least stepping forward here. Has got to find a fight onto somebody. Can trap the guy inside of Dirt. For now, Plant going down as well, but he's found himself on his backside. Wolves are going to get round 1, but for a second there, it looked like Virtus.pro might be able to fight their way back in.
Yeah, it was a nice round from Wolves, wasn't it? It was all sort of built on that headshot onto Joystick. You got the Blackbeard coming in. Perfect roll for the Blackbeard on that roam clear, looking to chase the defenders away from construction, and Wolves were just able to flick around and hit a beautiful headshot onto Joystick. Like you said, Des, maybe it's time for him to hang up the entry roll. It's not going well for him this stage. But yeah, great stuff from Azza, and it really set them up for the rest of the round. Like I said, 45 seconds left to go. Hatcher's not even open. It was always going to be a rush for Virtus.pro, and Wolves took full advantage of that. The 3 that had got themselves back to they knew that the work, or at least the large amount of the work, was done at that point, and they could get it locked out. Good stuff from them.
It was. I mean, you saw the problem I have in that first round was, again, the pace at which they were trying to fast clear that top floor. And I think back to the days of watching even Team Empire all those years ago. Joystick is always that guy that is really playing the true entry for his team and trying to take a lot of space very quickly. And Wolves have really just stuck their leg out there, tripped him up and got a kill for free. It's somewhat of a thankless thing, but it's probably a trend that they've spotted in Virtus.pro, is that Joystick is often alone. You saw when he went down on that cash door, for example, there was like 2 or 3 Wolves players around him. Not a single Virtus.pro player was anywhere nearby. And so, although it kind of feels like a bit crazy to say to Virtus.pro, hey, change things up and do it differently, because that ain't really their way, but maybe not have Joystick that far ahead of the rest of the team this time, keep it a bit closer, a bit tighter, please. See how we go.
Drones are going to be raining through. Just, again, trying to gather, having a look at what they've got left. Only 6 left, and to say we're only 30 seconds into the round is not fantastic for Virtus.pro. They would, I'm sure, like a few more than that. I always go back to what Fabian said years and years ago, that, you know, if you come out of the prep phase with anything less than 9 drones, you've lost that prep phase. You know, so coming in 30 seconds into the round, having already lost 4 is not ideal. They do have the Twitch drones from Dan, of course, so that does at least bolster them a little bit, but still quite a big loss. We're going to see the Thermite is going to open up that CCTV wall, so the push is going to come across from the construction side. They're going to want to get Jacuzzi as well. We've seen a couple of times teams fail to open that Jacuzzi wall on gym and bedroom site, and defenders have been more than happy to just sit in the elbow there at the top of main stairs and cause an absolute nuisance in the late round for attackers trying to get a plant down.
Yeah, Virtus.pro being impeded here as well, it's worth noting. Wolves have done a pretty good job of that. Mute Jammers, Bandits, they've really tried to keep everything locked up, but now Akiba's coming out as well. They want to try and slow them down again as much as they can, but Virtus.pro so far have brought the tools for the job. They've lost themselves a bit of a freebie there as they're getting into a spot. It really shouldn't have been in, but it takes a bit of time for the Virtus.pro players to snap that jaw shut and get rid of him. By the same token, Tim, it's now 4 versus 3, it's worth stressing, and this is all for a part of the map where the site is not. It's an extended hold.
Yeah, 1:10 left to go, and if you remember I said at the beginning about drones, and we can actually see it in action in front of us now. They've only got 4 left, and we can see Joystick, you know, having to check each corner as he's going around. They're going into areas where they just don't know what they're facing. Tyrant takes advantage of that and gets the kill. It's now 3v1. Shepard manages to find one at least. 1v3 becomes a 1v2. He's going to work his way into cash through construction, see if he can get anything going on site. But Wolves are smart. They've got themselves dipped back, and they're just going to create a crossfire now, and when one swings, the other will challenge.
This is going to be absolutely bonkers if Wolves come out to a flying start with 2 defensive rounds against Virtus.pro. Like, one of our top teams versus the very bottom. But so far, Wolves have been the ones playing things incredibly well. Shepard stepping in, got himself 3 kills across these last couple of rounds so far, but needs to add 2 more to his tally as that clock is now starting to wind away. Knows that leader is close, but they're doubled up here, Tim, ready to play for the trade when the moment comes. In fact, backing themselves away. Leader can afford to play downstairs if he wants to. Here, of course, on the Soulless. Didn't quite clock Noodle fast enough there, and will lose his life for it. Wolves up 2-0. Not a start I expected on this map, but the gameplay, the tactics, the strategy has been spot on so far in terms of wasting time.
It has, and the nature in which they've won those rounds has been great for Wolves. You know, they've been very much in command of them. The first round, they got those couple of kills on the roam. They dropped back to site. They kept themselves in there. Second round, they've kept everything, you know, difficult for VP, kept them guessing, took away a lot of the drones. Like I pointed out, Joystick was just face checking everything as he was going. They were running into areas where they didn't know that Wolves players were located. Really, really good stuff so far from Wolves. And, you know, as Fresh said, they had a good performance last time out on Clubhouse against Falcons. They are delivering again, but this time, they're not just winning 80% of the round, Des. They're winning 100% of them.
Absolutely are. Some names come back in, by the way. One from Hannibal was Asen Des Go Goga, The Art of Planting. Quite like that one. Another one that came in that I did also quite like was Protocol Greenhouse, but I'd actually flip it a little bit, Northern Wolf. I'd go Greenhouse Protocol. That sounds pretty cool.
Oh, we could. I'm sure we could find something like with, you know, like we call each season is like, you know, Operation. You know, we could have like Operation Greenhouse. That'd be quite a good one.
That's when we all start going like full on renewable energy and stuff in a couple of years' time, absolutely. It'll roll around, I'm sure. Eco-friendly operators, got no idea what the gadgets would be, but it could be a whole theme. Oh man, we're really starting to try and add operators to the game now, aren't we? It's come to that point. But now at least, focusing on the third rotated site, Gash TC to close out the rotation for Wolves, and then we'll repeat those same 3 again in our second quarter of the game. Virtus.pro are a team, it's worth noting that for a lot of the time, don't tend to take timeouts. Every so often we've seen it. Remember seeing Karl Jekka, of course, join them at the start of this year. It's been good seeing him back involved again. But they tend to avoid taking timeouts. I guess when you're winning everything, why bother for the most part? But I am curious if there's a break point at which Wolves find themselves getting enough of a lead that Virtus.pro kind of go, whoa, 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 slow it down. We're having a conversation because this is going horribly wrong.
It's going to get...
Oh, dear.
That's not ideal.
Better.
Yeah, that's better. Getting underneath and just try and prevent any tricking going on from Azza there. We hear the detonation go off, so they've managed to get that done at the second time of asking. Joystick is just going to take another little bit of damage from the Toxic Babe canister there, but nothing too dangerous. But again, Are they aware of this? They've got one down in Oil Pit. If Krex can keep himself in this position and he doesn't get spotted out by VP, I've already picked up on their droning. They're down to 3 Des halfway through the round. It's a problem. They've got no Brava and they've got no Twitch to save them this time. That is the utility they are working on. If they don't find Krex down here and they try to take Garage, which they're going to have to at the minute because this is all a CCTV-sided take, they're going to lose the life as they go up them stairs.
Well, here we go. Tossing a toll to the nades up here, as well as Firebolt training on through, but I'm seeing no damage coming yet onto the player. In fact, to say that Noodles finally found himself going down and burnt to a crisp by Pasha's Firebolt. So they had the 5 versus 3, but there's at least one coming back from Krex here, who's had a quite a couple of games. You look about it, Tim, recently throughout the stage. Looking to get a second kill here, but now finds himself finished off by Always just a few seconds later. Virtus.pro in a 4 versus 2. Surely they don't lose this one.
Yeah, that's better from Virtus.pro. Not ideal being down to 3 drones, losing Pasha to the man in Oil Pit, but they got other kills elsewhere that accounted for it, and they reacted quickly as well. Fair, you know, fair's fair. They got down there, they got that kill onto Krex, took him out, and they don't need to worry about it. They managed to find the one rotating in sight. The second follows soon after. That was better from VP, but it was the third choice site. They really should, as attackers, be winning. Cash and CCTV is very attacker friendly, I will call it. Not necessarily attacker favoured, but definitely attacker friendly. If you get that garage catwalking, you've got the CCTV breach, it is very, very tough to hold on to as a defensive side. So Virtus.pro had to get that one. They need now to come back at Wolves and I think take another 2. They need to go 2-1 in this next quarter. They need to find one of those sort of first preference sites, gym and bedroom or basement. They got to get a successful attack onto one of those.
Going in with the Thermite ban to follow things up too. We had a good chat about this. I want to say it was on Nighthaven, was it, over the weekend when we saw a Thermite and a Maverick ban come in? It was a bit like, well, things like Ace stay available. Yeah, it's a big hold you open up on the Thermite, but Ace, of course, incredibly popular as an operator, still available to you. I know maybe it's more of a lean against Virtus.pro. Shepard, of course, a devout Thermite main. It feels like given the chance to play the operator, maybe trying to force him onto something else. I don't know.
I think Krex down in Oil Pit was maybe hoping to get somebody a bit more significant. You know, maybe if they brought something like a Monty along and tried to push a catwalk that way, they did get something like that. But because he knew he was playing his life there probably, which is why he didn't try to sort of hightail it out of there afterwards, because he knew that somebody was going to be straight down blue stairs to challenge. You know that you're playing your life in there, but it wasn't really significant what he got taking Pasha down. So a little bit unfortunate for Wolves there, but Virtus.pro with a nice attack. They ticked all the boxes. They did everything they needed to do. Their utility work up onto Garage Catwalk was brilliant. It was well timed, well executed, and it got them 2 kills. Good stuff from them. Can they use that momentum now? That's going to be the question. Last time, clearing out this top floor row did not go well for them. They have to do that better.
They do, and that's why I think now we're seeing that Dockerby come on side, Tim. I'm not going to wax lyrical about Dockerby. I do it every single game that we cast, it feels like. I just think it's a good choice. Of course, we'll see whether or not they put it to good use and manage to chew their way through this team, which there's no mute on the other side, so no impeding that operator being able to get the call in. Of course, taking off cams for a short time as well. I said I wasn't going to wax lyrical, that's exactly what I started doing, but here we stand. It's nothing else seeing the intel denied away, and that's when Virtus.pro should be able to make their move on forwards. This is the kind of round where actually I encourage the aggression. You know, Joystick I spoke about earlier, playing a bit tight to the team. You can still play tight, but be willing to play aggressive off the back of one of those calls coming through.
Just trying to get that jacuzzi wall open still. We hear the Selma detonate, so we know now it is a walkable space for them to be able to get through, and that actually sees now 2 of those defenders getting themselves back down towards the basement level. So Virtus.pro have got control over that top floor. They're going to make sure that's the case. Still have 6 drones, better drone economy this time. They've been down to 3 at this point previously, so better from Virtus.pro. They can now continue forcing those players back. There's 3 left to go. Krex leader Azza all need forcing down from this mid floor, but time again will become a factor. 1:30 left to go. We're halfway through the round and they still don't have full map control.
No, it's again one of those where they're being given the runaround a little bit, that you've had players from Wolves scattered all throughout the map and trying to keep them busy. There's still 3 players up on that first floor, for example. They are making sure that Virtus.pro have really got the work cut out for them. That's again why I think things like the Dockerby were a good idea. You saw it force most of their players back. Second call now coming out here too. Should force them back a little bit. Do they hit the door? Yes, they do. Pre-fire comes through, but no, Leader's going to find Always first. Now getting pinched onto, but again, Tim, it's how much time Leader is wasting. He is disposable, but he's still getting kills. 2 for himself, a 3rd for Cracks. Virtus.pro, they've been given the run around here. It's like playing cat and mouse.
Yeah, again, it's been good from Wolves. They're now trying to use that Blackbeard to get something going. It's going to be Pasha who manages to find the kill onto Leader to at least give Virtus.pro something to kind of some hope to cling on to. But look at that, Wolves. They know they've got the diffuser and they're just going to sit and play the case. 30 seconds left to go, and they know that VP have no choice but to try and either push for kills or push to collect that case. And look at this, the freedom of movement then comes out from Azza. They're on both sides of him. Krex finds the final kill. Honestly, this looks like a different Wolves than the one we've seen throughout the rest of the stage.
They look very well prepared for the game, and I think that clear identity across those rounds that we've seen so far has been about wasting time. Did it fall away slightly on the previous site, Cash DC? Sure, it's a harder site to defend. It's immediately external to the rest of the map, to the outside of the map, sorry. It's going to be easy for Virtus.pro to pull something together off there, and they made it look easy with their garage execute. They kept it nice and simple. Any other site that requires them breaking through an extended hold, dealing with the roam, Wolves have just made sure that they are maximizing the opportunity to deal with that. And because Virtus.pro are that, again, they're far quicker now than they used to be. They're still a bit slow. They're capitalizing on that super well because they aren't suddenly being swarmed by a 3 versus 1 shutdown like you might get against a team like G2. They're just playing to the win condition really well, and Virtus.pro are the ones that have to adapt. And as we all know, that's not exactly Virtus.pro's strong point.
Just looking at the table here for Wolves, don't get me wrong, I'm not going to start saying that they can make it to the playoffs here. But in theory, they could. They mathematically are still involved in the race. If they get the win here, they'd go on to 6 points overall. BDS are on 8. Gen G are on 7, yet to play today. Fnatic are on 7, so it would put them up on 6. So it kind of throws them into that mix on the last day. The problem they've got is Fnatic and BDS play each other. So at least one of them will come away with at least 2 points. So best case scenario, I guess Fnatic get 2 points, BDS get 1, that leaves them on 9. Wolves get another win, they go on to 9, and you just end up in this kind of maelstrom of tiebreakers. But look, I've said it countless times, and I'm sure I'll say it many, many more before we are done, and that is all that Wolves can do is win their own games. They can't worry about everybody else. They can't worry about what points other people have got and what results they might find. It just has to come down to themselves. All they can do is get themselves to 9 points. Once they've done that, everything else is out of their control. So why bother worrying about it? I know you'll back me on that one, Des. But I know you'll love that theory.
Don't call to my life mantra. How dare you?
I know you'll love that theory, but it's true for Wolves. You know, if they can get the 3 points today against Virtus.pro, which it's not done yet, an attack is going to be much more difficult for them, but they're looking pretty good so far. They've got, of course, Wolves play BDS tomorrow. Fnatic play Gen G. So, yeah, you know, arguably, Wolves beat BDS. They go ahead of them. So they then go 9 points, and that takes BDS out of the running. So Fnatic and Gen G could look, things can happen. It would have
to be overtime, like win for one of those two teams, like at the minimum.
All things can happen.
9 points. Round diff then becomes the problem for Wolves. It'd have to literally slam the rest of this game and then slam BDS like 7-1 tomorrow.
It's highly unlikely. But like I said, all they can do is win. You're telling me there's a chance? All they can do is win these games. And right now, they are winning this. It has been a good performance from them so far. It's, you know, this is not VP making mistakes necessarily. Wolves have played it well. They've played their 2 roams on basement. I've been particularly impressed with, you know, the way that they did it differently. They got a couple of kills up on the top floor. They held on to it for much longer in round 1. Round 2, they were kind of happy. The second time around on basement, they were kind of happy enough to be pushed away, but then played inside a bar, inside a strip, inside of that first floor, inside a kitchen, and just made life again really, really difficult for Virtus.pro to clear them in a different way. And yeah, it's been nice to see this, Wolves.
Well, I think there needs to be change on that Virtus.pro side, and as I sort of said earlier, they're not that big changing team. They're not the kind to suddenly drastically flip things upside down and change the way that they play. But I know in their mind, they're thinking, okay, we can deal with this. We can adapt. This isn't going to be the end of the world for us. We'll find a way through. Of course, we'll see if they do across those last couple of rounds. And of course, we'll see what happens when we change over to the other side. I always say it, 2 halves to a game of Siege. Wolves could absolutely crumble when they get onto the attack, and Virtus.pro could stonewall them out 6-0 for all we know.
I tell you what, Des, you mentioned round difference, and I'm looking at it here. You know, it's a big ask, but let's, for argument's sake, say Wolves win by 4. That takes them to -15 round difference. Fnatic are -12, Gen G are -11. So you can take BDS out of it if you argue that Wolves beat them tomorrow, because then they'd go, you know, if they beat them in regulation, they'd go ahead of them on points. So that takes BDS out of it. So they're going really against Gen G and Fnatic more than likely, who play each other. All they need really is a tight game there between Fnatic and Gen G, so that they only gain maybe 1 round as a winner in overtime or something. And then Wolves all of a sudden at -15 only need, I know it's a big only again, but can win by 3 or 4 rounds and put themselves right in the mix with those two. So it's a big ask, but I'm just saying it's doable. It is doable, and Wolves need to just focus on that fact.
I love this one from Dr. Lulu, the Touch Grass Project.
There we go.
That's got to be the one.
That's what I'm trying to promote. Get yourselves out. Get a bit of fresh air. It's done me the world of good. It's been brilliant. Create something at the same time. Be productive and create something. You know, it's great.
Hannibal came in with a second suggestion. There's a bit of a stretch, but I kind of like it as well. Holding F, a disastrous podcast. I'm like, okay.
Love it.
See where you're trying to go with it. Like it. Anything else that's flown on through? I don't think so. Nah, I think we're all good for now.
Just a little tech pause again.
What else do you want to talk about, Tim? We could be here a while. We don't know.
We've absolutely... No, we're not. They're loading into the round.
God bless. All right, we won't talk about gardening again.
There we go.
I'm sure that will delight the people in chat that absolutely hated us talking about gardening before. I'm sorry to tell you, chat, once you get into 30s and 40s, this is what your life becomes. It's about DIY projects, it's gardening, it's all the boring things that you thought when you were like a 20-year-old you'd never do or get into, and it happens.
It's all the things that you think are boring, and then it comes along and you go, maybe it wasn't.
Well, that's like me and you with golf in the last couple of years.
Wait till I start woodworking, then it's going to get serious.
I'm just waiting until you turn up with like a whole old smelter built into your garage or something. I'm like, this man's doing metal work to the max now. That's it.
Honestly, for me, it's not about what it is. I just enjoy being creative, having a creative outlet. I love it. Never happy.
All right, well, let's see how creative Virtus.pro can get in these last couple of rounds, because as we've said already a number of times, Wolves really have got them figured out here, and the onus to change then falls onto Virtus.pro. At the end of the board, if they lose here, they've still got themselves locked into our playoffs already, but it is that fight for the top 2 that is so important and is based largely on the outcome of this game. They missed this one, but they already find themselves falling behind Falcons. Most likely, it's going to make life extremely tough to fight G2 or Secret or maybe even MACKO to make it into that second spot. Couple of rounds to go before we see how they fare on the second side of things. Here we go. There's been a trick onto this wall, though. Noodle's there already. Salmon number 1 is gone. Not the best start.
Well, it depends which side of the wall you're on, to be honest with you, Des. If you're on Wolves' side of the wall, it's a brilliant start. You know, taking away some of that utility. They know that they can't play up against that wall. He's going to have a look. Of course he is. Doesn't quite see his man up on the roof. They're going to dip back. But again, I just love the confidence from Wolves. Krex just getting really active here. He wants that fight. He wants that challenge. He's up at the windows. He's up at the barricades. Bring it on.
Absolutely. I mean, again, Krex can already do chilling at some points throughout the stage. He had a good start, like a good game or two to begin with. I like the way that he played on there in the opening game of the stage. And then obviously things have gone a little bit sour for the team overall as the stage has gone by. So you can't really put it on one player. Although if you got Dome there by VP, I'd be a bit like, well, you're asking for that, weren't you? Let's be honest. Here we go. That's great bit of pressure. And the team play coming out from Virtus.pro there. It may have taken half a round to get to this point, Tim. Again, that reminder, this is the extended hold, but they have at least come away with a kill without losing anyone in response yet.
Oh, just sees his man there, but can't punish him. Joystick a little bit slow on the uptake, and Virtus.pro right now just trying to do everything they can to get themselves an edge moving through here. They've got the man advantage, but they desperately want to make it more before they're in for taking a plant on. We're going to have the Twitch drone just in there doing a bit of work as well. Dan taking out some of that utility. Azza just keeping himself. He's got a nitro in his pocket. Just keep that in mind. Just remember that. when they start thinking about putting this diffuser down.
Yeah, it's not just the one that's in back pocket though, Tim. It's 3 that are in back pocket. They're waiting to play this time game. They're ready for it. I say that as Tyrant clearly wasn't ready for that, and neither was Doodle. Virtus.pro 5v2. What's the problem, they're asking? Stepping around for a third here, almost getting rid of leader, finds one for himself. He's very much stuck between a rock and a hard place, so as the plant starts going down, and by the looks of it, Azza's not going to be able to stop this one. It may have taken a good solid 2 minutes 50 seconds, Tim, but Virtus.pro, they steamroll Wolves.
Yeah, much better from Virtus.pro there. They get themselves into confident control of cash and construction, into logistics, push through bedroom door as well. Just a really nice pinch. Managed to get those kills around main stairs, shower. Just an absolute nuisance for Wolves there. We've had that little bit of a pause. Wolves, you know, they're still looking okay. I'm just hoping it doesn't kind of wobble them too much because they've been really, really solid so far. And a round like that could definitely change the trajectory of a game because Virtus.pro really seem to have come online in that one.
It did. I mean, it was, again, the team push. It's the one thing I wanted to see a little bit earlier on was the joystick being ahead of the team, getting picked off. They were very, very slow, dragged around an awful lot. When it came around to that push there was, what, 3 of them bursting in towards Logi together? Far better, looked really good, and onwards we march. Every time I say Logi, I just think of that time you said Logitech app. It still comes back to me. And it's the resigned tone in your voice where you're just like, oh, Logitech, and I'm just there, pissing myself laughing. Oh.
A classic. A classic.
Yes.
We're going to head into another tech pause. We'll have a short delay whilst we get everybody back into the lobby and continue on. But Virtus.pro managing to get themselves at least back into things. If Virtus.pro can come away with a 3-3 here, I won't say it's a steal.
No, Tim, it's a steal.
It's a bit of a steal, isn't it? They've got away with one there.
You can't go into a court and go, it was a little bit of a steal. Can I get let off? No, it's a steal. Black and white, daylight robbery. Wolves will be gutted they only get 3 rounds if it comes down to that.
Yeah, I think they will be.
Thank you.
I think they need the 4-2 as well, in honesty. Attack is going to be more difficult for Wolves.
Yes.
They're going to be playing into a very well-organised, very well-disciplined Virtus.pro side, and it is not going to be easy to find those attacking rounds. 2 would be... Joystick's been listening to me talk about my garden.
I tell you what, someone in the chat was like, oh, we're having such a great time, let's not bring golf into this. You knock it, give it 10 years, and I can imagine you'll be on a course. Trust me, it's great.
Yeah.
Tim's talking about getting outside and giving yourself something to do. It's the perfect place to do it. It's lovely and green. It's just nice.
Well, it's a funny one because I took it up for that reason. I thought it'll give me a bit of motivation to get out, have a walk again. I'm talking about sort of, you know, like mental well-being. I find a lot of peace being around trees and greenery, and it's a different kind of air. It's a different kind of breathing. You can feel it. And so I thought it's a really good opportunity, I think. Get out there, get some fresh air. It'll encourage me to go walking more, and I'll whack a ball every now and again. How wrong could I be? It is one of the most stressful things I have ever undertaken.
Yes.
Is going out and playing golf. I have never got angrier with myself than I do when I'm going out playing golf. So I don't know if I'm really achieving that end goal of thinking I'll get out into nature, it'll clear the cobwebs out, it'll be really good for me, it'll soothe me, it'll be nice. I'm not too
It's like when you know you're a bad shot in Siege, and then you go and play golf and realise how bad a shot you are IRL as well. And it's just like, this is the worst thing in the world.
I've played a lot of sports over my life, a lot of sports, including stuff like
Except you didn't do high jump though, did you?
No, I've never done high jump. Squash, you know, badminton, you know, I'm talking high speed, small objects, you know, like hand-eye coordination. I've played a lot of sports like that. Golf is the hardest sport I have ever played.
Yes. Have you played paddle, by the way?
By a country mile. I've not actually tried paddle yet.
We need to go and play duos paddle.
I would like to play some, yeah.
You should go and do it. You should go and find somewhere to play at some point. I haven't played it yet, but I've been curious to now for the best part of 3 years.
Yeah.
Just not actually got round to doing it.
That sort of thing, I think that's something I'd probably pick up quite quickly. Like I said, I've played a lot of racket sports, very, very familiar with racket sports.
The thing is, Tim, what side of the court are you going to play on? You've got to be on the left, really, haven't you?
I need to play doubles and play on the left, don't I? So that I can. So all I'm losing is the left wall.
and I'll just be like, left wall. It'll be fine. We'll make it
No,
work.
I'm pretty good with stuff like that. I did play a bit of badminton after I lost my sight. Out of interest for that reason, because it was like one of those things of like, will I still really be able to like
I
track
think we need to
this well
clarify
enough?
here, because for those who don't know, you aren't completely blind.
No,
If
no,
you just
I'm
said you
not.
lost your sight and then you go and play badminton, I'd be like, that sounds like a disaster waiting to happen.
I mean, yeah, that'd take some skill, of course. But no, I've lost about 30% of my vision on my left side. So something moving across my vision really quickly like that can be quite difficult. But no, what I find is so long as I know it's happening, then I'm fine. So something like tennis, badminton, paddle, stuff like that, when I'm tracking a ball in the center of my vision, I'm okay because I know it's going to my left, so I'm watching it go there. So yeah, generally speaking, I'm fine.
I want to know who's the culprit of these multiple tech pauses that we're getting.
I don't
think
know.
it is?
I can't think that we've had it. Yeah, I mean, these things happen. You know, we're playing online games. My PC crashed twice earlier today.
Really?
Which is, yeah, very unusual for it, to be fair. So these things happen, look, you know. But yeah, I can't think that we've had. I think this has probably been. It's always an interesting factor though, because like we say, you know, how does it affect the players? How does it affect? You know, it can have an impact.
How does it affect me? I'm sat here roasted to death, Tim.
We've got to talk about gardening and golf. You know,
I'm cooking to death though. It's so hot.
it's probably the most disrupted game I think we've seen so far. Probably not just in EML, I think, including any of the games we've done. So it's been a little bit unfortunate so far. I think we seem to be just having a little bit of bad luck, but obviously, you know, we'll get, I'm sure everybody wants to get it as resolved as they can, as quickly as they can, because, you know, they don't want these sorts of disruptions. They just want to get in and play, so...
Right, mate, gives us time to talk golf, gardening. What else can we talk about? It's going to bore people to death. Surely you got something in mind.
I don't know. I'm not a very boring person, Des. You know, I'm usually doing high octane things like sorting out a vegetable patch. You know, I live my life from 1 minute to the next, Des, as you well know.
None of that boring stuff like bungee jumping or throwing yourself out of a plane.
No.
It's not enough for you. It doesn't get the heart going.
No. It's too run of the mill, that. You know me. I'm all about some, you know, a good mulch. You know, kind of getting a good mulch on my borders, you know, to promote growth. I'm all about these high octane moments.
Mulch. Hey, we're getting back into game. Good times.
I couldn't think of a more boring thing in the garden than effectively crushed up leaves and branches.
I've just seen the production of Done Us Dirty. The bottom banner a second ago said, "Do you play golf?" Des does for some reason. I was like, what? I didn't even see that get stuck in there. Fair play, production. You've kept that one quiet from me. Someone said golf is just a nice walk ruined by playing golf.
Honestly, it's so true. It's a great way to ruin a good walk. It truly is.
Absolutely.
Yeah, honestly, I know I said it, but I can't remember being angrier at myself than I have been on the golf course. But then you'll always have a good 18th hole, you see. For those of you who don't play golf, this is what happens. You're obviously thinking, well, why'd you go back and play again if it's that? And it's because it'll be terrible for 17 and you always have a good last. It just reels you back in.
I need some new rehost music, I've decided.
I need a fan. That's what I've just decided.
I'm your biggest fan, Tim. You don't need another one.
Hey.
Hey.
I do have a big standing fan like that, but obviously
Why do we always do
I can't
that?
use it. I
We
can't
both
use
do
it.
it every time we do it. Oh,
Love it.
so good.
Yeah, if it interferes with the broadcast too much, if I have a fan on, the players can get away with it because they're only bugging the teammates. So
Why does it sound like this? Does it sound like that? Something?
what did that sound like again?
I don't know. It's another day
Something
for
like
sound
that,
effects.
yeah.
Yeah.
You know, but
Yeah.
we've got thousands of people who have to listen to it, not just 4 others. So
It's true.
we can't get away with it.
Yeah. I've got a standing fan up in the loft that I could get down, but I haven't bothered yet. However, we're about to go into another heat wave in the UK, so I feel like it might be time.
I think it's definitely the time of year to be having a look, Des.
Of course, we'll be having a look.
Of course. I couldn't live without my standing fan, to be honest. Yeah, I absolutely love it. It's a
I like that name. Luke's come up, Tech Pause Tuesday. What?
Tech Pause Tuesday.
I don't know what happens on Monday, because we're casting on Monday next?
I don't know. Yeah, I think it's Monday next
Check the
week.
calendar, Tim. Get the calendar up. I'm pretty sure it's Monday.
I'm bringing it up. Yeah, it's next Monday, the 14th. Yeah.
Which is the day when we have our upper bracket quarterfinals of playoffs. We have 3rd seed versus 6th and 4th versus 5th. That'll be fun.
Yeah, it should be a good day. I'm really looking forward to... I always do, but I'm really looking forward to the playoffs in EML this time around, because I just think with the spread of how the teams are in that top 6, at the minute, the way it's kind of shaping up, obviously all things could change. But I look at it, I just think we're going to have some really, really good matchups, particularly in that sort of number 3 versus 6, number 4 versus 5. I think that kind of bottom half region, which at the minute is shaping up to be Secret, Virtus.pro, MACKO and BDS. You know, obviously those are subject to change if teams move around. But yeah, a mixture of those teams going in, honestly, anybody could come out of it.
I've had an understanding, at least a slight brief. We're going through a couple of, or maybe even a few rehosts off the back of this one. Just a few settings to chop and change, and then we'll be able to get ourselves back underway. And again, I do apologise. You're having to listen to us talk about golf and gardening and old man stuff and make stupid jokes and fans. I'll tell you what, it does not sound like the most enticing conversation topic list. We managed to make it work for 20 minutes or so of Tech Pause.
That's what we do, Des. That's what we do.
It do be what we do. I like the Wolves jerseys, by the way.
Yeah, I've always liked the Wolves jersey. The current one is very nice. Yeah, it's...
Ooh, colours.
Yeah,
Yay,
it looks
ring
like we're going
game.
back in there. That was definitely a lock-in pause there. We definitely saw the old lock-in from the players of that. Right, let's get going. So, where are we up to? It's round 6. It's Wolves' final defensive round. We're going to be going into gym and bedroom. The bans you see at the top of your screen: Virtus.pro, Bandout, KE, Clash, and Azami. And then we've got Wolves have taken away Blitz, Maverick, and Thermite. So Virtus.pro having to play with the ace. We saw it last round. They were able to successfully bandit trick one of those Selmas, so certainly making life a little bit more difficult for them. And this time around, they're going to want to open CCTV wall and Jacuzzi wall realistically, as well as they just attach. So yeah, definitely lots of work for the breachers to be doing here, and an opportunity for Noodle on the bandit.
Absolutely, and on this site, if you recall back to how we saw it play out last time around, Cash CC was a big waste of time with these exact two operators, the bandit and that mute. So more of the same to be expected, and also making the site itself a little bit more of a fortress with that mirror on side again. So it's more of the same as what we've seen throughout the half so far. You'd hope that Virtus.pro, given what we've seen from them over the last couple of rounds, warming into this a little bit more now, would have something in mind to deal with this a little bit more effectively, but it's still going to be that same mini game they have to play through of getting the wall opened up, dealing with the jammers, tossing nades over walls, yada, 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 just to be able to get themselves inside of the map itself. Jammer being taken out from below this time, so instead turning away from using those frags and just relying on good old vertical play instead.
I like this use of the IQ just to put that pressure from underneath, like you said, you know, vertical play, get in there, know that it's difficult. They can't really play too much with those electronic gadgets because they know that it's just giving them away on the scanner, so they're having to dip away from it. But look at that, it doesn't matter as Leader manages to find an opener onto Joystick, and Noodle manages to hit Shepherd with the C4. Wolves looking good for a 4-2 half as it stands 5 versus 3. Virtus.pro struggling to get in the building.
All right, I mean, this should be it. That should be that 4-2 half that we think, truthfully, Wolves probably deserve. Like, I know Virtus.pro battled in for a couple of rounds, but a 3-3, as we said, would feel like daylight robbery, and Wolves will feel really hard done by, given how effectively and how well they've played against Virtus.pro's playstyle, that slower style. Willing to play out aggressively on extensions and hold for as long as they possibly can, has rewarded them in this round. They should be able to come out on top. That said, 75 seconds is still a lot of time in which to get stuff done. The main worry for Virtus.pro is they've only got those 3 players to work with, so they are more out of resource than they are out of time.
Hops into construction, always just trying to get something going here. Gonna move around possibly to logistics, but he's gonna need a bit of support. He's still got Pasha up on the roof, who course, can play in through the hatch, get a drone in there for a little bit of intel ahead of him. They're definitely committed to this, and the problem they're going to have is Tyrant with the shotgun. As they try to come around this corner, he's got prone for the time being, and I think it's unlikely here that Always checks such a low angle as he comes around. They just double swing. Tyrant gets the kill with the shotty, and that's going to be Wolves taking a flawless round. The tech pauses certainly not slowing them down. 4-2 on the half. The big questions are going to be asked now, though, and that is Wolves, how will you fare on the attack?
Like I said, quite a deserved scoreline as well. I mean,
think
if
so.
we pull up our numbers here, Virtus.pro, 60% attacking win rate. They've only managed to get 2 rounds here against, statistically, and also on the leaderboard, the worst team in the competition. So Wolves should be really proud, I think, of that half overall. They've denied the heavy plant stat that we've seen Virtus.pro having as well. That's going to drop quite significantly from 49% downwards now. One of very few teams that are able to stop that style of gameplay coming out from VP. Either way, bans have come on through pretty quick. Double shield ban, double electrification ban. No big surprise there, to be fair. Pretty common stuff all round.
Yeah, nothing really to write home about, largely as expected. It's going to help keep Garage Catwalk safer for the defenders, having some of those shields taken away, and it's also going to mean that the attackers can get those walls open a little bit quicker. We just see that double swing there. Warden nearly lost his life. Did get dropped down but not out, but will count, of course, as the round expires when Tyrant gets that final kill. So Virtus.pro, first defense. This is so important for Virtus.pro. They've chosen to go to gym and bedroom. They have to hold on to this. They cannot lose this opening defense and go 5-2 down if they want to be holding on to this game and getting the win overall. They've brought Pasha on the Clash. Keep an eye on Pasha on the Clash, because it's going to be Pasha's job to really delay this attack. I'm not sure exactly where we're going to see him playing. I'm kind of expecting out in Cash and CCTV, top red maybe, depending what rotations they open up. But it's going to be about just slowing Wolves down and preventing them access to that side of the map.
For sure, and of course, being hunted down by the Dockerbee is going to be the other thing to be mindful of at the same time. But I think we all know by now, Virtus.pro, massive mute players. Three of their players have got mute in their top 3 most played ops. Absolutely love playing it. You're going to see it to the absolute death, which of course somewhat mitigates what Wolves can do here with the Dockerbee, or even with things like the exothermics, or of course getting the wall opened up with those Selmas. You can hear the one now underground, but this for being so high up on the wall, underground, underneath even, it being so high up on the wall, it's a sphere that goes around that mute jammer. You can still get it on the top of walls, so it's still able to get opened up. No real bother.
Yeah, pretty easy for any experienced Thermite to get around those jammers. We will see the next wall getting opened up as well. That's construction. So VP have got some decisions to make now, and that is how hard do they try to hold on to these areas, particularly construction, because they're going to find themselves getting pinched from both sides. It is Dan on the Azami, so he can possibly play with those keeper barricades a little bit, provide himself a little bit of temporary cover, but as it is, he's dipped away from it. He doesn't want any part of it. He's going to get himself back into logistics and look to live to fight another day, because construction would have been a real nightmare to try and hold on to. So Wolves, good progress so far. They need to get themselves established a little bit quicker. We're halfway through the round and they're not even into CCTV yet. They haven't dealt with the clash. There's a lot of work to be done.
I was going to say that's the main problem I can see here, Tim. They haven't yet removed this extended hole over halfway into the round. I know Virtus.pro was slow, but it was around about this time that they had full control of Cash and CC. Still got to face off against the Clash. Still got to worry about C4s. Got to worry about jammed up walls, of which this one doesn't appear to be jammed off. A bit of a surprise there. A C4 from below, I think that was. It didn't find anybody as that Dockerbee call rings on through, but no one has moved at this point, Tim. That's crucial utility going to waste, you might say.
No, the C4 was just up and over the wall from Always, but just landed the wrong side of that reinforcement. But how's about that from Pasha? Just a beautiful strafe across. He sees the one lowest there as well. He knows he's got them both sides, but the Pasha doesn't care. He's just going to kill all of them, Des. All of them, one after another. Pasha, what a round from him. Virtus.pro, beautiful defense.
I don't know why you're so excited, Tim. It's not like we see that from Pasha every single round.
Just unreal.
He's been lightning all stage long, and he just does not stop getting away with it as well. As I mentioned, coming in, 132 EPS. He's 87 to 46 on his kills, 13 and 5 on the entry. He's been putting up numbers throughout the whole stage, and it clearly ain't stopping here. But this is what the things that we said back in that first half before we got into our tech pauses was, for Wolves, it was this half that we were worrying about. What was their attack inside going to look like coming up against Virtus.pro? If that first round is anything to go by, it's going to be nigh on impossible to get around away from Virtus.pro.
He didn't even have a proper gun. Unbelievable stuff from Pasha. Absolutely beautiful. Getting himself a triple, and that really does send a message to Wolves. There was a couple of problems for Wolves there. If we want to... Pasha is going to be one of those problems that I will list. I'll get it out of the way now. Pasha slapping 3 of you as you try to get into the building is, you know, it's an ever-present threat when you're playing against Virtus.pro. The other issue was time. As we said, you know, whilst we were going through the round, a minute 30, they weren't really established. They hadn't cleared that extended hold. They were then severely punished from that extended hold. So yeah, Wolves need to just be, I think, a little bit more decisive, a little bit quicker, use that utility, make sure they're playing in behind it, and get these areas cleared a little bit quicker.
Sure, at least starting things out quickly inside a strip, charging their way through onto this ground floor, and I imagine looking to try and cut off some of those that may well be roaming above, of which there are a couple. I say roaming above, there's fights upstairs, of course, that we find up there. Maybe trying to catch one below that's hovering up, trying to play for a C4, but I think as we know from Virtus.pro tip, they tend to play mostly quite tight in towards site. Not super compact like full turtle, but you very rarely see them going hyper-aggressive, trying to cover every single part of the map and trying to deny your entry into the building or trying crazy run-outs. It's not really the Virtus.pro way. At least here for how the setup is looking, it is a very dug-in setup they've got in mind. So for Wolves, it's about making use of the verticals. They've now got control of from below. And starting to think about what the execute could be, because there's nothing crazy aggressive here in terms of extension.
Great response from Wolves there. Tyrant just managing to get involved from the hatch. Krex took a lot of damage, but this is what Wolves need. Good team play, backing each other up, get themselves a kill, take down Shepard, and it's their army as well. Big loss for Virtus.pro. Of course, those Kiba barricades go into the grave along with Shepard. 5 versus 4 then. And Wolves can start to mount a bit of pressure. We spoke about time. This is much better for time. They're in construction. They've got control. They can open up some lines of sight onto the site itself. Not going to be easy from here on out.
Can't be losing freebies like this though, Tim. There's no team
can't.
moment coming in here as well. You've just been domed off by Dan. Shock horror, I guarantee. He's not the first nor the last person to experience that in this game. All the concern, though, as you say, is they've got all the control, they've got themselves into a spot, and now they're just starting to bleed out players, hit points, you name it, in a spot where they're thinking about this construction hit, but that's really what they've got to work with, because they lost the player that was over on that east breach. They need someone to rotate over there, really, to make this work for them.
Just going to be holding these angles for the time being. Virtus.pro hoping somebody gives themselves away. That's exactly what's going to happen. Leader moves in. Krex tries to follow. Always takes him down. 4 versus 2. They can't even make use of the glass. Virtus.pro, they are looking like a slightly different beast on the defense. This was the concern. This was the worry that I raised for Wolves as they got themselves off that defensive half and onto the attack when they had to take the lead. It is tough going against a team like Virtus.pro. They find themselves now 2 rounds down on the attack, 4-4 on the scoreboard, and Virtus.pro still have basement to play. It's not looking good for Wolves right now.
No, it is not. And again, we come back to that conversation, 2 halves to a game of Siege. You're seeing a very different Virtus.pro. It's all good having a game plan to deal with them when they're on the attacking side. Once the sides switch and you're the one having to play into their game style, when they're the ones setting the tempo of these rounds a little bit more, well, then you're going to start to flail. All things now even, 4 apiece. The Wolves' advantage eliminated. So far, the Bears are starting to snack down with them jaws onto these Wolves, who don't really seem, at least from what we've seen across those first 2 rounds, have a way back into this game yet. However, they lose this one, Tim. I think we see attack timeout. Maybe there's a little bit of a twist in this tale yet to come.
I think the Wolves fans are certainly going to be praying that there is, but right now, it looks like it's going to be a big ask. We've got the mute jammers up on the top floor. We've seen it. It's a tale as old as time. Get the roamers up there. Castle yourself a safe way back in towards site so they can drop down and away as they need to and just try to burn out as much time as possible. I'm just looking across. We've got 2 roamers. Pasha and Joystick are the 2 that are tasked with holding onto that top floor for as long as possible. They've got the Kiba barricades that they can utilize. Potentially, they might want to get them back to site with them. So we'll see what Joystick does. The answer, Joystick's going to send them out straight away onto garage door. So definitely, Virtus.pro recognizing the importance of holding onto top floor for as long as possible. They're willing to expend utility up there that could be used on site, but no, they want to make sure that they make things as difficult as possible. Krex gets taken out. Joystick is dropped in a trade, but That's your Blackbeard gone.
I was going to say, Blackbeard being gone was a pretty big deal as well. You might see the same about his army, but really he's out there to play his life. Yes, you haven't got utility for back on site, but his work is done. He'll be happy with that. They've got rid of the main threat in this round. Not forgetting the 2 bans out of Virtus.pro already, Tim, R2 Shield. You're probably going to see the Blackbeard follow in the next round as their ban they bring out because they just do not want to face off against it. So it's great they've got rid of such a critical operator early on. Also seen one of those phone calls come out for the Docker Beast. There is only one remaining.
Going to be grabbing the cams as well there. So they've got the intel, they've got the calls, they've got everything going for them here of Wolves, but Virtus.pro have got themselves completely back to sight. All 4 of them are there. Always is kind of splitting in and out. Tyrant gets a big kill onto Always, gives himself away there. They really didn't need that to be happening. And now they have to try and hold on with a man deficit and a minute 10 left to go. This round really should be for Wolves.
Let's see what Boogie can do.
Like again, I don't want to point towards everything being this one operator team, but a phone call is now coming out. I was going to say that in back pocket, that is go time really for the side of Wolves. Making a lot of noise themselves with that ram coming in over the top here to get a shot from the bottom of main, but catches down on the backside, but that is about it. In fact, I think it was Pasha. At least has an idea on where they are, Tim, but at this point, they're forced to be able to just hold and wait. And they just want to invite them in. And there we go. The deadlock's broken. Tyrant getting rid of Dan. That now makes life really uncomfortable for the side of Virtus.pro because they've lost blue control.
Yeah, and that's a good push in from Leader. Manages to take down Pasha, playing in behind the boxes. And then the diffuser can start going down. It's all up to Shepard. We know that he's got the capability to clutch from here, but will not on this occasion. The final kill comes in from the bottom of main stairs. Wolves, they could not have got a more important round there. Getting that 3rd choice site, the basement of all places, you'd have expect that to be the fortress, the stronghold for Virtus.pro. But no, Wolves have managed to grab it. It puts them onto 5 and it sends a message that we can at least get to overtime here if we can just win that offsite. We're going to see Virtus.pro more than likely rotate back through the 2 sites that they won, Gym and Bedroom, CCTV and Cash. Wolves, they're going to have to bring something different because they weren't really very close at all and things just got more difficult again. They've lost the Thermite there to the ban, so they're going to have to work with Ace and Hibana instead, and it might just slow things down. They have been, if I just have a look at the teams, that the lineups they've been bringing, they have been playing the Ace, definitely. Last time they attacked CCTV Cash, the main breach was done with Ace charges, so it's probably not going to be too big a shift for them, but it's just about those options and not having the choice. If I have a look, yeah, so Leader played Thermite back in round 7. They didn't play it in round 8, so maybe not a huge loss, but like I say, it's about that choice.
The key thing for me that I think it plays into is, like you said earlier on, Virtus.pro love playing the mute, and we saw the response from Wolves was get a nice high exothermic on there, and obviously as the voice line goes, a real big fucking hole coming right up. They blow that wall wide open. Doesn't matter about the mute jump, and they're basically rendered useless for external walls. Now that's taken away, like, yeah, sure, all well and good. You can get yourself an exothermic, a cell run towards one of the top corners, or maybe a banner to help out with that, maybe even a hard breach charge, but you still got to then remove the jammer that is on the other side. That's the other consideration. But we saw a bit of IQ coming out in the first half as a way to try and deal with that, so could have gone towards that, but that's now both teams banning away that Thermite when they've been on the defense. Just an interesting observation.
Yeah, that might be part of why we see Noodle bring the fuse along. Hard breach charges, of course, will take up some of that burden, but here we go. That's exactly why they brought the fuse, because you can put one of those fuse charges really specifically away from the mute jammer, and you're hoping that the pucks go in, clear out the mute jammer once they explode. And I think the fuse charge was actually shot out on that occasion, but still, even just one of those pucks being sent through is enough. Once it detonates, clears out that jammer, they get the breach that they need, and it forces Virtus.pro out of construction. So it's good problem solving from Wolves.
Well, it is for now, at least, as a starting point. Of course, the rest of the round, no plan to survive first contact with the enemy. As we've seen repeatedly against Virtus.pro until that last round. 2 rounds on the bounce. Pasha being the demon that we know that he so often can be. Male all eyes, I think, in this round, though, turn no doubt in towards the gadgetry in the back pocket of Wolves. They've got so much to play with. I know we very rarely see the fuse being used for the purpose you maybe would intend with that gadget. And also not really the intended use case for a mute. Either team going down, not say super early, 75 seconds in, but going down without really too much of a sniff from the side of Wolves. Puts them in a man advantage.
Pasha's on those red stairs again. We saw the damage that he was able to do last time. They've no idea, Des. They're walking in here. Tyrant not even making a challenge. He's going to get cut down on the other door as a manager to find the trade, but the damage is done. It's 3v2. Virtus.pro now in the ascendancy on the round. The Wolves have got it all to do. 1:15, so they don't need to rush this. They've got a Dockerby call in pocket as well. They have utility and time going for them, but the manpower could be an issue. That is good though. They needed that next kill. Leader finds joystick. 2v2. This could be doable. Wolves, they keep going, Des.
But they're against Dan, Tim. I don't know. It should be doable. They've got the phone call. Please use the phone call. Use the phone call. Use the phone call. You know where he's going to be. Get yourself in spot. Use the damn phone call. We saw teams the other day trying to hold... Well, they lost the 1v3, I believe it was, when they had 3 Deimos trackers in the back pocket. And I was like, please just use them. It's come out now. They should at least have a sniff as to where he is. Maybe can go for the kills. One stepping in. The rounding coming in from one door. Turns to the one. Steps away again a quick second after. Stuck in the door. No! The rotate catches him out. And Leader steps around. Gets the kill. Tim, Wolves are doing it.
They might just be doing it. It was well played from Dan there. As soon as he hears the Legion, the goo mine, he knows they've come in through window, but actually swings door because he's aware they're going to try and hit him from both sides at the same time. He doesn't. If he gets the kill on door and he can just focus on Jim, maybe he does it, but he doesn't quite land his shots. And then we just see the perfect example of why you got to make sure those rotates are perfect. Give them a little test. Give them a little test in the prep phase. Make sure they're nice and smooth, because he just gets snagged on one of those bits that's not quite been sort of smoothed out, and it just costs him because it leaves him right in the line of sight. And Virtus.pro, they know they're in Wolves' line of sight right now for a full 3 points, so they're going to hit the tag timeout.
Like I said earlier, it's not often we really see Virtus.pro taking attack timeout as well, often because they're on winning ways. Why bother having the conversation? But they realise here, app chance to get one of them buys, the first and second spots in the end of the league going into playoffs, get a buy into the second round. They can avoid having to show 3 maps in their pool potentially in that first round, which is certainly enough to scoff at too much. They've got 2 rounds that they need to rescue, and it starts to feel difficult as to how they'll be able to get that one done. What I will give is a discipline shown by Wolves here. They knew about the extended hold, and as we saw for basically the entirety of that round, Shepard was stuck on the cash door. He couldn't cross through construction because he was being watched through the window, chose to try and stay in player's life. Ultimately came to nothing. 2-round deficit then. Cash and CC where we step into. Wolves could wrap this up here and now.
I'm not really sure why Joystick's sticking his face into the construction window there. I think he kind of got what he was asking for. There was, if you're looking for the challenge on the window, then you're concerned about somebody holding the angle in towards logistics or in towards cash. So if you stick your face into the window, you know they're going to see you because that's where you think that they're playing, or potentially looking into CCTV. For me, you'd have been better off going out a gym window or something if you were concerned with that. You know, you just give them the opportunity there. But Wolves took it fantastically well. Really good stuff from them. So they get themselves now 2 opportunities to close this out. We said coming into tonight, we think it's all going one-sided. We know there's going to be upsets. Who'd have thought it would be the bottom of the table taking on Virtus.pro, who've looked like one of the best teams for sure that we've got in EML at the minute. And right now, Wolves, they are certainly looking like they are right up there with them in terms of performance on Clubhouse.
Absolutely, looking pretty cozy. And as we said, it does definitely lead to that drag tomorrow, the heartbreaking moment where you might have a win against one of our top teams and still not make it, but all you can do is play the game before you. Let's see how this round shapes up though. We've got those Candelas on side with the Ying once more, the Glass fan Noodle. One to always keep an eye on. Like, I think that high fantasy of a Glass you always have in your mind, loads of smokes down, murders everyone through the smoke. It's great. Very rare does it come into fruition though, but can still put a lot of pressure down and make it very, very hard for the other side to be able to contest the plant if it's going down inside a smoke. So I think that's what you're going to see Wolves going for here. It's a very heavy utility, heavy execute. A lot of smokes being down, Noodle looking to give cover while they get Tyrant sticking the diffuser.
Yeah, I mean, I spoke optimistically earlier about Wolves' chances and the fact that they're still in the race for 6th. The fact that it's now going to be 7-4 at best, that puts them on a -16 round difference. They're asking for an awful lot then. They need to be beating BDS by 5 or 6 rounds, realistically. Which is very unlikely. Like I said, if they could have won this 7-2, 7-3, then it would have put them in a much more realistic spot where they could get themselves in the mix. But yeah, it's looking like the Hail Mary, the dream may be over. You know, even based on this result. Look, anything's possible, but it's looking less and less likely. So here we go. Wolves going to get that breach on into sight. 55 seconds left to go, yet to find a kill. Taking a little bit of damage from the Toxic Babe. Need to get aggressive here. 45 seconds left to go. They've not cleared Catwalk. They've not cleared top red yet. There's a lot of utility going to be stacked up against them.
There is, and there's the first bit coming in. Plant going down with all of their 10 players still alive.
This is good. This is good.
Coming over. They'll get to stick this one, Tim, and there is no response. Smokes have been layered down, always very much kept away from the action, and Wolves have got 2 kills. They're on for it here, Tim, making a third as well, looking for a fourth, and now it's all Dan. A 1v5 to go. They might just flawless this last round. No, silenced by Dan, but not like it changes anything. Wolves take 3 points away from one of the juggernauts here in the EML.
What a great attack from Wolves. They recognised that there were so many of them stacked up in red. Let's send some Candelas in there. We can get the plant down. It was brilliant stuff from them. Wolves come away with a well-deserved 3 points there. They have won those rounds, like we said, against Falcons earlier in the stage. They were, like I said, winning more than the 80%. They were winning 100% of rounds this time. Getting them on the board. Great stuff from Wolves.
Really impressive stuff. I mean, it's almost the same sad stories with Fnatic. It's like, is it too little, too late? They looked fantastic. They've finally got a coherent game style together. They came with a brilliant counter plan on the first half to deal with Virtus.pro. Just wasn't quite enough, Sally, for them to be able to turn things around at the end of the stage. However, to go out and highlight this, I think would be wonderful. And of course, to do the same tomorrow, that would be a fantastic victory in itself for Wolves and maybe a sign of things to come. Let's go to a break. When we come back, our desk to break it down.
And dash together. Unbelievable. Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Big ET finds a huge 4K and Gitro. There's only 4 seconds left. There's no way.
Whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
No.
Give him a 1v1. They've given him both down.
They find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crown from LA. Today they take the kingdom from Blackout.
What a big upset that was. Wolves get their second victory in the league, and they do it against a big team, a top 2 contender. Absolutely amazing stuff for them. They looked very dominant in this matchup against Virtus.pro. Where has this Wolves been? We've been asking for it, like, all stage.
He's looking at me. He wants me to gloat. He wants me to gloat because I said, but Wolves have been good on Clubhouse.
I hope.
They were good at Clubhouse. And I think we saw it today. Another team that fixed their late rounds and had that composure and showed they've got what it takes to compete at this level.
I am with no words. All I can say is that you always said they had talent in them, and we've seen it today.
Finally,
do.
they've shown it.
Finally, they prove you right. You know, they prove you right, and they show it today. I think especially in the defense. I think it was a 4-2, well executed, well organized the win condition.
Yeah.
Try to be disruptive.
Yeah.
Try to have an extended setup and try to gain kills.
Yeah.
Multiple times in these extended setups, all the way at the top floor, they managed to find kills in the right way, in the server, and then fall back to side and play to them at advantage. That's another example here with Leader extending as a roamer, getting a double pick into the strip. They were trying to.
This here was perfect. This double peek here to close out the round, perfect.
Really good
It's
setups.
the stuff we've not been seeing from them.
Yeah, I was afraid for them when they reached this. Look at Pasha playing here and holding right away, by the way. Jiggle picking, information here. Let's get rid of him, then let's get rid of the other one. I mean, impressive play from Pasha. And I was scared for Wolves in attack. And then they surprised me. Even there, they had a team play, and they had a good organization of what was the win condition.
That 2 versus 3 from Leader and Azza, the one that you've seen in this round, to work the picks. And it's the late round composure we've not seen from Wolves, where they've generally been the team that has had the advantage and they've lost it. But when they were in the disadvantage, to actually isolate, right, we need to close it out on one player, then we'll get the next, and then the next, and win out the 2v1. It's perfect fundamental siege, and that's what you need to do to beat Virtus.pro. That's what Wolves were employing today. They put Virtus.pro under some serious pressure, where VP were kind of swinging things that you're not expecting to see VP swing and being punished for it.
Leader right there, dropped double digits.
Yeah.
IGL's team on attack, on Clubhouse, to manage to win this against VP, one of the top 4 teams here. I think he was the standout player for me in this matchup.
Well, I'm sure he's hearing that as well as you're saying that, because he's waiting for us with the interview as well. We'll be speaking to Leader on the broadcast to ask him a few questions. Good evening, Leader. 3 points against Virtus.pro, a top contender team. What does this mean for you guys?
It means a lot. I mean, it's to just show people that, like, I mean, we've been struggling, but we still have top players and we can still beat top teams. So, yeah, it's a good feeling.
What do you think is the reason that you guys haven't showed this to us until the very last end of this stage? Because I think Jack knows you guys have potential, but we still haven't seen that in a consistent way.
Yeah, I mean, like, we've been struggling a lot. I think a lot on defenses, especially. Like, that's why we worked so hard on it today, like with retakes together and things like that. Because, like, for the most part, attacks have been relatively good. The defenses have just been shocking, though. Like, especially for a tier 1 team. So we focused on like mini team plays today, and it paid off. So yeah.
How come, I mean, you're against Virtus.pro, so you kind of know what map you're going to. How come you chose to go to Clubhouse? Was the game that you had against Falcons, did you want to try and right some wrongs on that map, Drake?
Well, not really. It's like we scrim VP a lot, and we just knew it'd probably be down to 1 or 2 maps, and we thought Clubhouse would probably be a better one for us, so we just went with that.
It's looking like good momentum for you guys, at least, especially in the Super Week. You know, finally seeing the true potential of Wolves coming out. Tomorrow you've got a matchup against BDS, and you could very well play the devil's advocate in that one, given the way the standings are unfolding with the top 6 fight. How are you feeling about the game tomorrow?
Feeling good. I mean, feeling good after today, especially. I mean, obviously BDS and another great games. They're still a good team though, so it should be a fun game tomorrow.
Sounds awesome. Obviously, well, you're in the middle of a Super Week, so I imagine things are very busy for you. Once again, a massive congratulations on the 3 points. We won't keep you here any longer. Good luck for your game tomorrow.
All right. Thank you.
Always good to hear from people. You know, it's nice to hear how much it means to them as well, but also, you know, it's difficult to acknowledge that you've been struggling, but also understanding what they are working on and how it's been already paying off for them.
Yeah, we've had a few interviews like this, I would say, across the stage. We've had one with MACKO, we had one with Boomsy, we had one last game with Fnatic as well. There's a few teams where they haven't shown it enough in terms of the league, but every team in this league can compete on their day, and it was Wolves' turn today to show us they can.
Yeah, it's just a matter of consistency. But I like the fact that when we started this stage, we were saying any team can beat any team, in the sense that we still see some high quality standards from every team in this league. At the same time, we saw a clear difference from the top 4, and as more we go on in this stage, the more we reveal the potential in each lower team as well. And I think that's a good news. That's good news for overall our region. Providing also good players, providing good grassroots, providing players that will level up and teams that will push each other to a higher level of competition, which should in turn allow us, our top teams at least, to perform better in international stages.
Just when it all feels like it's coming together and you really have a grip on who's going to win. We've had 2 upsets out of 2 on the play day. One of the first things Derry said on the cast was, oh, well, this play day looks like it's very clear cut, so there'll be a load of upsets. 2 upsets out of 2.
2 in a row.
Yep.
So the next one, Genji Secret. Genji on the up and up. Secret on the downwards trajectory. Could it be 3 upsets in a row?
Did someone post earlier today any predictions and maybe has said that, you know, the Genji Secret game could be an accidental banger?
Accidental? Yeah. Somebody said that.
Someone said that.
I'd say maybe that guy's a genius. I don't know who posted it.
Well, it could very much be. Given the trend we've had today with all the upsets, it could very much be a really close game. Obviously, completely different objectives going into the 3rd game of the day, but after the break, we'll have Genji and Secret. Welcome back to the Europe Men's League broadcast for the third game of the day. And before we get started with that, we'll bring up the standings once again to really show you the importance of this matchup. Because even when we talk about the game we just had, the game that we're going into right now, especially for right now, look at Secret, look at Gen G. They're both dangling into their objectives, right? Just at the bottom of where they want to be. And especially when we look at Gen G, obviously, that 1 point they got against BDS yesterday for the overtime victory, we're seeing this upward trajectory. But I'm just wondering, is it maybe too little, too late for this team to make it into top 6?
I think it's a moment of opportunity. They've just seen BDS lose. It's the moment to seize that opportunity. It's the moment to go up. It's the moment to take that lead, to gain the extra points that will set them up tomorrow for success, to make it and finally pass in playoffs. Exactly like every single time, Jack. Every single stage last year, Gen G was far behind the group stage, one of the worst team ever, managed to get in with the LCQ. Now there is no LCQ, so the moment to play is in playoffs.
Yeah, it's a huge game for Gen G. They can literally put destiny in their own hands with a victory today. For Secret, if they get a clean 3 points victory, maximum, the worst they'll finish is third, and it will really help them in that top 2 race.
Yeah, let's look at the Gen G players as well. Bring them up on the screen so we can look at these players in specific. Obviously, there's been a lot within the stage, right? We talked about the upward trajectory that they're going through. Is it too late? We talked about MACKO with the interviews and everything. There's been a lot involving the players this stage, but I'm happy to see that upward trajectory for them.
Yeah, let's set up context again. Reminder, right? This team, they rebuilt around the core of 3 players, NiKo, Izox, and Skies. They're bringing Asa and Deadshot from Wolves. Now, these 2 players were supposed to be standout players, coming up from a team that used to be, you know, qualifying to every single event. But the one standout player here is Skies, because he's improved dramatically since the beginning of the stage, Jack.
The huge thing here, all of these stats are massive, right? And there's 2 that I'm going to point out. KD, 32 kills in 6 maps for Skies in the playdays 1 to 6. 31 kills in the last 2 playdays, including one of them games that they didn't win. And the second bit here
the
is...
entries.
Well, it's not. I didn't actually go for the entries. It was the bottom stat, Leo, the team points per game. Since Skies' particular improvement, and it was said in an interview by MACKO, when Skies is playing well, we win. 2 points per game is the stuff that champion teams get in terms of across the course of a season. 0.5 is the team that lower down the table get.
I mean, he almost doubled his KOST. Look at the entries. 14 opening deaths, down to 5-1 on the other side. I mean, Skies is the standout player. He was named by MACKO as the best team on the roster, and he's finally proving it.
Yeah, it's incredible. I don't know, whatever happened between week 3 and 4 for Skies, whatever it was, please give it to all of us. I think we all need it for all of our ranked games as well. You know, this is absolutely amazing stuff seeing from Skies. But the one player that we do see on our screens right now, obviously there's a thing about him as well, right? We're talking about Deadshot playing against a former teammate over on the side of Secret. Because when we look at that team, they themselves as well, dangling at the bottom of their own objective, wanting to push it in the top 2, and definitely looking to make a bounce back after yesterday.
Yeah, of course, that former teammate being Mowgli. I know there's no love lost between those 2 with how it ended on Wolves Esports, but Mowgli's into a new team on Team Secret. And Team Secret, they've been playing some of the most incredible Siege. It's been delectable. It's been delicious. It's been great watching them until one minor blip yesterday, where they decided to take on Falcons on a map that Falcons love, and they got a bit of a reality check, Leo.
I would argue that reality check was not only against Falcons. I would argue it was also against G2. Whenever this team faces a top team, they lose.
It was a close game against... It could have gone the other way against G2. Falcons was a...
It was an overtime loss, but a loss again. Falcons was a regulation loss, and they're only playing VP tomorrow. I think right now we're seeing a team and a pattern that, yes, they're at the top of Europe, but still not able to beat the top teams, but they're dominating against the lower tier teams, which would mean that Gen G right now is facing a very strong opponent that's in full confidence despite the loss yesterday.
Do you think the map might play a huge part in this as well? If we see with Secret and the confidence, I mean, dump, I guess they had maybe after yesterday?
Yeah, the map always plays a huge part, especially in a best of 1, especially starting side particularly. I think for Secret, I know that they tend to be confident. They want to go out and they want to right the wrong. So they're going to go on a map that they lost to on Falcons yesterday. They're going to go back and play Clubhouse. It is a map traditionally that Secret absolutely love, but Gen G are no slouch on it either.
Yeah, Gen G played it twice this season. It was all the way back in the first week. If anyone of you remember, it was their first 2 games where they played VP and also MACKO. They barely lost against MACKO. It was the very first game of the season, 7-8, very close, and then played VP and got absolutely battered. It's still a map that they like. It's a map that they played during Belgian Masters.
Yeah.
It's a map that's comfortable to them. They should have improved on it now that they flipped the switch.
What's curious for me was Secret banning away Bank to go to Clubhouse. Bank is like Secret's #1 map pick. They could have gone there. I would have argued they would have absolutely absolutely won really easily on that map. But for me, they're making a statement. They want to right the wrongs on Clubhouse.
Feels like there's a bit of hope again for a team that is in underdog position here as well. And I mean, we've seen what that could do before to teams, especially here today with a day full of upsets. We'll bring in our casters because the game is almost ready, and we get to ask Dez and Ace, and in particular Dez, I mean, you were really looking forward to Fresh's predictions today. Are you satisfied with Fresh calling this a potential accidental banger?
Nah.
What?
I
knew with you, mate. I knew with you, mate.
Yeah,
you had a great call.
I'm French now, I
yeah.
guess.
Nah. This ain't
The
going
better
anywhere near
nation.
overtime, boys. Shut up.
So you don't think this is going to be a good game? Or a close game?
I didn't say it'd be a good game. I said it wouldn't be a close game.
How do you feel about it,
There's
Ace?
a difference.
Yeah, I think Secret are going to be too strong for Gen G, if I'm honest. I think, yeah, don't pick Bank because why? Keep it for a game that's maybe going to be a bit closer. Don't show any more than you need to on there. Get yourself to Clubhouse and get a easy win, easy map. Should be good. We thought
Should
that
be
in the
good.
last game.
I mean, I
You're
think-
offending Leo. This is his boys, by the way. These are his boys.
Listen, trust the French. They flipped the switch. They've improved. They're gonna do better. Exactly like they did yesterday. It's a stronger opponent, yes, but they have more
Leo,
potential.
I'm too
Give it
upset
a
so
rest,
far.
man. They're already rolling out the white flag. Calm down.
But then again, I'll be honest with you, we have been here before today, right? Where we talked, oh, this should be
Yeah.
an easy game for Team A or Team B going into this one. We're kind of feeling the same right now, but we have seen where it has brought us before today. Obviously, the game is ready, so please, Ace and Des, take us away to Clubhouse.
Leo's shirt was kind of like a white flag, to be fair, Tim.
I thought that it was going to be easy coming into the last one, so I'm not going in too big on this, to be fair,
You
because
completely avoided that comment, for God's sake, Tim.
I did
Humour
try.
me!
The problem with humouring you is when you are humoured, you get worse and worse. So you need somebody to kind of just keep you on a balance, and that's what I do for you.
That's a really polite way of saying someone to ignore you and don't give you the attention that you're clearly seeking, and therefore everything
exactly.
carries on as normal.
Exactly that. And that's what I do. That's what I'm here for.
And you do it so damn well, Tim. But you are right, though. This is one of those games that I'm looking at it, and look, I get the point. I can understand Fresh saying accidental banger. We've had 2 of those so far today. Why couldn't the third game be like it? To my mind, one of that combo has to be broken at some point. I think it's going to happen now. Secret, might only get a couple of rounds here, but I think once you switch sides, you're going to see a pretty dominant affair off the back of that. If this goes anywhere near overtime, it's going to feel like a massive drop for Secret, who, again, as a reminder, if they win this game, they temporarily at least go top of the table.
Normally in this sort of situation, I would look at it, I think one of 2 things is likely to happen here. And I don't know which it's going to be, but
Here we go.
think it's
Mystic Tim's on the case.
I think it's going to be the latter. I think when a great team like Secret got slapped around a little bit yesterday by Falcons, 7-2, it wasn't a close game. There's 2 ways that team is going to respond. They're either going to be shook to their core, their confidence is going to be destroyed, and they're going to, really go on a tough streak where we struggle to see them get back to, previous standards. Or, and this is what I think we might see today, it's kind of like a hornet's nest has been whacked with a big stick, and Falcons have run away, and Gen G have just kind of come down the street whistling, chilling, and they're now going to get attacked by the hornet's nest.
I like how you built a whole story and narrative around this.
Yeah, and I've got a little bit of a feeling that Secret could be the agitated hornet's nest today.
Well, we're going to find out very shortly as the game is now underway. Round 1 begins. As a reminder again, Gen G on the defense, Secret on the attack. And I want to kick things off with a little bit cheeky roaming up on this top floor. In case you've got weird deja vu, don't worry. These are 2 different teams compared to what you saw earlier. And yes, you are seeing an extended hold out towards Cash and CC. The attempt on the side of Gen G is to waste as much time as possible. Bogle is going to say, forget about that. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200 straight into sight. He could well be going here. Already heard the wall getting opened up. There's a call coming through. And Mowgli is in like he knows best. In he goes and finds one for himself. Great timing with the flashbang as well. They have broken Logi open. Sight is theirs. Wow. Secret have rolled over Gen G here. Something special. They hold on for now, but 2 quick kills from Adrian sees us in a 1 versus 4. Tim, blink and you miss it.
Now that to me, Des, looked a lot like
a
what
hornet
I would imagine an angry hornet's nest to look like. And I think that's probably what we're going to see out of Secret. Look, they can't do that every single round. Gen.G are going to be, you know, more than prepared for it. And Secret won't try that again. They've just gone in there, got aggressive. It's worked brilliantly. Oh, really? Look, it's worked brilliantly. I think Secret will probably come out and play a more measured pace through the rest of it. But, I mean, that's just a statement piece, isn't it, that round? That's just coming out and saying, look, forget about yesterday. And this is what I said, coming in, they're either going to be shook to their core, their confidence destroyed, which I didn't think would be the case, or they're going to come in and just say, nah, yesterday was a blip, we just had a bad day. And that's exactly what it looks like.
What I loved about it so much was, again, the sync-up play that they had. Like, you just heard all the utility being dumped in, walls being open, motors flying in through a window, player inside a lodge is being flashed off. It just worked together in perfect harmony. You know, that's the set-piece play they pulled off there, and no doubt they've spotted the gap as well, at least before when prepping against Gen.G. Knowing, for example, there wasn't going to be someone sat in a certain spot where it's completely ruined their day, or that they'd find someone tucked into that corner of lodging and get a freebie off the back of it. Just really, really good intelligent reader, thinking it hard. I think a lot of top teams would struggle to deal with that. Not least, you know, Gen.G have been run over by one of our top teams here in the region. Down to the base we go, though, and once again, we've got this wall upstairs locked off, this time at Nuke gemmed off. A bit of an early exchange between Azox and June here. Neither, of course, going down, but both at least walking away with a few wounds.
Doom, of course, one of our top-rated players inside of EML at the minute. I always like to have a look at, you know, who's the top-rated player on the other side. How are they comparing? At the minute, coming into the play day today, we had Doom up there in 4th place, overall rated, tied 3rd with Doki, actually. You had to look all the way down to 20th to find Skies for Gen.G. So, again, it just gives us that little bit of a yardstick to measure, you know, the overall performances of these teams. Secret certainly sort of head and shoulders above at the minute and showing why in the first round. Now, they've got themselves established inside of the map. They are in charge of bar, in charge of first floor and top floor. Ooh, now then, Skies. Mentioning Skies is still up in gym. Are Secret aware of this? So is MACKO up on that top floor and kind of just trying to push directly towards site here. They've seen an opportunity. They know that they kind of 4 versus 2 on site, 4 versus 1 now. And again, Secret just seeing that opportunity and going full force at it. They have done nothing to dispel the picture that I painted, that they are indeed just a set of angry hornets.
No accidental banger actually in game 3. Yeah, absolutely not so far. It has been... you're kind of waiting for the game to start properly here because Secret have turned up. Gen.G have not so far. And although, like you said, I don't think we'll see it happen again, we have just seen the second very quick round coming out from the side of Secret. They know that we're behind schedule on the show and they want to catch up. What absolutely upstanding gentlemen they truly are. I imagine part of it, though, is probably realizing, okay, Gen.G aren't going to be the most coordinated team here. They're, you know, still figuring themselves out a little bit as a team. What can we do here to really capitalize? We go fast, we go aggressive. We obviously make sure that there's all the intricacies done correct. You know, we're using util for each other. We're droning, for example. There's people covering flanks, all the important things as well. It's not just running to site and hope to kill everybody. It's not literal TDM. It's very, very thought out aggression to start. The Secret so far have just given nothing to Gen.G, who I think is still loading into the server at this point. Tim, it has not been a good start.
Yeah, no, it's been a real rude awakening for them, hasn't it, against Secret here on Clubhouse. Definite tough one. And, you know, from Gen.G's perspective, where do you go with this? I don't think they're necessarily making terrible mistakes or anything. They set up last time round. They had 2 up on the top floor as roamers. Absolutely fine. Very, very standard. But we just saw Secret kind of run past them. They just saw the opportunity to get onto main stairs. Noah goes down and finds 2, and all of a sudden you've got 1 left on site. And Secret are flooding, so then you 2 on top floor have to rush back. They get cut off as they do. Just, you know, ultimately just very, very good stuff from Secret. Very good opportunity spotting and taking that chance. So Gen.G, I'm not really sure where you go from here, to be honest. It feels like one of those games where sometimes we look at the defensive side when they're getting attacked like this and you kind of say, well, they could do this. But then, as you're saying it, you realise it wouldn't work against this Secret attack. And, you know, they could all stay on site. Where, well, yeah, Secret are just going to flood in and find the kills. Or, well, they could play with more roamers. Well, they just did that. And Secret just, you know, ran past them and saw the opportunity. And I think this is much more about Team Secret than it is about Gen.G at the minute. All they can really do, I think, is stay resilient in their own minds, dig themselves in, you know, and just try and start thinking about each gunfight at a time. Just try and win those gunfights and see where that gets them.
Clutch tech pause coming out, probably a bit of a blessing for Gen G here as well. They've been, as we've said multiple times now, steamrolled in those first 2 rounds. A little bit of time to sort of recompose themselves, of course, at least to themselves, and then get back together as a team and hopefully bring the fire in round 3. That's what we all want to see. As much as I was saying, I think it's going to be a very, very dominant affair. I don't think it'll be a close game. Well, I said it might be quite a close game, but I don't think it'll be like as close as maybe people were anticipating. You know, in fact, Anne said I didn't think I said it would be a good game. I do think it'll be a good game. What we've seen from Secret so far has been good, but I didn't think it would be a close game, and so far it has not been close. So we're kind of at least getting those 2 tick boxes marked off there. All right, Noah.
Okay.
I need one of them. What is that? Is it like a dinosaur toy? He's stacking. Oh, okay.
It has wings.
What is it?
I don't know. I can't tell. It had wings, so it lent me towards a dragon. But it did look more kind of dinosaur-y. But I think, obviously, you know, they're both kind of similar. But sometimes we do get dinosaurs drawn with wings. There are a couple of characters I can think of like that. So,
I tell you what, Adrian has got a proper bloke's bedroom, any.
The
very
model
much
car.
unused shelves, really, for the most part. And then not even like a wardrobe or anything, just a rack that he hangs all of his clothes on.
He's
and then
just
his bed
laser-focused
and his
on
computer.
Siege, mate. Laser focused on his Siege. That's what we love to see. Doom's got a couple of jerseys up on the wall, I think, by the looks of it.
Yeah.
I always love a framed jersey. I think they look really nice.
Mowgli, there's not really giving much away, just a white wardrobe and a fan. And what I assume is like a little bath for washing a baby in? I don't know. What is it?
You've done well there, Des, to say that you're not with children. You don't have any children. You've done.
Were you trying to think about the nice way to say that then for that longest amount of time?
Yeah, I was.
You could have just said, "Hey, you haven't got kids there." Something like, "Yeah, I ain't got kids." You're right. Yeah.
No, you've done well there.
A fine observation to make.
I'm impressed. Well done.
Oh, the thing is, my partner's got a friend that she did her PhD with, and she had her baby's like first year, like 1-year-old birthday, about last week. And naturally, the thing is, like, she's had the kid. They've got into like an antenatal group and all the rest of it. There's about 7 of them, all with kids around the same age. And because my partner is the woman's friend from the PhD days, we got invited along as well. And I was just like, wow, we are so like, just so not like these people.
Not a part of this world.
And not in a bad way, but they're all running around naturally worrying about their kids. Like they're running into table corners, are they hurting themselves? Are they trying to stick a fork in like a plug socket or something? And we were just there being dead chill, just like, yeah, we'll have some snacks and have a beer, have a bit of a chat about some games before the dad inevitably has to run off and go and worry about the kid again. It was great. Just, so we are surrounded by kids in our life in general, but we just don't have kids ourselves.
Yeah. See, I'm very much past the worrying stage at this. Certainly about stuff like that. You know, my daughter's 10 now, so I don't have to worry about her doing silly things generally.
Into the double digits.
You know, is she messing under the kitchen counter, or I don't really need to worry about that stuff anymore because she's a smart girl and she doesn't. The worries change. That this is the thing that you find as a parent. You see, the worries just change. They don't disappear. They just change as they go on. So yeah, the current concerns are around things like the internet and social media and things like that. So equally terrifying in different ways.
However, there is a very exciting prospect that very soon she'll either be out in the garden with you or she'll be on the golf course with you.
Does both. Very much enjoys getting out on the course with me. Yeah, she likes to come out and play some golf with me.
Give her like a couple of years and she'll be beating you, mate.
Oh, this is what that's what I'm aiming for. Yeah, like, get in there, get stuck in. Give me a bit of a challenge.
Oh, mate, is it?
It's really not. Depressingly not.
All right. Right, we're back into things. And as we said, that probably was a bit of a timely tech pause that came through for Gen G there. At the end of the day, they need to recompose themselves. Actually start playing Siege here because they have been run over twice in a row so far. And I know we said it after round 1, Tim. I genuinely don't think in the 3rd round we're going to see another rush like that coming out from Secret. Even with how they've started things out so far and the operators they've brought along, things like the Capitao, the Flores, of course the Hard Breacher and the Thermite, it screams to me they want to do quite a bit of prep work first and make sure that utility is used to maximum effect before they think about hitting the sites itself.
It's just, yeah, I think for Genji, it's just got to be about survival, really. You know, if they can get themselves through that first minute and a half, 2 minutes without losing any bodies, it's going to then force Secret to think more, to play more, you know, rather than just running in and it's certainly not been a TDM style that they play, and I'm not trying to say that, but just running and gunning and taking those fights and just cutting them down, you know, before they can get themselves settled. And they're certainly looking a little bit closer towards that this time in CCTV and Cash. They've still got hold of Catwalk, they've got 3 ADSs, Keeper Barricades, so that should make that pretty tough to deal with. They do have the utility with the Grim Bees, the Capitao, they've got everything they need, they've got the Roteros that they could possibly get up there to clear out some of that utility as well. So that position should come under some pressure. Skies is going to have to hold on there, we'll need some support. But yeah, Genji, this is what I wanted. A minute 40 in, they haven't lost anybody, they've not lost any positions, they're forcing Secret to play a bit more.
This will be the test of Secret now, just how drilled they are when it comes to utility dumping on towards Skies here. EMP from down below, a second one as well. Now the fire comes over the top. There's nothing else to catch. They're forced him back, but no, he's got the kill as well. Finds 2. Savage and Mowgli are making a third. Down goes Doom. They didn't expect him to come running down the stairs, Tim. Actually gets traded back out by Noah in the end, but the damage is done. He has deleted that garage attack single-handedly.
Yeah, that's phenomenal play from Skies. Genji definitely waking up in this round. Need to be careful they don't let it slip away as Noah manages to get a second in the round. There's going to be a push up red stairs as well. That's the kill they really need to get. Take Adrian down and just break this one apart. Noah is the one to go, and Adrian has been kept at bay with these Toxic Babe canisters. So really nice from Genji, but Skies, he has absolutely no business getting a triple in there. How often do we see defenders not only able to survive the onslaught of the attackers from bottom garage, but able to kill all 3 of them? Brilliant stuff from Skies. Really won the round for Genji.
We saw it in our last map back on Clubhouse as well, where I forget the player that was up in Catwalk, but they got absolutely torched out, and I was just like, not very much you can do there. But Skies has shown that the possible can become possible. Very quickly stepped across as he saw the fire coming up, knew the second one was going to follow on to another position, and rather than sitting there and waiting to die, thought, right, I'm going for it. And I think the one key thing that maybe changed away there somewhat for the side of Secret is classically, you clear that out by lobbing up frags and flashes. There were none of that. It was just EMPs below. And so Skies was never full white screened and able to shoot back or defend himself, which is why he went for the challenge. Like, here, look, there's no white screen. He can do whatever the bloody Nora he wants there to be able to challenge, and Secret could just sit there and take the L, I guess, for the most part. So, although I like the idea of the approach using the micro EMPs below to disable the ADSs and try and catch him off guard, all it's done really is enabled him to pop off there and do something a little bit different that you wouldn't normally see when holding Catwalk.
Let's see whether that can get Genji a bit more active then, get them into this one. They really need to, in all honesty, probably be winning the next 3 rounds. They need 4 in a row here. Go 4-2 on the half. Because much like I said for Wolves in the last one against Virtus.pro, I expect the attacks to be more difficult for Genji than the defenses. Wolves, they proved us wrong. They proved that they could get it done, and they won that game, took the full 3 points. Genji, again, are going to have certainly a brick wall to come up against when Secret get onto the defense. So as many rounds as they possibly can now. The next 3, I think, are almost essential, in honesty.
Yeah. 4-2. Sort of thing you'd hope to see. Though I do think Secret will find themselves pulling together an attack. Like, don't get me wrong, Skies has got nuclear there. Is it going to happen again? Is Lightning going to strike twice against a team like Secret? Most likely not. And of course, they're going to rotate through different sites as well, so I don't think they'll find themselves with 3 in a row. However, crazier things have happened, Tim. We've seen 6-0s flip back to an 8-6 win before.
Detected a bomb.
It's Siege. Madness can happen. We'll see if it builds into that. But now, of course, they get the focus going on the downstairs, which probably means full map clear may well be in order. At least that's where they're going to see Savage kicking things off on the Thatcher upstairs by himself, getting himself in towards Logi, whilst Adrian already gets to work inside of that kitchen hallway. A little bit of challenge given, but it is going to force Genji back.
Yeah, they're all on site now. We've got Azox, who's kind of bouncing up and down blue stairs, but generally speaking, they've all been forced back, so Secret can fairly comfortably get on with taking this map control, opening hatches, putting a bit of pressure onto site. Just need to be careful of the one inside of stock, but He's, again, dipped away. I don't think he wants to overcommit to that, which is absolutely fair. So, Secret, plenty of time at hand now. Noah can start going through, having a field day with those hatchers, get them all taken out. Azox does keep wanting to come for this challenge, but that drone is finally going to send him back. However, it's that man once again. Sky's creeping his way up main stairs. Secret have took their eye off the ball, and they're going to get hurt.
Yeah, I mean, now they're slowed down, you're seeing the gaps in their attack as well. Like, June's been picked off there completely for free. No one else nearby to really support him, and Secret now has to sort of rearrange now that they've lost the Capitão. Yeah, that was a lot of utility that he carries, really, was their main way in towards site with the smokes and the fire to deny away via the sight lines or the actual operators themselves from being able to challenge. And now that he's gone, everything looks that little bit different. No smokes to play behind. It's looking rough already for Secret.
And they've still not dealt with it. Fool me once, you know, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Skies has now got a 3K again from a tough position. Yeah, he gets cut down as he goes back down the stairs, but he doesn't care because the attack's already over. They're down to Noah and Adrian. That's all that's left. It's 4v2. There's 45 seconds, so they've got time on their side, but Gen.G just need to hold on from sight here. They'll take the fights as they come, which they do. Take them both out. Nice round from Gen.G, but again, how have Secret allowed Skies to get away with that? He's come up onto main stairs and get one. I'm already talking about, well, you know, that shouldn't really be happening, and I'm thinking, Secret, you've got 6 drones left at that point. You know, have you got a drone on those stairs? You know, have you thought about maybe taking a Nomad or a Gridlock, you know, something to cut off the flanks? You know, they've not done anything to manage that situation. He's walked up and got one. It's then unforgivable for him to get a further 2. That's just ridiculous.
I'll come back to the same comments that I made in the prior round, Tim. I assume both Noah and Adrian knew that flash grenades exist, right? Because they have the burgle angle at the bottom of these stairs here, so we can't go back down really towards site. What on earth Savage is doing here, vaulting over the side of the stairs, I don't know. But after he's died and they've got 3 kills, only then does a flash follow? Like, what are we doing? Do they just not know that they exist? Fair play to Skies. Lightning has struck twice. He's got another 3K and won the round for his team. But Secret should not be letting this happen. Not as a team that is currently third on the table.
They just seem to be panicking a little bit. Like you say, you know, you've got utility that can make it pretty much a guarantee that you clear that position. Flashbang goes over, detonates. There's nobody the Sky can see. You can either kill him. And I just think, you know, you had him cut off from the vertical on the stairs where he was ultimately killed from as well. And I just look at that and I think that must be a little bit of panic setting in for Secret. The comms must be getting a little bit crazy, you know, I'm expecting. And he's on main stairs, he's hit us with it, you know, and everybody's kind of trying to throw themselves at it to solve the problem, rather than everybody taking the foot off the gas and saying, let's problem solve it. You know, right, send a flash in, right, push after it, and, you know, having a bit more of a structured approach to it. That's how it seems, you know, outside looking in.
Well, Tim, this time around we're trying to be a little bit sneaky. We'll have a nook.
Of course we'll have a nook.
Of course, whether or not he gets away with anything, manages to get a little stab in the back onto either of those bulletproof cameras is the one to watch out for. Not wholly anticipating it, to be fair. More for the utility. I expect those 2 frags in back pocket. Still 4 flashes on side. Would like to see them use to try and push away these more anchor players, the ones that are holding down a key position elsewhere around the map. For now, Tim, they're going to work their way yet again through this extended hold. That's exactly where those flashes might yet come to life and do some work for them.
Yeah, they've had to use a lot of utility clearing out the castle barricades on the windows, now using them to open up the wall through into Cash, which is going to force Skies just a little bit deeper. And that's a nice kill. Mowgli drops in and gets it this time. They are recognizing the positions that Gen.G are wanting to hold, and rather than just throwing bodies at them, they're forcing them into those bad positions. They force Skies to move away from Cash and put him off as he did.
Of course he'll have enough, Tim! 2 kills for
double!
Gets 2 for himself. Just sat there as a flank watch as well, not needing to do a whole lot more, but has sat there and been paid his reward for a little bit of patience. Secret taking the round a little bit slower, and doing so as a team, quite disciplined for the most part. Savage, okay, fair enough, exposed himself a bit too much. Azox gets a freebie, But surely not, Tim. Surely we don't see ourselves losing a 4v2, right?
I wouldn't expect so. I think Secret get this done from here. Azox and of course trying to hold on, but you can see this wall's open. They can't use the elbow. It's a gym and bedroom site, so they kind of just stuck to using shower. Asta's going to be pushed back down the main stairs as well. Yes, they're trying to get aggressive here, but
surely
all that does is tell them the position. Yes, manages to get the Hibana. Can't get a second. Surely 2v2, Des.
We are throwing. Hello. Doom is now in a 1 versus 2, and the C4's below. Okay, we throw in a 4v2. Okay. Never mind. Pack it up. It's the Secret banger.
I was just going to say there, if Secret are 4v2, they win the round, it's the 3-3 half. They might have had, you know, round 3 and 4 wasn't fantastic for them, but they've got the 3. They've got the 3 and they're looking pretty good. But Genji, they managed to keep on rolling. I said they needed 4 in a row. Well, they're 75% of the way there, and they're looking pretty solid right now.
Damn, bro. Tech pauses really are the difference maker. I'm not at all trying to suggest, by the way, that it was Genji's fault we had a tech pause, but since that time, they have really collected themselves and started playing the game, and they look loaded. Looking absolutely fantastic. Again, okay, as a 4v2, it was a 5v2. And they've still managed to win it out. Fair play. Azox and Ace take a bow. You did a brilliant job there. Secret, with the caliber of team they are, should not be letting this happen in any world.
No, they really shouldn't. Again, it's kind of that similar situation to the main stairs. You know, not paying attention to the details. And in that case, it was not using the utility. In this case, you're in a 4v2. You have time. Just take that time and force Azox and Acer into bad positions. Force them into no-win situations. Push them 2v1, 3v1. Don't give them an option, but instead, they've fed their way in there. They've pushed 1 onto the soft wall breach. What's the Hibana doing pushing there? You know that they're going to see your legs before you can see anything inside. And it was the easiest spray down that Azox is ever going to have. It was, you know, they're giving them the opportunities, but Genji are more than happy to hoover them up. It's been great stuff from them.
It has. I mean, to pull it back to where we are, could be that 4-2 half. Wow. What a turnaround it will be. Last chance for Saloon for Secret to turn this one. Why is that such a tongue twister? I don't know. Last chance Saloon for Secret to turn this one around and get something back. We get that 3-3 scoreline. They'll feel a bit hard done, like they could have done more in this half. Genji will feel disappointed they couldn't make it 4-2 because they have been on 1 across these last 3 rounds. Let's see how things set up for here. Now, at least looking for where we're playing up. It's Cash DC. We've got the same hold inside the garage again. Remember last time around? They relied very heavily on EMPs to get the job done. This time around, they've got the 4 splashes still to play behind. They've got smokes. They've got the Capitao. They have got all the tools needed to make this happen. They just need to really not mock it up against it.
DMR up on catwalk, I was just going to say, is terrifying, but Skies puts himself on ice as Doom does the same thing for him in a different way. We're going to see the Tubarao taken down. It's just 5 versus 4 and a nice entry for Secret because it gives them the garage catwalk. They can start already thinking towards the plant. They just need to make sure that they've got lounge control so they don't get hit with a nitro again from underneath. That's not ideal.
That is certainly not ideal, no. Again, I just feel a bit nervous because of how last round's played out, that even down a man, they can still find themselves coming out on top. I mean, for now, you've still got, look at this, the full extended hold coming out from Genji. They're not even pulling their players back yet. They want to try and hold off, and they may have to change that attack pretty damn soon, Tim, because players are starting to fall like dominoes. Secret are getting a march on. Turns out they do not flash grenades are. They get a flash through. They get another kill. 2 kills come back, though, and now it's a 1v2. But there we go. The trade has been secured. 3-3 half. If you kind of gave me that on paper at the start of the day and said Secret will get 3 attacking rounds, I'd have said, yeah, that's good. And I think in the fashion they have, they'll feel disappointed they didn't get more. For Genji, though, a great 3-round flurry they had.
Yes, I kind of feel for Genji. Maybe they'll prove me wrong on the attack, but I said coming into that, I felt like they needed the 4 rounds in a row, get to 4-2, and take a little bit of pressure off this second half for themselves. Secret on defense, I think are going to be a bit of a different kettle of fish for them to deal with. So, yeah, Gen G just kind of falling at that last hurdle there. They nearly did it. There was a moment where you were thinking they might just get this over the line again. They were hitting that shotgun onto top red stairs, making it very difficult for Secret to take any ground. But ultimately, Secret had done enough work. They got the breach open, they got garage control, and they were able to use those multiple angles to push themselves over the line. So, Secret showing some good resilience there, getting themselves back in the mix. It's always a good one to win is round 6. If you're gonna have a bit of a dry spell, get out of it by winning round 6, carry that momentum at the side switch, and now they're going to try and make life miserable for Gen G whilst they're on the defence. I am wondering how many are going to be up on the top floor. I think it'll be at least 2, but it'd surprise me if it's 3.
Absolutely. Now, come back to what we said during the Wolves game earlier against Virtus.pro, Tim. Like, this is where the hard work now really begins. Gen G have got to show some magic on the attacking side. You're going into a team very happy to be on the defending side here as well. They've had their fun. They've had their rushes to start things off. They meandered the way through that half. I would be shocked to see Secret pull ahead here and get this done in regulation. But maybe, just maybe, it is that Secret banger that Fresh has been predicting, and this one could be something pretty spicy.
I think the next couple of rounds are really going to determine that for us. If Secret come in with 2 successful defences, you will feel that it is starting to slip away from Gen G, although that's kind of how it went in the last game again, and Wolves were able you know, to dig deep and get it done and turn that momentum around. Whether we'll have that back-to-back or not, time will tell. But for now, Secret need to be winning these first couple. They are down in the basement, just having a look. They've got 2 up on the top floor. Mowgli and Doom. Not players that you really want to be going looking for, trying to find an entry, because they just have a habit of finding them. Mowgli shuts down Deadshot through the fencing, getting chased down aggressively by the blitz. Now Doom manages to back him up, and I said these were the last 2 that you wanted to be chasing around the top floor, and they've just shown exactly why. 3 kills between the 2 of them, and all of a sudden it's 4v1 and Secret look back on top.
He's just got his vision's turned red, Tim, and he's just gone for it then, Azox. I don't horribly blame him, but you just should know that Secret aren't really playing a solo roamer out there. There's going to be a second man in support, and they've got rid of the blitz completely for free. Like, a mistake being made on the hatch itself leads to a free kill. Then you're seeing Red and chasing after Mowgli through the map, dying to that as well. That is largely what's cost around for Gen G here. You know, Ace can stand here and pop away these tracks all day long if he really wants, Tim, but I think we all know which way this is going.
Yeah, it certainly looks that way. It's going to be just trying to open up a couple of verticals. He's got time. He's got 1 minute 10, maybe, you know, hold an angle or 2, see what they offer. See if they give you anything for free, but I really don't think this Secret team are going to. Nope. As he steps out, Savage is there, waiting and ready. He runs into his open arms, takes him down, and Secret get themselves the first of what I think is 2 important rounds. 4-3 now on the scoreboard. Another sees them 5-3. And those 3 rounds that Gen G were able to win back-to-back start looking like they're a long way back in the rearview mirror at that point.
Absolutely. Yep, I agree with you. Solid first start. However, still plenty more to go. See if Gen G can do something to battle their way back in. Like I say, it was that seeing of Red and the pursuit through the map that just kind of... I was like, yeah, cut your losses at that point. You've lost the man, sure, but let's not go crazy trying to chase after him. There's that scramble of utility to follow as well. The dock could be cool coming out a little bit late. That was just a bit like, oh, looks a bit crazy, a bit erratic. So we'll calm it down a bit, Gen G. We can try and make the same thing work again, because I actually liked the lineup. I thought Deimos, Dockerby, Blitz was really smart, with the Grim there as well, of course, and Buck from the Deadshot. Those 3 core operators that I mentioned, the ones that I look at and think as a trifecta at least, are very, very potent. It's just a case of making sure you're using them properly, and was illustrated in that last round. That wasn't quite what was done. Cash and CC we're going to go to, and it's a bit of a lock-up comp here, Tim. We've got 3 architects on side. We've got the Mirror, we've got ourselves the army, and we've got the castle. So they very much want to change how this site looks and plays. It's the kind of description from the Ubisoft devs and what they see these operators as being is architecting a different way to play a certain site and do different things with these operators to make it play that little bit differently. And so you've also got the Clash to fire against. You've also got the ADSs in place from Mowgli to help deal with any thrown utility. It feels like a very much a locked-in setup coming out of Gen G, but I think you might find a couple of players fancy going aggressive.
I mean, the lineup certainly suggests it. Yeah, if you're going to, you know, send the Blackbeard in on the back of a Dockerby phone call, then yes, you would expect that to be done quite aggressively, quite quickly. Don't let them get themselves steady and ready for it. As it stands, a lot of attention being paid immediately towards construction, and Savage is going to lose his head. I love that teamwork. That was brilliant. Deadshot just missing another opportunity by fine margins there as well, but having the window open from the roof so it didn't scare Savage away from the window, and then Deadshot just picking him up as soon as it drops. Beautiful stuff. Skies manages to take out Mowgli as well, and that is Secret on the back foot, and this one continues to be that unexpected banger.
This is that moment, I think, where as Gen G, you just go reset, 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 reset. We've got 2 kills. Like, this is great. We're in a 5 versus 3. We play our cards right. This round is unlosable. Now, I say unlosable, we've already sed throughout this game, a 5v2 being thrown away, which is pretty spectacular. But they've got the Dokkaebi calls, they've got 2 on side, they've got a shield to play behind, they've got all the utility of the Zofia, all the utility of the Capitão. They've got so much they can use for this play. Frankly, there isn't really an excuse to lose it.
Clash is going to be the one fronting up that new breach, but does have to dip away into CCTV. It's going to be forced back and back. They know that there's one at top red as well. Blackbeard just being used for the time being to gather intel, provide information based on what's going on inside, but also to clear that utility as well, knowing that there were more keeper barricades to come. There are no longer. Acer manages to take down June. That is going to be the Clash off the board. It was one of the big plus points for Team Secret was having that shield on side, but not anymore. The diffuser will go down as well. 5 versus 1, surely a matter of time. They know exactly where the last one is. Adrian gets an exit frag. Can he make it 2? Yes. Will he make it a 3rd? Absolutely not. Shut down in his attempt. And that's going to be Gen G bringing us back level 4-4.
Accidental banger? Question mark? I don't know. This has been bizarre. Like, in that first half, look, I'm not saying Gen G didn't win any rounds. In that first half, the ones that they did win, Secret were playing a bit off. This second half, it has been a bit of a tale of two takes where you've seen Secret with a really, really good first round. The second one there, definitely lacking a little bit of conviction, I feel, and that is exactly why they got bowled over by Gen G. Like, whether or not it was Secret trying to be a little bit too aggressive, we saw 2 players, of course, going down early, and Sandra and Mowgli. Whether they were just so keen to get into a gunfight early on or not, I'm not sure. But it's almost like a bit of composure and discipline has disappeared at this point, and bleeding out players in that way, you can't really be doing that. As you say, it brings things all square. Gen G 2 rounds away from being able to at least get a point on the board, and it's going to make the standings absolutely crazy, as we've referenced a few times so far. It's going to make tomorrow a bit of a wild day as it stands, Tim.
It really is. It certainly throws it all into the mix, doesn't it? We could see absolutely anything. If Gen G come away, just having a look at, see if my table's updated here. Yeah, we've got the points on the board for Wolves. So if Gen G come away with, let's argue and say 3 points here, it puts them up onto 10 and into 6th place. So you'd have Gen G on 10, BDS on 8, Fnatic on 6, Wolves on 6, and then Wild, who knows, if they get a win, maybe up onto 7. If not, they stay on 4 and wouldn't be able to. That would effectively eliminate Wild then. Yeah, it's a tough one to call, because right now Secret are floundering a little bit. They're not having an easy time of this, even now they've got themselves onto the defense.
Extended hold coming out again, and shields upon shields, deployables, and the Clash roaming around through Cash CC right now. They know, or at least saw this cheeky bit of aggression coming out with the Maverick starting to open up. All right, calm down now. Tim gets really upset when Maverick holes are done badly, and that looks an absolute mess from Acer.
If you know that it's going to be a possibility, I've said it before, I'll say it again. If you know that it's going to be a possibility to do it, you need to practice it. You need to make sure, if you're the Maverick man, that you're going to be going in there and clearing it out nice and easy. As it is, Ace has got the job done. Fair enough. But yeah, this is... They've lent into it. Secret have got the Banner and Thermite ban. The Ace ban likely comes next. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to make it a nightmare for Gen G to be able to breach. So you've got to be able to say to them, look, it's not going to make a difference to us. We've got the Maverick. We can use it quickly and effectively. Absolutely beautiful. Through the smoke. He didn't even have his glasses on at the time. It's like he remembered afterwards. I can shoot him through that smoke anyway.
Absolutely no problem at all, but look, the shield here is doing so much work for Doom. Flash him all you like, it doesn't seem to matter. Noah's gone down, he's getting pushed up close, but has got support through the soft wall. Azot's getting one back at the very least. It's like tap for tail at this point, Tim. They can't stop finding kills onto each other. June gets one more. However, all he's got to do is hold the position here, Tim. He's in such a good spot.
Yeah, this clash has attracted so much attention, and it's not even about Doom getting the kills. It's everything that's happened. He's kind of the sun in the middle of the planets. It's everything that's happened revolving around him in this position that's really done the damage for Gen G. And he just keeps turning that shield on just to tease them and keep them at bay on red stairs. They do eventually manage to get the kill. 35 seconds left to go. You'd be forgiven for thinking that this one was going to be over, but Gen G still very much in round 9.
Setting silver.
Yeah, nearly all utility being taken down as well. I think there's still a C4 in the back pocket of Adrian here, so required. Double up in towards Logi, coming in from the side of Gen G, pushing round together. Can get a spray across with that Vector, Adrian. That could be all you need to see the round closed out, but for now at least, inviting them in that little bit closer as the clock becomes that third man here on the side of the defenders. In they step, and sure enough, 2 kills come out. Secret get both. They take round 9.
Yeah, good stuff from Secret there, able to hold on, all built that hold around that clash position at the top of red stairs. Great stuff from Doom in that position, just to hold on for so long, supported by the Warden as well, backed up by Mowgli, just so much in towards that location, and it cost Gen G dearly trying to get in there, and it was too much in the end. So Secret get themselves the advantage again. They still need 2 more rounds to lock this down. They're going to be going into the basement this time. It's a site that we would always say favours the defenders. Secret won it back in round 7. It was down to, if you remember, the Mowgli-June duo up on the top floor. Gen G had no answers to it whatsoever. They went through them like a hot knife through butter. It was absolutely terrifying to watch, so we'll see in this round whether Gen G have got any answer to that.
All right, basement. It is the fortress of this map, Tim. You'd expect to see Secret taking us to 6 and 4, but as we said all along, wilder things have happened. Could yet look to go the same way. For Gen G, I expect to see us going through the whole map again, getting a full clear on the go. Seeing that lineup once again coming in where you've got the Dockerbee and the Deimos, but also being joined by the Lion here. So a lot of work going into this. Main concern would be mainly looking in towards things like hard breach gadgets or hard breaches in general. Of course, if most of it's left soft, then it's not the end of the world. But how are you going to find yourself getting through a lot of these walls? 4 hard breach gadgets is going to be the answer. Let's pray to God that you don't lose either of those players too early on. Otherwise, some hatches or walls are staying closed.
They have the Blackbeard immediately aggressing towards that garage side, but they need to think about that top floor. Again, Mowgli and Doom are the ones up there. They've the clash up there again as well. And this really is, I think, going to be the defining point for this round. How do Gen G deal with that top floor? They do have the option, of course, that Secret used in round 1 to just ignore the top floor, head straight into side. They know they would be 5 versus 3, but I don't think they're going to be taking that risk. But this is good. Deadshot gets in, gets the kill onto Savage, and they are actually kind of doing that. They're ignoring those top 2 floor, the top roamers, and just waiting for them to have to rotate back into them. They're taking a leaf out of Secret's book and using it against them.
Well, that could be enough sometimes. June's now trying to make sure he can get back towards site safely. Of course, we're so mindful here. Like, are they on the window to my right or towards my left? Where are they? You just don't know. Mowgli's going to have to follow them at some point, but maybe actually Mowgli is the bait there. They've had June return down to site to draw the attention. Maybe have forgotten all about Mowgli, currently holding inside a garage. I imagine he'll have to find himself working back down towards site here because, my God, Tim, they are starting to swarm. And at this point, Gen G probably already starting to think, hey, we've got the advantage, we've got the utility. At what point do we hit site?
Yeah, that's it. They definitely need Doom minimum back on site, which he has now got himself into church, so he can start holding this down. It's not going to matter when Deadshot's coming in and hitting shots like that, absolutely deleting Noah. But Mowgli is there for the trade. 4 versus 3, still in the advantage for Gen G, and every kill they get hurts Secret more and more because the clash that's left becomes, it's more essential for Doom to use that weapon, and that's when clash is kind of at the weakest, obviously not having a normal primary weapon, so you want to force Doom into those engagements.
Really needs to be getting that kill there with the C4. This could be what makes the difference because that shield still stands. All utility being dumped in there. It's Splash Central. Adrian at least gets one back. The problem is, there's a shotgun set up on that wall, Tim. They can't do much about it. Great back away there from the angle. Mowgli can't help himself but step out to try and get a kill. Pays the price. The Clash still in position, but they've got to push down the main corridor to deal with him here, Tim.
Doom gets one. Can he find a second? It leaves us now in a 2v2. He knows that they're both there. He just needs to wait for his moment to take the swing, but MACKO is able to pre-fire him out of it. Manages to get the kill. Acer gets back on his feet as well, but poorly timed for him. The Toxic Babe canister will find him. It doesn't matter, though, as the trade is there. Adrian's taken out, and we find ourselves once again level pegging 5-5.
It's another great round from Gen G as well. The focus, I spoke about the swarming around main stairs, around kitchen. They knew what they wanted to do. I won't go as far as calling them lucky. It was just a little bit short places of C4 to not get rid of the Blackbeard, for example. Very understandably, Secret want that tack time out because they need to just cool down a little bit. Like the aggressive swing from Mogan and that church wall, I get it. You want to try and find the opportunity, but largely you've cost arguably the most important part of that round for you, which was holding onto that church wall with the shotgun. You had Doom on the Clash shield, sat deeper inside of church to be able to cover your Moto door. There was no way that you die in that position unless you swing, and that's exactly what Mowgli has done. And I don't want to harp on about him too much, but when I look back at when Mowgli was on walls, that was often his biggest issue. Was on entry on attack, he'd be miles ahead of the rest of his team. He was so keen to make something happen, he'd be off like a rocket. On defense sometimes, a bit too much on the roam as well. You're seeing traces of that throughout this game where, again, discipline is the word that comes to mind, but maybe it feels a little bit harsh, but he's just got to chill out a little bit.
Just looking at the current stats across the board as well, it's kind of almost Noah versus Azox in this game. Noah 11-6, Azox 12-6, and then everybody behind them kind of on 8s, 7s, 5s. Nobody on either side being able to reach those heights that those two seem to be achieving. So I'm going to have Savage bringing along the Vigil this time. It's always an operator that I pick out, always a fascinating one. Doesn't bring much to the table in terms of utility. Those impact nades will usually be used by themselves to create rotations, to give them more flexibility and movement. So Savage has to waste time, and he really could do with finding a kill or two here. That's where you get the value out of the Vigil. So keep an eye on him and just see how effective that roam is.
All right. All 12 rounds of regulation are guaranteed. Mowgli's. Bloody hell, what's going on there? Then getting himself killed out of the fire there. Half his HP gone. That's not ideal. Kind of goes back to what I was saying a second ago. Discipline, the attention, whatever words you want to use, whatever it might be. Just keeps finding himself in these slightly unfortunate situations. Savage really fancying himself to do something quite magic on the Vigil, but as we speak about so often, quite a selfish operator at times. Pure goal here is to play your life, try and waste time, catch someone out if you can get away with it. But with how Gen G have been playing so far, Tim, how they caught Savage at the start of the last round, I don't think they'll let him have absolute freedom.
No, I think you're right. You're going to just see the Vigil spikes there, just being picked up on the drone, so they'll know that they've got a roamer in an unknown location. They'll start narrowing it down, of course, but this is where that time wasting comes in for Team Secret. Whoever wins this round, of course, will be the one that gets the opportunity to win in regulation and take the full 3 points. But with the way things have gone so far, I honestly wouldn't go against this one heading into overtime. It certainly looks like that could be the case, but you know, the droning will continue, trying to locate Savage on the Vigil. He hasn't moved as of yet, still inside of stock. Been there for a good while now, so if they're using the powers of deduction, they might just have a good idea at where he's located.
There we go. MACKO at least working his way towards main here. And previously, of course, we've seen Doom on the Nook stationed down here, waiting for rotations down these stairwells and getting away with a couple of kills off the back of it. That's his intent, giving in that spot, as you'll see from the first call coming out. Imagine a part of it is wanting to ensure he keeps control of this map, but at some point, of course, we'll have to head skyward and start towards the site. Deadshot's already pulling the trigger and starting to make stuff happen, and nearly loses his life there into the challenge of the player at the top of red. A lot going on, Tim, but no one's fallen yet.
They know that he's inside of stock here, do they? They've turned away. Surely not. That's going to give Savage an opportunity to start making a bit of a nuisance of himself. Asa is going to start getting the diffuser down. He's going to get away with this. We see the explosives going off, but they're just not going to be accurate enough to get the job done. However, Secret on a big retake managed to find 2. It's 5 versus 3. Could they get in here and long arm this? They might be thinking about it, but no, they want a couple more kills. NACKO's going to say not just yet. Manages to take down Noah, 4 versus 3.
I was going to say, you've got the clash you can play behind here as well. They're throwing themselves in. They step in and find 1, not quite the second. Choom with it all to do. And this might not be a bit too much for him. Has got to go out the window for the 1. He's going to do that, but he's got inside of construction. Gets 1, but there is no time left. Gen G are going to find themselves stepping up to 6 and 5. And they are 1 round away from bringing down Secret. What a game.
Overtime as a minimum here, but we might not even see that because we came into today, we had a conversation before this, Des. We said, yeah, the first game looks like the one that could go either way, but after that, we expect a Virtus.pro win, we expect a Team Secret win, Falcons, G2. Well, the first 2 of those matchups are making us rethink everything we know about EML Stage 1.
I have a feeling that you're probably going to find Falcons and G2 right now are bricking themselves. It's the curse of this penultimate play date, and it's catching everyone. Trouble on Tuesday. Just absolutely bonkers that it's come down to this. The fact the plant goes down largely uncontested was the one that surprised me most. Like, I understand that, of course, Gen G would have had angles covered there. They would have made it hard for Secret, but the only contest they managed to pull off was a couple of impacts, and that was never going to be enough. It's sort of read, okay, well, people are off site as well. There isn't really enough cover here to stop us making this happen. Let's just get it down. No one below, nothing crazy going on. The fact that someone's got a plant down there with basically every single player still up alive and healthy is criminal. Secret will be kicking themselves if they lose this one. And as we've mentioned, that would mean potentially they find themselves losing the ability to fight for one of those top 2 spots. If G2 get any points today, Falcons get a point or 2 as well, then they're out of reach for Secret.
Yeah, the dead shot straight away. He's been a big part of a couple of these rounds. We've seen him have some really important kills, quiet in others, but his kills that he has found certainly been impactful and have created a lot of space for his team. Gen G know that they're on the cusp of something great here in Stage 1, taking down a big rival in Team Secret. Just 1 more round will do it. Team Secret spread over the map at the minute. They've got 1 down underneath. I was just going to say the clash has moved back now, so everybody gets themselves back up onto the top floor at least. They're going to be able to work together, but in goes the Twitch drone, just stealing away that utility. Jacuzzi wall is open, prevents the play coming in from elbow. Dockerby Cole coming in, just so much discomfort for the defenders.
How bothered are they right now, Tim?
I'd say they're pretty bothered right now. It's starting to build. I'm kind of factoring in the overall significance of the round. You know, they haven't been pushed directly in sight yet, but that Jacuzzi wall being open will make them at least slightly bothered.
Have managed to get rid of that mirror window as well inside a bathroom, of course, that covers everything onto Jacuzzi. And the Jacuzzi breach is an awkward one. It's just I think you can probably bolt over it, but that's about as far as they can get. I tell you what, massive risk them to only bring along the 2 hard breach gadgets. Like, sure, they've got away with it, but it's certainly not like open walls have entirely. Hasn't stopped Deadshot going in though, Tim, and he comes on the Blackbeard. Savage yet again going down early in this round. Gets torched from behind as well to get to kill, but there's a trade from Skies. A second one comes through. It's a 3v2 for Gen G, and they've still got so much time to play with.
Noah off site, but still manages to get the job done, finding NACKO 2 versus 2. Asa and Skies, they've got time to slow down a little bit here. 54 seconds, they don't need to rush anything. They see Noah coming, they've been holding that angle, but weren't able to find the shots, to find the kill. We just have a spray going back and forward. Asa taking more damage. Noah can't be allowed to come away with the kill there. They have to win that one. Gen G, if they want to lock this out, 30 seconds left to go. They know Noah's position, but Skies has got it all to do.
Oh, he's trying to bait out that he might have gone in for a plant here. And now they know that he's in because he smashed the mirror window as well. Assumes they're inside of sight. He's losing to his own mind here, unfortunately, Tim. Has no idea that they're both elsewhere. And he's going to run out of time. It's going to have to be a case of trying to play for kills at this point. They know exactly where he is and what's going on. He's outplayed himself. It's going to be overtime, Tim. That accidental banger. It's on the way.
It really is. He's going to have to go in. No choice but to just try and throw this down on the floor. It's a matter of seconds before they reach him. In comes the final kill. And we're going to overtime, Des.
Oh boy, oh boy. Honestly, didn't expect it. Really will not lie, based on what we've seen recently. I know that Secret have been on a slight downward trend. Gen G on a bit of an upwards one. I didn't think we'd find one of our top 3 teams facing up against one of our bottom few and it being this even. But it's exactly what we've been gifted. Gen G start on the defense, Secret on the attack. Do they just Hail Mary and rush hit him in round 13?
I mean, they did it back in round 1 and it worked for them. They did it in round 2 and it worked again. It's the one thing that Gen G haven't really had an answer to, is Team Secret going in, opportunity spotting, and just getting aggressive when they see that small crack, going in and just tearing the whole defense asunder. But can Secret do it when it matters most? And they do it on that cold, rainy night on a Tuesday, Des. That's the question.
It's not raining tonight, Tim.
It's not, but now is when it really counts.
What I love is, it's easy to talk about a player when they're high up on the scoreboard right now. Azop's at 12 kills, Sky's at 12 kills, Noah's at 14 kills. Skies, at least how things stand here, has had 3 3Ks throughout the game, and they've won every single round of those that he's done it. Round 3, round 4, and round 11, including a 1v1 being won in that round 11. And generally, the players walking away with 3 kills, Tim, I think it's pretty fair to say they've basically won the round for their team. 3 rounds that you can almost entirely attribute just to one player shows how good a game he's having so far today. Secret really got to butt their ideas up here, Tim. Of course, we had 3-3 halves, so you can't really lean either way. It's more down to the nuance of the rounds, which is why I thought seeing Secret go a bit fast might be their way to a win, but I expect at this point Gen G are warmed up and they ain't letting Secret in.
No, exactly not. Morglite going to be sat on the drone, sees the man underneath. We get to see the beautiful Furia skin he's using. Very much Morglite. He's going to drop down to oil pit quickly, take the spray. He's hoping to just catch them out there. Not going to be the case, as Gen G have managed to get themselves back to safety. So we remain 5 versus 5. The Ram will start working on that kitchen corridor, just trying to open up the verticals down in towards site. So Secret gonna have to do something that we didn't see in round 1 for them, and that was the slow progressive approach towards this basement site. That's how they had to play in round 4. Gen G were able to win that defense. Secret gonna have to overturn it.
And look who it is, Tim. Look who it is. It's Skies once again on the main stairs. Of course, so much hurt and anguish up to this point. Of course, with that vertical there, you can deny the return back down towards site itself. We saw Secret leaving that a little bit open for him. Did eventually get a kill onto him from that position. But he looks very, very happy to try and challenge this spot, to be fair. If nothing else, he's almost wants to invite it into him. The C4 up and over he was looking for, but just about short arms it. Won't find his man, and so instead backs away. I think he knows they won't make the same mistake twice.
Just going to be watching at the bottom of main stairs through that mirror window. It's a bit of utility that Secret can really do with dealing with Nitro. Absolutely beautiful throw up through the hatch. How can you allow that when it's open? Acer is going to be taken out in the trade, but they've lost Morglite along the way, and a little bit of utility goes with him. 4 versus 4, 50 seconds left to go, and more Nitros to play with. Acer's not... Actually, Acer was only down, not out. 5 versus 4, he's been collected. Big move from Gen G.
This C4 could be massive if it finds Noah as well. He's been, again, one of those big players for his team this game. Just he's playing it so passively, he's expecting it to see almost. Acer on the backside here. Going to try and move quickly. Smoke off onto the mirror window, out close. Gets rid of Skies, who's been such a problem throughout the game. In a good spot, but Fenrir is certainly giving him a little bit of grief right now. Right idea that he's looking towards. Finds it down onto Deadshot as well. Looks like finally Secret might have their march towards him.
Yeah, it's starting to fall apart for Gen G here. As I say that, though, kills come in and leave us now 3v1, and the final one is MACKO. Secret, it's all crumbled. It looked like they had it, Des. But again, Gen G find a way. And they will now have 2 opportunities to take the win against Team Secret in overtime.
Wow. Absolute magic. It's again another round where it feels like Secret have that advantage. and they just seem to completely bottle it when it matters most. I can't wait to watch the replays back from that because a lot happened in that dying second or so, but it was a 4 versus 3. They had blue control, a player coming down main stairs. They had vertical, and yet everything still crumbled there in the dying second or two. Of course, we don't get to catch it all, but we'll see it now as that highlights come on through. How on earth did this happen? Great C4.
Yeah, it was a beautiful C4, and we see Deadshot down there. But then in the 3v2, this is where it's kind of the push down main and blue at the same time. I like the idea from Secret. Yep, split your push, force them to fight in opposite directions, but ultimately that just came down to hitting your shots. And Gen G, they were the ones who were able to do so.
Well, I hate speaking out against Jack. I apologise. It has turned into an accidental banger. Granted. And Gen G could yet get that 8-6 scoreline that he was forecasting. What a game of the day would prove to be. Here we go. Gen G rocking out with that same lineup we've seen come out of them a couple of times. This time it's a double shield lineup they're coming out with. Dropped away from the Deimos instead, retain the Grim, and have got the Dockerby and the Lion on side. This could be very interesting.
Just holding that angle there, MACKO. Very concerned about potential aggression from Team Secret on the defense. I don't think they're going to want to give anything away quite so easily. There comes the flash, but they can't find the kill, can they? Eventually, yes, it's MACKO who manages to get it. Azox took a bit of damage along the way. Nitro comes out, but it will be shot out. So it's not going to be able to do any more damage. But Azox, he is taking damage after damage here.
They've
done it!
Why are we still swinging? There's 2 players in the room, including the shield. 3 players have gone for the swing and arguably paid the price. 2 kills come back the other way, though, because Secret hold on. It's feeling hard at this point because, oh my God, everything is absolute chaos. Savage doesn't know his left from his right on the Scott boss because of the Dokkaebi call and the hack coming on through. But this is why Gen G can pause here, Tim. They've got an E1D to play behind. They've got smokes. They've got frags. They have got utility to yet make this work. Let's just calm down for a second, okay?
The big problem that they've got here, Des, is that the diffuser is down inside of sight and Adrian is stood right on top of it. Savage has got the cross. He's just holding on to blue to try and protect Adrian's flank. This is the issue for Gen G. They're going to have to go looking for kills right now because they don't have the case. Savage manages to find Skies 2v2 and we've got a blitz, so everybody's low health, Des. Everybody!
Ring, ring. In comes the call. That's just like, oh, it's just perfection for a blitz, but he's been down. No! Recoverable here as well. Almost tactfully. The environmental's going to help him get up here as well. Another impact comes on through. They've still got one in back pocket. Tim, he might be able to get a double kill here with a single impact if Savage puts it in the right place.
Yeah, it certainly could. They know that they're in dirt tunnel. They know that they're kind of committed because the diffuser's there. He's going in, trying to get the case. Will recover it. Not going to have an opportunity to plant yet. Surely does manage to find the kill. Can Gen G hold on this time? They've had the advantage before, but Secret were able to fight their way back in. Savage, he needs to make a move. The case is going down. He has to... No, Azox has come off it. He's going to try and relocate. He thought that he was being pushed. He thought that the cover wasn't there. He's gone back to his original position. He's going to give it another go, Des.
The blitz surely has to come off. No, the blitz has got it down. No, it's with the impact. Found one for himself, but you don't win the 1v1 against the blitz. Azox with the closing kill. And Gen G get the 8-6 over Wolves for our third... Sorry, I'm so lost. Over Secret for our third upset of the night. What a play day this is turning into.
It was to be expected that we were all a little bit lost after that last round, Des. I don't think I've seen one that's been so back and forth in a long time. Could have been absolutely anybody winning in the basement there. It was man advantage to Gen G. Then you'd think Secret are going to hold on. They're back to 2v2. They've got them locked in dirt, but a plant ends up going down. Absolutely crazy stuff. And Gen G, they come out on top.
Well, I know that both of our analysts are going to be absolutely insufferable. Leo because of Gen G and Fresh because of the scoreline. We'll go to a break, and when we come back, the desk are going to break it down for you.
scissors and dash together. Unbelievable. Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Big ET finds a huge 4K and Gitro. Their first. There's only 4 seconds left. There's no way.
Whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
No.
They give him a 1v1 and they've given him both
Look, they find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crown from NA. Today they take the kingdom of Blackout.
Well, what a game that was. Today turns out to be the day of big upsets, especially when it matters most, with the top 2, the top 6, battle still going very heavy. Genji taking down Secret. I mean, it was a banger of a game, as you expected, but I don't think a lot of people had that on their bingo card, that Genji could actually take down Secret.
No, this is why we're analysts and Dez is a caster.
Oh, well, oh God, we're doing the send for Dez, are we?
I think
Yep.
that's pretty right. All right,
Let me just get ready. Yeah, this is why we're analysts and Dez is a caster.
Yeah, exactly. And that's because we said the French had it in them.
Oh.
Well, I said it and Jack didn't say it, but Jack said it was going to be, what was it, an accidental banger?
Accidental banger?
Well,
yeah, it absolutely was.
It was an accidental banger. It was all the way to overtime. And how was it? With huge individual moments on the side of Genji. For me, a very clear line between the two teams. Secret dominated that matchup strategically and in terms of team play. Up all the way till the last part of the round, where it's moments like this, dead shot, and then MACKO. Individual prowess on the side of Genji that brings it back every single time. Triple kills non-stop, 2 triple kills from Skies, 1 triple kill from MACKO here.
Yeah.
It just kept on delivering huge moments. The Mirror of some Jim as well, carrying it all the way. And then the final 1v1 won by Genji, an absolute banger. High quality team and high-quality wake-up time for Gen G.
You can tell the French team's won. You've not stopped speaking in about a minute now.
I am hyped.
You're hyped just like me when Fnatic and Wolves won. I will say, how refreshing is it to see not just the MACKO show on Gen G, to see Skies have big individual plays. Deadshot, yes, went 5 and 12, but there was one round in particular on the book where he had a huge individual play. MACKO in the very final round, he was just like a sentry turret above the blitz, just covering him, kill after kill after kill, and Azok's just coming in with important kills as well. It wasn't a full team performance, I would say, but those players stepped up really, really when it mattered.
They did, yeah, absolutely amazing stuff here. And for Sukin as well, to think about it, this is only their second loss in the league, but it's going to really come to bite them in the back at the end. If you think about them running for the top 2 contention, we said it wasn't going to be easy for them, but they shouldn't be letting points go against a team that is considered to be at the lower end of that league, just fighting for top 6.
Especially not when you're considering the fact that there's still G2 and Falcons to play, and they've already seen Virtus.pro lose, now seen Secret lose in the race for that top 2.
For me, there's a clear story in that matchup. Secret dominates strategically, and then Gen G brings in that with individual price. Let's take a look at one example I had in mind to just show you like the adaptation of Secret and the way they work as a team and how they can problem solve things with team play. In the end, they don't win the matchup, right? But if we take a look at this one round, we're gonna see here on GarageBomb side, this is the moment with Skies holding Catwalk. And take a look here, he's getting fired off. 3 players on the side of Secret are below him. Who's holding him from server? No one. Who's holding him from garage door? No one. So they're all 3 below him, so he gets a 3 double kill and a triple kill. Incredible individual moment, right? But that's also because Secret didn't play as a team. Look at the adaptation. We're now round 6, exact same setup. This time Sky's Catwalk, 2 ADS is on, and he's playing to Barrow. Same position, right? What does Secret notice? This player is picking too aggressively. So we're gonna send Gridlock downstairs, and we're gonna punish him with an angle he doesn't expect. Instead of pushing him from below or from the garage door, we're gonna send someone through oil pit. Something you guys can reuse in ranked. It's an angle that not many people expect. As you can see here, it's quite obvious. Look at Tubero picking. He's completely exposed from oil pit right now. He does not expect it because Skies likes to play this position a little bit aggressive. Now Gridlock can come in, and you're gonna see the shots here go all the way up. And what do we see here? Skies has just been killed from below. No utility has been spent. No nothing. No Capitao bolt. Just sheer good positioning. Now, we're gonna see the Capitao actually be useful. Smoke up the line of sight here so that these guys can go up the staircase in garage safely. Then the Gridlock is downstairs, and she can start setting up the side, or I guess below the side control, and with the flank watch of the Gridlock teams. Now, look at the execution. 5v3, 3 groups are working through. Mowgli alone is holding from garage side. Then you have 2 players on server, they're gonna flood the bridge. And then you have 2 players downstairs, that's Zoom and Adrian, that can go up red. Instead of doing the call or gonna play for the plant, they all commit at once on the flashes of Savage, who calls this rush. It's actually really well played. They will flash the red hallway player, and everybody will go in at the same time. From Catwalk, from the bridge, and from red on the flashes. Exceptionally well traded from everyone here. And that's the story here. Secret, I think, strategically and as a team, most of the time, they outplayed Gen G. But Gen G had some incredible individual moments that brought the match back. And that shows you guys that Gen G has some great talent on that roster.
Yeah, we saw that in the scoreboard as well. Obviously, you two highlighting it, the individual prowess over on the side of Gen G to really pull some rounds out of nowhere here. So impressive performance. And due to that victory, obviously, for Gen G, we get to speak to the victors as well. We have MACKO on the line, who hopefully is really happy after this victory. Good evening, MACKO. Congratulations on the victory. What have you done? You've upset Secret, a big team.
Good evening, guys. Yes, of course, I'm happy with this one. Yeah, I'm just so happy right now.
MACKO, I need to ask you, something changed halfway through this stage for you guys. What clicked? What changed?
I mean, as I said at the last interview, I mean, not the last one, but on the wild interview, we had so many struggles like with team play and stuff and mental issues. And now I think it's more like individual mistakes that make us do like team mistakes, you know? And when it's only individual things, like it's easier to play for us and yeah.
So do you mean that the mental has shifted now? The mental is a little bit more positive in the team? Why is that?
Yeah. It's more positive, and I think we think more as a team now. And I don't know, at the beginning of the stage we were just scared and doing nothing as a team.
MACKO, what happened inside that game? There was some crazy plays going on. Talk me through that play for you in the very final round where you're covering the blitz inside of blue and they're just peeking you non-stop.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just saying, okay, I was kind of leading the round. I say, go Azox. He flashed him. He said, help me. I said, don't pick, chill. I kill the guy on the stairs. And I'm saying, hey, push side, have you flank. 1 kill, 2 kills. And that's it.
Have you considered becoming a game commentator? I mean, that was a pretty good way of explaining of what happened in that round in specific. But obviously, Nico, with this result, this is absolutely huge for you guys. You push yourself back into the top 6. Absolutely amazing, especially considering that we only have 1 game left to go. That one for you tomorrow is against Fnatic. How are you feeling about that being a really important game?
Yeah, it's maybe the most important game because we can troll our season. So of course, it's the last one is the most important, and it feels good because like it's in our hand. You know, it's not like we need one team to underperform so we can qualify. It's in our hand if we win if we win against Fnatic in a regular, then we are in playoffs. So it feels good.
Yeah.
It's on us. It's not luck or just on us.
No, you're totally right about it. I mean, it really is up to you guys. It's fully in your hands. So best of luck, of course, for tomorrow. And once again, a big congratulations on the victory. Go and enjoy it.
Thank you, guys. Have a good night and yeah.
Hopefully see you tomorrow. Obviously, to congratulate you on a top 6 and playoff spot. That would obviously be amazing for
he needs more wins so he can practice more interviews in English. But trust me, his English is getting better. It's always hard to start it.
They've just spoken the entire game in French, with it being a really, heavy, difficult game to get through, to then have to switch and do an interview as well. I mean,
how nice is the change in his demeanor as well? Yeah. That very first interview, they'd won, but he was down and out.
And now
in fact, this whole team was down and out.
Yeah.
And it's not about how you start the season, it's about how you finish it. And they've got destiny in their own hands right now.
You know what I'm thinking about? BDS must hate on Secret right now. They must hate on them. Secret
failed us.
Secret dominated everything this stage, and then they dropped the ball against their very direct competitor for the playoff spot.
Yeah.
And now even if BDS wins 3 points tomorrow, if Genji does the same, they're out of playoffs in the very first stage.
It's crazy.
That's gonna be hard.
It's insane how things have switched and changed in less than a few hours, because when we started this play, it was like, oh, BDS in top 6, looking great, looking comfortable, and then all of a sudden, Genji come and spin this whole thing around, and it's up for grabs for almost everyone, it seems like, at this point. Even the teams at the bottom of the league were like, hey,
they can still play. Yeah.
I'll keep saying it. There is real quality in this league, 1 through 10, but the bottom teams have just not showed us it consistently. But it doesn't mean they don't have that quality.
Yeah. Is it too late, too little, I guess is the question that we do have. And that might be something that we'll see in the second game, or our first game of today as well. After the break, we'll have Wild going up against Falcons. See you in a little. Good to have you back with us on the EML broadcast. My name is Anne. I'm joined by Alfama and Fresh, and we're going to set you up for the fourth game of the day. Before we do that, we're going to bring up the standings, because a lot has changed, as we said, into this play day in general. And trust me, we're not bringing up the standings just to highlight the fact that we've got the number 1 versus the number 10 going up against each other right now. No, we need to talk about Gen.G breaching their way into the top 6, just 1 point above BDS. As you said, BDS must be absolutely hating the gods of Team Secret right now. But for Secret as well, similar amount of points to G2, but they don't find themselves in top 2 just yet.
And G2 can still play, and G2, theoretically, they should be in a position to win right now against MACKO. It will be a good matchup. G2 can solidify a position all the way at the top of the standings.
They will be doing that obviously later today at the final match of the day. But as we said today, for our fourth game, we do have Falcons going up against Wild. And as we could say today has been a day where we thought the results were going to be very predicting and very clear towards one side. But we've been proven very, very wrong with that one. It's been a day full of upsets. But can Wild do that against a team like Falcons? Let's be honest, with the momentum that Falcons have, obviously that 7-2 against Secret yesterday, I don't know. Just
follow the wizard. Just follow the wizard of Twitter, the one that predicts everything right.
No, I've got them all wrong.
Yeah, but you did predict the right upset.
No, I got them all wrong.
The accidental banger.
The accidental banger, I did. I did predict that.
But yeah, speaking of Falcons, I don't see a world where
we've lost the plot. Falcons have been a gone.
I mean, at this point, I don't think Falcons can be considered an upset. Falcons Wild is like the furthest we have in this league in terms of experience, in terms of achievement, in terms of raw skill, in terms of raw teamplay, in terms of entry, mechanics, strategy. I can go on for a long time.
They are the pedestal. They are the number 1 in Europe. They are considered by many the number 1 worldwide. In fact, actually, we wanted to compare how they've done against other number 1 teams in the top 3 leagues. Apex, sorry, I'm excluding you because you've got too many leagues going on. Dark Zero and FaZe currently occupy the number 1 slots inside of North America and South America. Now, if you look at these stats, you can see that Falcons are getting incredible points for games, round win percentages, very, very high, comparable to both Dark Zero and FaZe as well. And actually, all 3 of these teams, Leah, I think this is just a start to show Falcons are doing it with the best of the best right now.
It is internal domination of their own region, and it's the teams that we find almost every single time in semis or quarterfinals at international events. Some of them are looking for still their first, I think, major title. I'm thinking of Falcons, I'm thinking of DZ, but right now they're clearly the ones dominating the entire world.
One stat I want to highlight there is the round win percentage, and that's why I've put the first and second on that particular stat. Because if you remember back to Play Day 1, Falcons got absolutely smacked about by Virtus.pro.
28%.
And since then, this is their overall round win percentage. They have become second in the world, second only to Dark Zero, who haven't lost a map. That's how dominant they've been. Had that game not existed, they would be first in the world for round win percentage. That's how big that bounce back was after that loss.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that 7-2 against Secret really helped with that. They've had really dominant results after they really had that reality check in the first play day. Obviously a great bounce back from them. And then when we're looking at their opponents for today, when we do look at the roster for Wild, last week, absolutely huge. Obviously, great to get their points, great to get a victory and everything under the belt, but now it kind of seems that we're going back to the usual. Top 6 has to be out of contention for them. So what does this matchup mean to them? Is this kind of like okay, you're freed up now, go try out a few new things, the pressure is off?
Weirdly, we've seen a lot of teams that are underdogs today play without pressure and find serious success, and I think Wild can see that blueprint. They've had enough time to watch some of the games today. I think, realistically, they're out of playoffs. They're against a team that they're never expected to beat. It's a complete free hit for them.
Yeah, it's also the kind of team that if you play it the right way, you can learn a lot from one of these games. You're playing players that have went through everything, that have so much experience, that have the best strategies. It's one of the best test scenarios to try and learn and try and improve. The only thing that I'm looking for is if you really want to learn, don't get into a stomp. Try to change things. Try to bring in creativity. Try to throw away the game plan if it doesn't work. Once again, this moment is a learning moment for them.
Would you then want to play Falcons on a map they're really good at, or would you try and still force a map that really suits you?
Do you know what's funny? Is whichever map that we play on, you were going to say Falcons are the favorite, and that's because Falcons have such a big map pool.
Yeah.
I think in terms of the map that you want to go on, as we see the map veto come up and we determine it's Chalet, I think realistically it's one that you want to learn from. Now, Wild have not played this map inside of Tier 1. They played it a couple of times at Challenger Series. They lost it, so they've not got a particularly hot history on it. Falcons, conversely, have been known as one of the best chalet teams in the world. However, this stage is the only time they played it was that loss against Virtus.pro 2-7.
But that was just the very beginning of the stage. They were still feeling a little bit shaky and said that on the day, VP was better. But look around me. They're starting in attack. And for me, on one of the most attacker-sided map in the meta, well in control of the game plan, forcing the team of Wild to adapt to what they will bring to the table. I think it's a pretty good start on a comfortable map, and they will have taken the learnings of that first loss.
They still love Chalet regardless of one loss on it.
And if they don't want to get into a stomp, obviously, there's a lot that we need to look forward to on the side of Wild. It is a very big task or ask ahead of themselves to take it up against a team like Falcons that currently is the first in the league. So is this really going to be a one-sided match, or can we expect another upset? We'll find out with our casters, Ace and Des.
We're going to be casting into the small hours at this rate, Tim. I'd love to sit here and say that I think this is going to be an easy one, but that just means, you know, it's not going to be an easy one. And that's the problem I'm currently facing.
Upset after upset, that's what we've seen through the night. Are we going to have another one here? It feels like, I don't know, I'd have said unlikely, but so did the last two as well. Honestly, who knows? I mean, Falcons are top of the table for a reason. You know, playing fantastically well so far. 6 wins in regulation time. Just, they're becoming that unstoppable force again.
And they were the team yesterday, of course, that absolutely dumps the secret as well. They've been playing so well the last couple of games, like you really feel they've hit their stride now, just as we're about to go into playoffs. So as much as I'd love to put a bit of belief behind Wild and say, yeah, come on, boys, I know you can do it now. You've had a good few games. You're warming into the stage. You can challenge one of the best teams in the world that finished second at every event last year. Yeah, about that. And I just don't think this was going to be an easy ride for Wild. However, again, as always, I'd love to see them come out here and come out swinging. I just think it is highly unlikely that's going to be the case.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say, but ultimately, like I always say, there's 2 teams in the server and we never know. You know, at the end of the day, they've got a chance, and we will see how slim or how big a chance that might end up being. We've got Azami and Monte coming in as our first 2 bans. Nothing too surprising there. I think we'll probably see another shield coming in from Wild. I would guess they don't want any of that action, but I could be wrong. And I will be. It's going to be Brava, which I think is a great ban. Valkyrie's going to be taken off the table by Falcons. I've spoken about the power of Brava recently. I think I wouldn't go as far as to say overlooked. We do see a reasonable amount of Brava play, but just with the amount of gadgetry that's going to get brought along these days that Brava can deal with, it's not just about dealing with it, it's stealing away, it's actually using it for yourself. You know, something like a Capcan trap, a Banshee, a Maestro can, all these things are reversed and you get to use them. Hugely powerful. So I think that's a pretty solid ban.
Absolutely. I think it's going to take more, of course, than bans for us to see a big difference in this game, but we'll see what comes to the fore. Falcons starting on the attack, on the defense, and we're kicking things off, Tim, inside of Bar and Gaming. So a couple of ways that we could see this fight being approached. You could start up with a full map clear from Solar up towards the north, or start yourself with a massive fight over Library. That often is the way that it goes. The player on office balcony, chuck one over towards, pushing in Mez sometimes through main door. A shield normally vaulting in through that stealth window into Library. That's where we often see it played out. And given we've got users playing on the Blackbeard, I imagine you're going to see him being front and center as part of this push in.
Yeah, I would expect Mezzanine to be a job for users here. Like you say, on the Blackbeard, just get in there and make it difficult for them. It's looking like he's going to be heading towards Trophy, which I would imagine then is up into Solar and work across from there. Get to sort of challenge Ivy and onto Library Stairs and everything else that'll be ahead of him. But how about that? Evan is going to take down Shaiko. That's the Deimos gone. Entry to Wild.
I mean this in the nicest way, but Evan has been one of our weaker players in the competition, and perhaps for him to just kind of do a run out and just dome Shaiko, it says a lot. They found themselves 2 kills, Tim. Wild are not backing down from the pressure. They're willing to rise with a face-off against these boys. Oh my God, Sneak! Fair play. I bet Eustace is wondering what the bloody hell just happened. Immediate trade out of Solotov, that team play coming to the fore, but 60 seconds in, Wild have got us down to a 3 versus 2, Tim. Great start.
I love how Sneak played that. He kind of sold it. He was like, I'm running away. And just as Eustace went to drop his shield, he was like, no! And just hit the 180 on him. Absolutely beautiful stuff. 3 versus 2, Wild have the advantage. Breeder and Solotov Certainly two tough players to deal with, but the other issue that they don't have, it's not just about going in and taking gunfights here, which these two excel at. It's about the fact that they don't really have any map control. They've got themselves into master bedroom, but there's still WoW players on that top floor for them to contend with. One inside a library here. They know they're not likely to be pushed from the windows now, so they can try to hold on to that position and that verticality, and that's something that Falcons really need to deal with. Next kill is particularly important for them.
Lucy and Fnatic to contend with.
Gross.
To work his way through instead on towards this main office balcony, of course. Everything being revealed by that bulletproof camera. They know exactly what's going on upstairs. Wild in a great spot to close this out, because you're spotting in what you said, Tim. All the fighting was happening around dining. There's very little that's actually happened near the site itself. So yeah, Wild actually get to enjoy all the fruits of their labor. All the setup work they've done is really theirs to be able to play behind. The mirror windows, the 2C4 still in back pocket, the bulletproof as we saw. I don't really see how Falcons managed to work their way through all of this.
No, and I mean, Falcons are still fighting to deal with utility in office and master. You know, there's 30 seconds left to go. They're only just now heading down the stairs towards the site, and Friday has worked across into library, so they do have some presence above, but honestly, I don't see how they clear Boomsy out of this position. Going to be very difficult to play in towards that mirror window. We're going to see the smokes going out just to try and provide a little bit of cover for Falcons to build from, but it's not going to matter when you're going into a ward and just activates the glasses. Boomsy gets the first, the second comes in, and Wild, they go 1-0 up and get the first round.
I was saying this when we were casting on the weekend, and I forget which teams we were casting. Obviously, it was an SAL, but we were speaking about it and saying for those teams that are lower down, being willing to make the game scrappy, make it messy, make it about the gunfights, because where weaker teams do tend to match up against like top teams is on the gun skill. There might be the occasional exception here. You know, Garen, as we've seen, has been a fantastic gunner for his team. Evan, a bit less so, although he's then just come out and domed Shaiko, so who really cares anyway? It tends to be on the actual team play itself. So the more scrappy you can make it and less objective focus you can make it, the better chance you're going to have of coming out on top. And I mean, that's just absolutely filth. Like, Psycho's just thinking, oh God, we're really playing that kind of game today? Yes, sir, we are.
It's Garen who got that final one. Garen who has continued to impress week to week. We've picked up on him a few times. He's been very, very good so far. Finds himself 13th overall in terms of the ratings coming into tonight. So very, very good. You know, very, very solid overall, and has impressed. We will see if he continues to do so, but keep an eye on Garen. He's going to be playing the Legion in this round. And we've got Boomsy with the Vigil. Another one to watch out for. He's got the K1A rather than the Bosch G, so he's certainly meaning business here, but it's going to be Sneak getting taken down. Leakerfack, he was ready for that. You'd have to get up earlier if you want to catch these Falcons players out.
They kind of know the game they're coming into play now. When you've lost 3 players early on in the previous round, you know they want to play aggressive. You know they want to really try and bring the fight to you. So I think a little bit of composure like that to deal with that kind of aggression is the way to go. There's one more jump out coming through, but no, this is what I mean. They've got the read on it this time. Shaiko's the one to find Boomsy, and also finds him in the ult chat, I guess. A 5 versus 3, and Falcons in a lot more control.
Yeah, I think round 2 is showing exactly what we were saying about why this is going to be a difficult game for Wild. It worked in the first round. They are ready for it in the second. Falcons have come in and just taken absolutely everything they want. I was talking about Garen has an opportunity to find one, can't quite land his shots. They know exactly where he is now. This is going to be tough because they're all just going to start swinging and running at him. Shaiko is the one to pick him up. Big round from Shaiko, gets them a flawless round. That's going to be 1-1.
I've noticed quite a few players today wearing those nose strips that like open your nostrils up so you can breathe better. There's quite a few guys earlier on. Which team was it? I'm drawing an absolute blank. What team is what team is? Yeah, it was Frack. Yeah, he was wearing one as well. There were a couple of players that were, and I was like, "Hi, is this the new thing?" I need to get some. Apparently I snore something awful, and I've said to my missus, "I'll get, I'll try those if you want, see if it helps me breathe better through my nose." She's like, "No, it's okay." And then she's moaned for the last 3 days, and she's really tired. And I'm just like, well, what do we to do? I've offered.
Maybe it's not about the offering, Des. Maybe it's just about the doing.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's one of them mind games, isn't it? I'm being taken for a ride here. I just need to do it.
Yeah.
You've motivated me there, Tim. Thanks. I'm ordering some right now. Amazon's getting opened up right now. We're ordering some.
But whilst you do that, I will get back in to round 3. Falcons managed to get the last one with a
For 80, they are so cheap.
a flawless 5 seconds left. And you might get better in ranked as well, Des. You know, who knows?
Whoa. Let's not push it too far now. Hold on now.
Jammer ready.
It's going to take a lot more than a nose strip to that to happen, Tim.
Going to be fighting over the top floor again. Solus just looking to see if they can catch anybody out droning. Of course, we had those changes to Solus not too recently now, a little while ago. Certainly saw a drop out of the meta. It was all about removing the ability to use that gadget during the action phase. But Falcons were well aware of danger last time around in round 2. I'm just wondering if they've switched off a little bit again, as if they think we've taught them a lesson and we're going to, you know, create a situation where they don't want to go for that anymore. And Booms has certainly just sent a message saying, no, we're quite happy to keep doing it.
So one thing you can really do that will damage you, I think, is to bow away from what at least worked for you in that first round. Like, sure, Falcons are going to adapt, and it's on you to adapt again. Does it mean go even more crazy, go even more wild? No, I don't think it does. But the controlled aggression as a team can still get you results. They've just got to be really mindful about how they approach it. You can't play it like it's a ranked game and go trying to dome players on runouts all the time. Falcons will be too wise to that now.
Getting aggressive on trophy window. In goes the Retero. Leakerfact left himself way too open there. You can't just kneel down outside of a window and send a Retero drone in. It leaves you completely and utterly defenseless. Wild recognize that, and Mats takes full advantage of it. That's the not only the Flores gone, but the Retero drone's with him.
All right. Didn't get any more away from this then. Good start for Wild. Half of the round's gone, of course, at the same time. Tim knows his shield down, he's got his feet. That's too easy. 2 kills come out for Sneak before he finally gets traded. But really, Tim, the damage has been done. There is still a player on Solar Stairs. It's a 4v2. Wild can hold on well here.
Yeah, I think they will do. Solotov's going to find himself way down on HP, and even less then as Boomsy manages to pick him up with the shotty. That's going to find us 1 versus 4. It's all up to Shaiko. We know that he can make magic happen, but I think it's reasonably unlikely now. Wild are just going to dip themselves back, hold those deep, long angles, and force Shaiko to push his way on into them, and they'll just chip away at his health as he does. They don't need to take any particularly big fights. It was a beautiful trade. They allowed Shaiko the fight on the vertical and then just swung from dining. Beautiful stuff. Wild secure themselves another round. It's 2-1.
Absolutely. It's not bad from Wild so far. You've seen them adapt there to playing a more slower round. Like, sure, there's a bit of aggression attempted as well, but they got away with the kill off the back of it. They've then held around Solar. Sneak's the one who's done an awful lot of work. Of course, it's worth highlighting across those 3 rounds so far. Definitely top of his team as far as the kills go. Keeping himself very busy in that round with that 2 count to the Solar window is what really took all the wind out of the sails for that Falcon side. Last couple of bans come in. That Melusi, as we saw it tormenting them a little bit earlier on alongside the Fenrir. I think taking one of those 2 away was a smart call. And on the other side, it's going to be that Grim. Very much a staple operator for the Falcon side.
Just highlights from that last round. It was a beautiful play to deal with the Blackbeard as he come in. It was the support from Sneak who had a big round. And that leads us into round 4. Falcons kind of on a little bit of a roller coaster ride at the minute. Not offering very much in round 1 and 3, but absolutely dominating round 2. And just can't seem to find any consistency at the moment, but Wild will be very happy with what they have seen from their first rotation so far. So we're going to see them heading back to Bar and Gaming, I believe it is. It's going to be the original site. And let's see if Falcons can get any closer.
10 seconds to go.
Absolutely. All right, changes and lineups coming out as well. Nothing too extravagant, dropping away from that Blackbeard and instead on towards the Blitz. Generally points towards more aggression coming out from you. Just wanted to move that little bit faster. Haven't got the Dockerby on side, but have got that pairing of the Deimos and the Blitz. A very, very potent pairing, very, very deadly. So watch out for those 2 syncing up as we step on forwards. The one to watch for me, though, of course, the 3-day playing on that Capital. That utility is going to be what they use to pull the execute off. Firing towards Clip, for example. Smokes on towards the doorway. Smokes on towards the plant spot. Any kind of utility you want, it is there and good to go.
me! Reloading!
Evan tried his best, but Solitar V wins out this time.
Yeah, not going to get away with it there. Solotov takes him down with the DMR. Actually takes very little damage himself as well. Garen wanting to get aggressive on towards that main door. Wild need to be careful though when they've already lost that opener, that they don't give Falcons the opportunity, because believe me, they don't need many times of asking to give themselves an even bigger chance of winning the round. As it is, they've got themselves established inside of the map. Leakifact's going to open up that wall and prevent. It was a power position that they used last time around in behind the mirror window. That's no longer going to be safe. Again, Leakifact gets caught out. That's twice in 2 rounds, and it's not like him really. He's just wandering across an open door there to site.
I was going to say he was trying to waddle in towards site there, Tim, and has been aptly punished for it. Well on Garen. Down to a 4 versus 4, an avoidable mistake for sure, but they're pulling the trigger now for this execute. And that was the C4 that came out from Garen that did not connect. They're waiting for another Uzi. They've still got one in back pocket, but I don't think he's going to get into position. Because why would he need to, Tim? Somehow, he's on the hatch. Usis has got rid of 1, but this whole thing is crumbled. What is going on with the Falcon side? This is like 2 or 3 really critical errors they've made here that's costing them.
Yeah, I don't really know what the plan was there. Bride was planted. Useless was obviously to provide a bit of cover with the shield, but they didn't even have library control. You can't cover somebody planting with a blitz shield from somebody on a hatch above you. You're never going to be able to successfully hold that angle. I really don't know what the thought process or the plan has been from Falcons here between Leakifact straying across the door to site. I mean, you're never going to win that. There's obviously going to be one on either side of you, but Leakifact starts it off with straying across the door to site and getting cut down easily, and then I just don't really know what the plant attempt was there. If it was a Monte, then, you know, I could agree. I could say differently. You know, maybe you could hold the cover there, but it's asking an awful lot of a blitz shield.
Just very weird. And understandably, Falcons hit the panic button. They get a pause on. They have a chance of a conversation about this, because this was not how this game was meant to go for them so far. It has been all up Wild. They've played incredibly well, but there have definitely been gaps and opportunities left in these rounds by Falcons that Wild have jumped on with both hands.
Yeah, definitely have. And I think we'll continue to do so whilst they're offered them. There's really no... They're not having... I like the way that Wild are playing. A little bit of aggression in the early round. They're happy to take the fights. They're very alert when, you know, things like the opportunity of Leakifact moving across it. They're very much ready to take that fight and get those kills. But it also doesn't feel like they're being massively stretched either by Falcons, because they're doing things like trying to plant behind the blitz shield.
Outside of the very, very dominant round 2, of course, yeah, it's been hard to find a way that Falcons get into the game. Hopefully that tack timeout sorts them out. Wild, of course, will be having their own ideas on how they can deal with things. And looking at this round's lineup, Evans going across and towards playing the clash and very much looking to try and waste time here, try and be frustrating to the side of Falcons, because you've seen them be prone to a mistake already. You only get prone to more of them when you feel frustrated and when things are really slowing you down in these rounds.
And again, I think it's a smart move from Wild to lean into that, to play into that fact.
Yeah.
You know, they know that there's going to be, not necessarily panic setting in for Falcons, but I'm sure there's going to be some discussions in the team of, you know, what's going on, who covered that, why are you over there? You know, it's only natural that there's going to be those sorts of conversations going on, and just, yeah, play onto that and make it more difficult, make them coordinate more, make them have more problems to solve. Don't let off the gas pedal at this point. Gonna head straight into big garage.
Oh, okay, that's a start. Who's trying to be cheeky again? They're getting used to this now. I mean, to be fair, he almost killed Bride. Bride goes down there. Mental is shattered.
Oh, if you've lost your thermite, yeah, that would have been a big deal. They've still got the ace, of course, but really, it's one of the few sites where you kind of want 3 major breaches. You want one here on the wine wall, you want one on the long angle there to the left, and then you want one on the snowmobile wall as well, just to create that phantom pressure, even if you're not going to play in from the front side. As it is, Falcons are stacked up massively at the back, so it looks like it's all going to be from this side, but how will they deal with the clash?
I mean, for now, that's looking to be a frustration point for them. However, when you start to run down on numbers as they are now, you've kind of, as the Clash, got to step back. You can't be protected from every single angle, and there's a lot of utility that will be coming his way. Really, the only main threat that he's got to deal with would be like the Thatcher disabling away the shield, and of course the Capital. Otherwise, there isn't all that much that Evan has to be too bothered about. He's now found himself in a spot where the ball's been reinforced off, so they've got to get Brede inside really to help get that opened up. Got the EMPs to play behind if so needed, but I don't think that wall was electrified up still, so it should be good to go.
No, I don't think it was. So yeah, I think I love the reinforcement there. It's not really going to do much other than buy them a couple of seconds and waste the PC utility, but I think at this point it doesn't really matter. As I say, the Clash becomes kind of less and less powerful as everybody else on the team dies around them, because then you have to take challenges like that. Evan's going to be cut down, and it looks like, again, the roller coaster ride for Falcons continues. This one could be a flawless round after 2 rounds that had us absolutely scratching our heads with them. Flawless round.
Yeah. Either outright domination or they get their heads absolutely rocked by this wild side. There's nothing in between, is there?
There doesn't seem to be. Certainly doesn't seem to be at the moment. Like I say, I think Wild have been doing the right things. I think they've been playing a good game, but I just think there's been some poor decisions on the side of Falcons as well. You know, and it's a bit unusual for them. But they've certainly made mistakes, and I always say this about mistakes. Mistakes are mistakes, but they don't look like it until they get punished. So, you know, you've got to give credit to Wild for doing that, because otherwise maybe we don't notice. It's just another doorway that Leakyfax run across. It's just another player on Flores ducked outside of a window sending a Rotero drone in. You know, these things, unless they're punished, they kind of look normal.
Jammer ready.
Totally agree. Well, it's Falcons' last chance to lose to get something else out of this attacking half. Again, if you came into this and said Falcons will only get 3 attacking rounds against Wild, people would be like, wait, on Chalet, really? And against Wild, really? That's the best they can do here. Wild could yet walk away with a 4-2 defensive half on Chalet, and then God knows what happens in that second half when Wild are on the attack. It turns out this crazy play day is proving to be pretty damn crazy.
Yeah, it is. It's absolutely anybody's. I mean, you know, again, coming into the last matchup tonight, we've got MACKO versus G2, and, you know, MACKO are having a great stage. Certainly not take anything away from them, but G2 are playing fantastically well as well. So you look at that and you think, yeah, probably G2 come away with that. But honestly, with the way things have gone, just forget about it. Just forget about trying to predict anything tonight, because there is absolutely nothing stable. But for the time being, Wild are 3-2 coming into their final defensive round. They're going to be really desperate, I think, to get this one done, get the 4-2 half before they go on to the attack. We have, Leo spoke about, you know, attacking being real advantageous on Chalet. It is one of the more attacker-sided maps in the pool that we have. But still, Wild will, I'm certain, like to take any advantage they can going into that second half.
Activating drone.
Absolutely. Well, let's see how we build up then. Let's see how this half ends, if there's any craziness left for us to play through. 2 smokes in back pocket for Solotov, as well as those Capital smoke bolts. So quite a bit for Solotov to work with on the glass. This is a team that quite enjoys the glass, not necessarily to like the beautiful set-piece plays that we've seen of old, the craziness that you might have enjoyed when a glass of someone's been on the field. It's more about the control that you get from the operator that I think is the main part for them. And Tim, back towards Old Faithful. That doc could be coming out alongside that Deimos, a pairing that I've spoken to the death about this team, making effective use of time and time again. But so often the teams choose to try and get in the way and impede that by taking away the Dockerby. Here, they may all be feeling the full effect of Falcons once they start pulling the trigger. First smoke coming out above them, but no one has gone down yet.
Evan's playing a really great round so far. He's on those trophy stairs and he's absorbing so much pressure and so much utility there. We're a minute 40 into the round. He still hasn't been moved. He's used his nitro, but he's in position, and that's all they need, because it's stopping Falcons getting themselves into solo and starting this top floor take from there. It really is burning out an inordinate amount of time.
For now, no one has gone down. Both calls have been used. Loads of utility has been dumped in. In fact, they're the ones walking away with the deaths, Tim. They lose 2. They've used everything, but Wild have given them absolutely nothing. They managed to have a Warden on side. They've still managed to find their way through to this point. Brede stepping forward to try and do something. They at least get 1 back, but there's an immediate response. Again, Sneak's name just does not disappear out of that kill feed.
Yeah, he's having a great game. Mats is going to find a kill onto the downed player. It was Evan who got the last one onto Brede. But yeah, Evan's done a great job there, because what's happened is he's kept hold of trophy stairs, so they can't come into trophy or solarium. They didn't really have an answer to that, didn't Falcons? They tried, they sent utility in there, but it never shifted him. And then they had to kind of force their way in through Office Door instead. And I love that Wild had kind of predicted that, and they were ready for that. So as soon as they push in through Office, he's getting challenged from Piano, from both sides of Piano, gets taken out, another one drops at the same time, and Wild have a big advantage. It's 5 versus 3, and they can kind of course through the rest of the round. They just need to pick their trades up, which they do, and win. 4-2 on the half. Wild looking good so far.
They are indeed. And I start to worry now for Falcons about if they can recover this. You know, defensive Chalet isn't exactly the easiest thing in the world. Often, again, it's a map that we lean towards attackers having more success on. I think we step into what looks to be a deck pause. I hope not. Nope, we're all good. I think we're cracking on. What do you think, Tim? Are you estimating we go towards OT, seeing Wild potentially walking away with the win, or do you think Falcons charge it back in this half?
I think this first attack is going to dictate a lot.
Bomb located by attackers.
I think if Wild come in here looking sharp, even if they don't get, it's more about the manner of the round. If Wild don't get the round, it's not the end of the world. But it's so long as they look sharp and it's close, then I think Wild can win it. If this becomes a Falcons run over on defense, honestly, I could still see Wild losing this. I could see a 5-1 half from Falcons. We know that they like that. They will just turn games around, and they're a bit of a nightmare. But yeah, I think it largely comes down to Wild's performance on attack, and that's not ideal.
No, I tell you what, Leakafak has been waiting for that. He's been waiting 6 rounds to flip sides and go, screw you, back on the other side.
Yeah,
he found his man.
He's had a couple of bad deaths as Leakafak, and I'm sure he will be happy to get that one done. 5 versus 4 then for Falcons as they send a message to Wild. You know, the only ones who can play this game aggressively and be a nuisance, a menace on the defense. So Falcons get things cracking. Now going to see them just preparing for a potential rush as well, getting the Goyo canisters on Trophy Door to stop any shield from just powering their way in.
Yeah, got to decide what they want to do here, Wild, because they've got this 2-2 split on the go where you've got 2 set on trench, 2 hanging around main stairs and lobby side. It's fine, like you've been able to put pressure on both sides, it's fine. Now potentially rotating over. Okay, a bit of a push coming in. Actually, it's Leakafak who's going... Yeah, a bit of walkabouts there onto 2 players inside a garage all by himself. Not quite sure what the game plan was, but has he very much given his life up for free.
Yeah, I think he found himself in that position because he dropped the hatch. It was how he was kind of trying to get back to site. I think he was hoping to get the flank onto Trophy Door when they tried to like push across towards site, because obviously we'd seen him upstairs for the peak, so he kind of rattled his way back down through the hatch and got himself into big garage. But as soon as they recognise that he's there, it's an easy pickup for Wild, and they've done a great job again of just isolating him, you know, covering from Trophy Door. He can't leave big garage, so we just go in and get the kill. Great stuff from them. 4 versus 4, a minute 10 left to go, and they need to think about having multiple angles of attack here. They don't have any hard breach to use. That's a choice they made coming in. It's a bold choice for a basement attack, and so they're going to have to use single doors and stairways.
Yeah, all rotated off trench bar the Blackbeard then, so 3 of them trying to push down front side now. In fact, no, sorry, still 2 out. They've still got the split set up on the gun. I'm kind of like, I don't mind one person being the backstab here, but I'd really maybe like to see 3 all pushing together to try and make a difference. Granted, it's a little bit pokey trying to push in from trench side, so maybe a little bit less so. Smoke's come on through here from Boomsy as they look to try and make this execute a thing. Only got about 30 seconds to do it though, boys. It's trying to make a move.
Yeah, I'm not really sure how they get a successful execute out of this, to be honest. The little spray down comes in, not going to find the kill. They are going to stick this plant, potentially. Yes, it will be, but this is the problem. They've lost so much in getting it down. It's now effectively 2 versus 4, but what a spray down. That'll level things up. It's now 3 versus 1. Boomsy is down, but Solotov is last alive, and Falcons have crumbled once the diffuser's gone down.
Can we just give MACKO the win in our last game already? Solotov getting 1 back, but it feels like a little too late. That shield player is up, and he's really got to move quickly here. But why would Boomsy give him anything? Mats with the close down, and they're up 5-2. Great execute, by the way.
If you remember, I said coming in, if they can look sharp on the attack, even if they don't win the round, I still fancy Wild to win this. As it is, they do win the round, and that I'm a little bit sort of baffled. They've just beaten the best team in EML on Basement Chalet without any hard breach. They haven't opened Snowmobile Wall. They haven't opened the hatches. They haven't opened West Main Wall. They haven't opened Wine Wall. They have done that in a 4 versus 5, only walking through doorways. They've got in and got a plant, and they've held it in a post plant with no hard breach. That is wild, quite literally, in both senses of the word.
You know what? There's no kind way to use this analogy, so I'll just say it as I've always heard it before. There was a thing for a while when I first got to playing CSGO, like years ago now, probably a decade ago. And someone once said to me something like, a lot of other players struggle playing against like silver players. Like not so much because they can't kill them and shoot them, but it's a bit of a mental struggle because they'll do things that you just don't expect to see at this level. And I just think how Mats has managed to walk away with 2K there. It's not by being a silver player playing against pros. Clearly he's a very good player. But how often do you see players going hyper-aggressive around that pillar and looking to swing? They expected that he'd be holding a little bit further back, maybe on the door itself, or in a position where he could cover the diffuser and play at range, wait for them to step around, and then challenge them as they came around pillar. Instead, he's gone aggressive in the post plan, gone looking for kills, sideswiped 2 of them who had no idea that he was coming. And it's just beautiful to see. I think Falcons, honestly, were expecting a slightly more passive hold of that diffuser down. They didn't expect someone to go pushing in deep. So fair play to Mats. He's caught them off guard there, and they've got to show that respect toward, I think, a bit here. They ain't scared of you, and they are willing to come and play aggressive.
That's the point. It's about not being scared. And it's about, you know, stop showing these teams respect. You know, I'm not talking in a
chat. Do it.
I'm not talking in a toxicity sense. I'm talking in a, you know, in terms of performance sense. Stop showing them all this respect and thinking, oh my God, it's Falcons. We can't do that. We can't get aggressive onto pillar. Of course you can get aggressive onto pillar. You can get aggressive into office. You can do these things. Go in and take the fight to them because it's proven that it works.
I mean, we're in a 3 versus 2 again because Boomsy has walked in and got a free counter blitz against Falcons. Make it another 3 versus 1. Wilder about to be 6-2 up against Falcons. What is going on?
It's all up to Breedy. We know that he's a bit of a clutch master, but 1v3 with the way that Falcons are playing today as well seems to be asking an awful lot. But, you know, to be honest, yeah, Falcons have made mistakes and they have been a little bit sloppy at times, but I don't want to take anything away from Wild because I just think they've played it brilliantly. They've got right up in their faces. Like I said, just don't pay them any respect. So what if they're Falcons? So what if it's Shike or League? Go in and kill them. Go in and take the game away from them. That's exactly what they've done. Breedy does manage to get a great kill onto Boomsy. A 1v3 becomes a 1v1. I said he was a clutch master, and he proves it again. Starts with a melee against the blitz and closes it out. Falcons desperately needed that, and that is a warning shot. A little bit of a reality check for Wild. They're close, but the job's not done.
And I think probably also a wake-up call for the side of Falcons there. Like, the fact you've let it get down to a 1v3, you've been saved, but that won't be able to happen every single round. Wild are not going to let it come down to that again and again. Really got to butt their ideas up a little bit here and figure things out. Fair play to Breedy. He keeps it close, but it could have been so much worse.
Yeah, they're going to be kicking themselves there a while. You know, they go in, they get Breedy flashed. They've got the blitz in his face, and he takes a bit of a swing. And, you know, sometimes those swings land. And he got the job done. They did a great job again, though, did Wild, to really bully him. This is it from Breedy. You just see him turn and just run at them and take the swing. You can see that he was full light at the time.
Oh,
just great awareness.
Great
awareness from Breedy.
Brilliant stuff, because you can see the bullets flying past him as well. It's like a matter of pixels there. There could have been a trade for Wild. They had the right idea, but Breedy has just done what Breedy does best and keep his team alive. Otherwise, we could have been looking at a 4-round deficit for Falcons, a big mountain to climb, and one that, truthfully, I wouldn't have thought they'd been able to do. So here we go. Wild have still got a 2-round gap. They win this one, they've got 3 rounds to play with. Plenty of time still. Falcons win this one, and suddenly you start to feel that momentum shift, and like just maybe Falcons were leading us down a garden path all along.
Yeah, you know, in honesty, I don't think many people will have expected this, but You know, what a performance we're seeing out of Wild. Again, I've said the same of some of the other teams as well. I said the same of Wolves earlier on. I genuinely think this is one of the best performances that we've seen out of Wild. They're absolutely nailing it. You know, they're understanding what it's going to take to beat Falcons, how they can get that advantage. They're going to go straight in here for the plant. We've got the smoke canisters there. They do exactly that. Leakerfact drops down. I don't think he knows exactly where he's spraying the default position. He doesn't know exactly where it is. They've got the plant successfully. Solotov manages to get one. We're going to see Evan down, but can they hold on to this from the outside?
Why make it complex when simple works just fine, Tim? This could be a massive scramble effort now. Garen's onto his second up above. Fuse being stuck. They've got to challenge aggressively here and try as they might. It doesn't matter. Wild have just very quickly made amends for that last round and once again find themselves up in the lead, clear ahead. A 3-round difference, match point. Wow.
I love it. Again, it's that attitude of you could almost think, no, we can't try that against Falcons. Yes, you can.
Yes, we can.
And guess what? It might just work. And I love the way that they planted in an off spot, because we saw Leakerfact just spraying kind of towards what would be the default, in behind the half wall, in the corner. And eventually, realizes they're over by the window, but the shield is on the back of the blitz. And so it's tough for him to land any shots anyway. He does get Evan before he goes out of the window, but the damage is done. The plant is down, and they can just hold on to it. Great stuff. And then we can see here there's nothing for Falcons to do but kind of just panic and run around that window and try and find the shots, try and find the kills. And great stuff from Wild again. What another round from them. 6-3. They've got 3 opportunities to take a full 3 points.
Wow. Going in, even though I was like, surely not a 4th game in a row. Surely we don't see another crazy outcome. But that is where we've stepped. Have the guys just decided that today is the day that our standings are going to get that little bit closer, that all of our top teams will lose, the bottom teams will win, and everything just kind of condenses and crunches together?
10 seconds remaining.
That's what it feels like they've all agreed on. It's absolutely bonkers.
Let me hit you with the details. If Wild win, they go on to 7 points. So that means that Wolves are on 6, Fnatic 7, Wild 7, BDS 8, Gen G 9. So there will be 3 points separating 6th place and bottom. Every single team will be able to qualify tomorrow. It will just depend on the results.
Bonkers, because so much could have been decided today as well. Like, the whole thing could have been done. Like, wrapped up. BDS got the win. That's it. They're out of sight, out of mind. We know our 6 playoffs teams in tomorrow's games don't really stand for toffee. But here, with the way these games are going, it is absolutely going to matter. I said it earlier as a joke, but I'm pretty sure G2 and Out is like, oh God, what is happening today?
Honestly, there's a world where a lot of teams tomorrow end up on something. 10 points, and it has to come down to round diff and tiebreakers and all sorts of stuff. That's going to be the opener then. Sneak taking a lot of damage along the way, but uses is off the board. 5 versus 4, advantage Wild.
Just take it slow at this point though, boys. Haven't got to panic, haven't got to go mental. You still got 2 minutes of the round to play. Yeah, that Ram charging on through. Of course, not catching much of the floors. He's going to go over the concrete for a time. A second one comes in. That is coming out of anywhere. How on earth has he got that one? Hello? Makes it a second. It's a 5 versus 2. Tim, it could be wrapped up here in the next 20 seconds or so.
I think it's almost certain that it will be at this point. Preda's had 1 clutch already. Surely they can't expect another. We said at the time, you can't rely on those big hero plays. And it is right now down to exactly that. Shaiko, Brede, both down in the basement, both on site. They've got an age to hold on for. 1 minute 15. They've just got to hope they find a couple of kills, but they're going up against Amos Tracks. They're going up against a Wild team that are just hungry for the 3 points, hungry to keep themselves in the chase. There's Shaiko, manages to get the first. It's 2 versus 4, 2 versus 3. Surely cut down. Yes, Brede's there. Evan gets the double at the end, and that is going to be the round and the map. Chalet goes to Wild, and they take a full 3 points off Falcons in another upset.
What is going on today? It is the day of the underdog. And rightly so, boys. Be happy, be proud. That was a great performance. Yeah, almost stepping away from, okay, you've got to be careful. You've got to drone everything. You've got to have complete information. Be willing to take a few risks. And it has paid off big time. Falcons, I imagine, reeling from that one and no idea what the hell they've just been hit by. They stay at the top of the table for now, but that does mean Secret, G2, Virtus.pro, they can all still come knocking. We'll go to a break though. When we come back, our desk will break down one hell of a result.
Well, what a day this has been. And no, you did not stream that. You're seeing it correctly on the screens behind us. Wild has taken down Falcons. The number 10 team did actually just go and beat the number 1 team in regulation. How?
Wild can cook me so hard on social media right now. They can just clip the moment where I say, here's the gap between the two teams. Here's the gap in strategy and experience in all of this. Well, nothing mattered today. And I think the biggest reason why, Jack, is because, once again, Wild was playing for nothing, whereas Falcons were playing for the top seeds. And so that all of the pressure that was on these young shoulders just was released, and they showed their true potential.
Today is like a game of hold my beer. We had an upset in the first game, and then the second game comes along in the third game, and then we get to the Wild game and we think, surely not. This is the best team in Europe, arguably one of the best teams in the world, against little old Wild. And they go, do you know what? Hold my beer. How do they do it? They get aggressive. They want to take the fight to Falcons. It's like they're not even playing Falcons. Where are they on the map? They are everywhere. They're Ivy, they're piano window, they're double window. They're getting out of garage. The first round, Evan spawn peak Shaiko. Like, what is going on? Boosie on the blitz. No respect. And that's exactly how they should be playing. That's how I've wanted to see them play the whole stage. We've been begging for them to like turn up like this. Finally, they've done it. I will echo what Leo said. It's a game that has no pressure, and this is probably why we're seeing upsets from a lot of our bottom of the table teams today, because pressure seems to affect them the most. And also, for the top of the table teams, this is the one where it was pressure, you know, for all of the big teams. But for Falcons, they've seen 2 direct rivals lose. Golden chance to secure themselves in top 2. And they fluffed it against Wild.
Yeah, and then Falcons also play G2 tomorrow, so it certainly isn't easy. They really should have capitalized what they did today, but obviously with Wild winning this game, it really shakes things back up fully again. I mean, Leo, I want to kind of talk about this bet, I guess, that we put up with you. Do you want to...
I forgot about that.
Oh my
do you want to explain?
I completely forgot about that. Shall I explain it?
Yeah.
Leo Alfama R6 on Twitter has agreed that if his power ranking is materially inaccurate, what was it, 4 teams out of place?
No, half of the power rankings are wrong.
If half of the power rankings are wrong, then he will let me apply a semi-permanent tattoo to him tomorrow on broadcast.
Oh, tomorrow? I didn't even know it was tomorrow on
it's
broadcast.
Tomorrow, straight on his forearm.
So that's on the post.
And it's a terrible tattoo as well.
Someone is really reconsidering their life.
And with the fact
now.
that there has been 4 upsets today, that is getting even more likely.
How are you feeling, Leo?
Not great, to be honest. Not great.
Leo's crying in French right now.
Probably worse, way worse than the Wild players, because they can be proud of themselves.
Yeah.
And they shot a lot of mouth by doing what they did today. And whatever the reasons, whatever the fact that there was no pressure, whatever the fact that we're at the end of the stage and it may not matter because they cannot qualify to playoffs, I don't care. I don't care. They proved that they deserve to be here. They proved they can upset a big team. They proved they can outgun some of the best guns in Europe. And that, for me, is very important for them going forward.
That's something very substantial and real, no matter the context in this stage, that they can take going forwards into next stage. It will give them the confidence in themselves, because it has been a tricky stage. Even when they won last time, they kind of limped over the line. This was a big performance against the biggest fish in the pond, and that's they should be so proud of it.
They have really shown a big improvement today, and obviously they have to keep that in the back of their mind, regardless of what happens for the remainder of the stage, regardless of what happens next stage. This was really a really good accomplishment from this roster, and I'm really glad we get to speak to them as well. We should have Garen on the line to answer some of our questions.
That's Evan.
No.
That's not Garen.
Cameo.
Are you doing a Garen cosplay?
Yeah.
Sorry. We were informed it was going to be Garen, but obviously you are not Garen. You're Evan. Congratulations. I don't know what you have done today. You've taken down Falcons. How have you managed to beat down this big #1 team in the league?
Well, I mean, we watched the VP game back a little bit, and like they were just playing aggro on them, and we were like, well, we don't really have anything to lose. Let's just do the same, and it worked.
Do you think that that's been an issue for you guys, that you could not really try new playstyles or more aggressive or more risky playstyles unless you had no pressure on yourselves?
I don't think it was... For me, the pressure was definitely there, like the most in the first 3 games. Like, I was making terrible calls. I wasn't even playing good at all. But like, everyone else was playing pretty good in those first few games. But I feel like the last few games, I don't know, maybe like, it's just the composure, I feel like. Like, that VP game, they were just so good at closing out the late rounds, and the experience really showed there.
What's been the, Evan, for you, what's been the biggest learning in terms of making that step up between Tier 2 and Tier 1?
I mean, definitely, like, just that it's the exact same game. Like, I don't know, when you've been watching some of these players for, like, years, and then all of a sudden you're playing against them, this is very different, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I totally understand that. Obviously, you know, this is really good for you guys to get some good points on the board. But you have one more game in the group stage, and that is against a team you're sort of familiar to. I mean, we talk about MACKO, the team that has been kind of your arch nemesis, I guess we can say, throughout Challenger Series. How are you going into that matchup tomorrow?
I mean, hopefully we're going into it better than we went into it in Challenger Series. That's all I'll say, to be honest. Like, it didn't go great in CL, but it can't possibly get worse, I guess. So yeah, let's see how it goes.
I mean, that is a very good way to look at it. Obviously, we're seeing this massive improvement from you guys. What have you been the most proud and the most happy with for your team with the stage, especially, you know, with this big victory that you had just now?
I mean, coming into it, everyone predicted us last, and probably including some of us. Like, we set a very realistic goal, which is like, let's see if we can push for 7th, 8th maybe. we picked up the win against Wolves. We had very close game against Gen G, which arguably we should have taken 3 points for. I think like it's clear that the potential is there. It's just about the ideas are good, just we weren't executing them right. And I think if we can execute them right, then the potential to push for those higher positions is there.
Seeing our analyst here nod in agreement with you, obviously, yeah.
It comes through the experience, right?
Yeah.
You guys are new. You played only a few matchups. It's also very punishing. Your guys are playing BO1s. You've not had the luxury of playing BO3s as well. It's all, I think, part of the process. And I think we've seen that evolution and that growth throughout the stage. Effectively, at the beginning was hard, but you guys have been looking closer and closer to taking these wins, and then you have multiple ones. I think how you're approaching the off-season and how you guys are gonna... You've got 2 months basically to prepare September. So what's going to be the plan for that?
I mean, to be honest, we haven't even thought about that yet. We're just like focused on the game and getting as much as we can out of the games while we're still playing them. You know, we'll worry about off-season after.
Probably the right idea.
I think Lee was just trying to get a little bit ahead of himself. Obviously, you still have another game tomorrow to play, like we said, against MACKO. For now, though, enjoy this victory. Once again, a big congratulations, and we hope to speak to you again soon.
Also, just want to say, shout out Mint. His chat gave me the idea for the hat buff. Oh, GG. I know, it's still on.
I love that. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Mint. Cheers.
Good stuff. I mean, I'm really happy to see all this like flourishing, I guess we can call it, from these players, especially the newer players, because that is a team full of rookies, and they've just taken down a team that we consider to be among the top 3 in the world. Let me just make that very clear once again. It is absolutely amazing what Wild have just done here.
Yeah. It's you've got on one hand praise them, on the other hand you've got to also look at Falcons and be like, what went wrong here? Disrespect, I think. Not being, I guess, seeing Wild as a concrete opponent.
Yeah.
No reaction whatsoever. That's my biggest issue. I didn't see them adapt to it. I didn't see them adapt to it. I didn't see them adapt to the aggression.
They're supposed to be so good at Chalet as well. Just coming back to that map.
Yeah.
Falcons, when they were BDS, and they had the upper bracket advantage in the biggest game in our esport at the 6th Invitational, they picked Chalet against FaZe. That was the map that, out of all 9, that they wanted to play FaZe Clan on.
Yeah.
They've just lost it to Wild.
Yeah. It is, I mean, it is absolutely insane. I feel like we can talk about this matchup for a lot of hours if we were given a time, but unfortunately we do not really have the time because we still have another game left to play here at the second day in the Super Week. And of course that game is between MACKO and G2, but we're also going to have a bit of a content piece with Tep because we went for an interview with him to speak about him and what it's like with gaming with friends. So stay tuned for that after the break. We're almost about to dive into the final game of the day between MACKO and G2, and you've seen us have a few content pieces with players before in this stage of EML to get a deeper dive on who these players really are. And we've seen parents, we have seen partners, but the one thing we haven't really seen so far yet are friends. And sometimes we can all relate that when we have friends, you know, obviously explain to them when they're not really into gaming, could be really difficult to really deal with them and explain what you're doing, what you're going through, and even managing friendships as well when you're constantly playing or constantly competing could be a really difficult thing. But Teb, on the side of MACKO, is managing that pretty well. So we went over to Rome to talk to Teb and talk to his friend as well, how it's like managing friendships and managing competing at the same time.
Oh, che dici? Bene, te? A posto, fa un po' caldo. Grazie per essere venuto. Andiamo al parco e ci facciamo una chiacchierata. Ah, stiamo su sta panchina. Insomma, ti ricordi quando ci siamo conosciuti?
Mi ricordo quando andavamo a scuola che giocavamo a ricreazione, poi andavamo il pomeriggio a calcio.
È passato tanto tempo ormai, eh?
Sì, poi stavamo sempre insieme tutti i giorni. Adesso è un po' più difficile.
Tanti impegni, te studi. Io ho una routine complicata, orari complicati.
Sì, è più difficile vedersi, nonostante tutti questi impegni, però comunque riusciamo sempre a trovare un po' di tempo per stare insieme.
Quale pensi sia il motivo di questa nostra forte relazione?
Ma sicuramente il fatto che abbiamo tanti interessi in comune, ci piace fare più o meno le stesse cose. E comunque anche il fatto di non essere quasi mai in disaccordo su qualcosa.
Beh, sicuramente sì, io penso anche che appunto il fatto che siamo entrambi determinati e ci diamo da fare ci rende due persone abbastanza simili da questo punto di vista e soprattutto ci supportiamo a vicenda e ci siamo sempre quando c'è bisogno.
Poi comunque anche il fatto che è una di quelle amicizie che ti crei quando sei bambino.
Cresci
e
insieme.
Che sono talmente forti che poi è difficile andarle a perdere nel tempo.
Però non è facile sicuramente essere mio amico, visto molto della mia vita appartiene al mondo online, sicuramente ho orari difficili. Inoltre penso di passare tanto tempo presso al team, comunque sia all'Esports in generale. Però comunque tu ci sei, quando io ho quei momenti liberi e ci organizziamo, tu ci sei.
Sicuramente non è facile perché comunque questo lavoro ti porta via tanto tempo e anche quando hai quel poco tempo libero hai anche una ragazza, quindi è sempre più difficile stare tra amici, però troviamo sempre il modo di stare insieme e anche se è poco tempo magari riusciamo a renderlo al massimo e a stare bene insieme in questi momenti. E poi magari anche quando non ci vediamo, che però giochi, non sempre, ma capita che spesso guardo le tue partite e comunque è anche quella una forma di stare insieme.
Beh sì, sicuramente io sono grato che ho te e anche altri ragazzi comunque mi supportate tantissimo e non è scontato. Sicuramente proprio per questo legame che ci siamo creati fin da piccoli, io ci sarò sempre anche per supportare i tuoi obiettivi e appunto grazie.
E sicuramente ci ritroveremo con le famiglie insieme quando avremo tempo.
Sì, penso, visto la nostra determinazione sicuramente ci arriveremo e riguardo le famiglie sono sicuro, visto il nostro passato, che saremo in grado di costruirci la nostra e passeremo bei momenti. Magari i nostri figli giocheranno insieme, chi lo sa.
Magari faranno come noi.
You know, this is probably the calmest we've seen Teb so far on this this broadcast with that interview. But honestly, it's very relatable, the things he's talking about. You know, you're growing up, this friendship you've had for a very long time. You're looking to still do things together, and you're opening up your calendars. And like, yeah, I have time on like January 25th in 2032. Do you have time as well? It's like, it's a part of growing up as well. But the way that they're still realizing this friendship, despite the busy schedules that they have, it's a really strong bond. You gotta appreciate that.
I think it's an extra layer of difficulty being a pro player.
Yeah.
Like, I felt that personally as well. You're gonna stream during the weekends. You have no vacations. Or the vacations that you have, they're not during the usual vacation time. You're gonna be away if you qualify to events a long time. You're gonna miss on big moments, the birthdays of your best friend, you know, maybe the wedding of your best friend. You know, it's kind of rough. Like, you have to sacrifice a lot of time spent in those early young years with these guys. And I think that was really relatable in that interview. And I think the bond they share through childhood, but also through supporting each other and one's passion, is something that is beautiful to see, and I think many players benefit from that as well.
And it's really good that Teb's got friends that understand that he has to make that sacrifices, because, you know, some people aren't lucky enough for that as well. So to have somebody by his side like that is incredible.
Yeah, it must be absolutely huge. And obviously they really benefit from the fact that all of MACKO is from Italy. When we look at that team, obviously it really helps to have friends on the roster, but also the ones that you speak to with each other. You know, once we're looking at G2 later, obviously for them it's a little bit more difficult. We're looking at players that are literally moving to different countries, moving to different continents, still living together maybe with their teammates, but it does really make things a lot more difficult than for a team like MACKO. When we look at them, obviously their debut in EML, pretty much locked in for top 6 right now. Yeah. It is a pretty good start.
Yeah, a strong debut. I think they will have carried out incredible amount of points on the back of incredible clutches, on the back of many overtime victories. But what a better way to start. Like, honestly, the amount of experience they got from this.
Yeah.
And that's one way to forge strong bonds in the team.
Yeah, we said it yesterday. Like, there's still levels that they can go to. The fact that they're secured in playoffs, especially with all this craziness going on around them, by the way. If they were still fighting out, there'd be a lot more nervous. They're secured in the playoffs. And they've still got levels to go to. They will play best of threes against some of the best the region's got to offer, which even if you take out, you know, the invitations to EWC and all the ramifications of SI points, things like that, it'll be incredible experiences for them to be in the playoffs. So well done, MACKO, and it's a free hit to get even higher up the table now.
Yeah, and I mean, especially with how the day's been turning out, that all the underdogs have been winning out the matches today, and that again for G2 as well really puts a good perspective for them, given that everyone around them has really dropped the ball today. So they really have this good position here to solidify that top 2 position, to really make sure they set themselves up for that bye going into playoffs.
G2, we've seen them at international events look like they don't care, which is kind of sometimes a detriment to them. Today is probably a strength. They're not going to really care about all the craziness going on. They're just going to focus on themselves. And they're playing some of the siege of their lives. You see the players on your screen there. Everybody's having a great stage. Everyone's putting in the big numbers, the big work. They're having fun. They're getting the craziness. They're winning. Doki's
having fun as well.
Another jump session, maybe?
Yeah, he's loving it. He's in the mood. He's in the mood. I can tell you. He's already ready to go for it. I mean, look at G2. I think they're the... Oh, yeah, okay. I don't know what he is.
I was transcended then. Sorry, I was so fixated on what Doki was doing. I was like, I don't know
if the warming up the tongue is necessary for this kind of job, but Doki actually has been overall really impressive in the last few play days. I will say that G2 as a team is the only team in the top 4 today that has the potential to finally be the favorite and win the match.
It's like Christmas has come at once for them. All of their rivals has lost, and all the teams that can't touch them have won, which means they now have the golden opportunity to win and lock in that top 2.
And I think with this matchup in particular, with these 2 teams going up against each other, I think we should prepare ourselves for some really explosive end of rounds. I mean, we talked about the individuals over on the side of MACKO, but there's certainly some individuals over on the side of G2 that really have what it takes if you're looking at those late round moments.
Yeah, if you look at this, obviously we're showing the wrong picture here. It's not Ghost, it's Dora. But overall, we've seen some incredible individuals on the side of both G2 and MACKO. These guys have dropped an impressive amount especially MACKO with 8 clutches, by the way.
These two teams account for 38% of all clutches in this league, by the way.
Yeah, I mean,
and that's just pure 1vx's. That's not 2v4s, 2v5s, all that type of stuff.
It's been the consistent story with these two rosters playing really well in the late rounds and having incredible individuals that love to be lurking in these various scenarios. Most of them in defense as well.
And speaking of, like, there's rookies on there, right? I mean, we're talking about Dora, we're talking about Stompin, players that have not been to this level of competition to really have that ice in the veins type of stuff where you're last alive on your team. There's 2, 3, 4 enemies against you on the enemy team. To successfully go and win that round, it's a very tall ask, and they're doing it successfully.
I mean, both Dora and Stompin, right? We're highlighting them as some of the top clutches on both of their teams, and tier 1 debut this stage.
Yeah.
It shows that they have a lot of potential, and once again, it shows our grassroots system in Europe is good. It shows that we have...
And North America.
Well, and North America as well. But yeah, that's pretty true.
Yeah,
but in general...
We can't claim Stompin as one of our own.
I will say this, then maybe he grows a little bit on the roster of G2 under the leadership of Brazilian players. All right, that's fine. I guess we'll just give up on Europe then.
No, it's fine. It's really looking promising for those specific players, especially going into the future. But we won't want to get too ahead of ourselves. Obviously, we have our final best of 1 of the day. Let's see where this match will be taking us in regards of this best of 1 and the map veto. Ooh, Nighthaven Labs. I'm very fond of that.
Yeah, I think looking at this, we've seen a G2 that is extremely strong on it. Really good showing since the beginning of CJax. They beat Cloud9 convincingly at Reload on it, 7-3, but it's Cloud9, it's NA, so it's not really a reference of level or skill. Then they played it during this stage and also won it convincingly 7-2. When we look at the side of MACKO, it's been a little bit on and off. They barely beat Fnatic on it 7-5, and
that was clutches.
That was just clutches, and Fnatic were just like, it's the one round where they execute with one guy planting and 2 guys are all the way off in Narnia.
I think one of the guys was in border, never mind on Nighthaven Labs.
So it's not been looking too good for MACKO. And G2 is still the heavy favorite, both right now in terms of experience and achievement throughout this stage, but also on this map.
Yeah, there has been obviously... we're seeing a lot of surprises here today. There's a really big potential for MACKO to take down a team like G2, especially with how boring this matchup could be for G2, given that they can really lock in the top 2 with this one. But the game is almost ready, so we'll bring in our casters for one more time today. We are once again joined by Ace and Deza. And guys, I don't know what you two are bringing to the EML, but this day has been full of upsets.
This is not normally how it goes, is it, Tim? It's like overtime normally, yeah, but this has been a bit obscene.
I think you'd say as well, this one's probably would be one of the smaller upsets if MACKO managed to get... MACKO have had a good stage so far, so, of what we've seen, anything's possible here.
It is all to play for. I mean, MACKO are playing obviously for that better position going into playoffs. G2 are playing for the bye going into playoffs, so the stakes are pretty high going into this final game of the day. But the game is ready, so please take us to Nighthaven Labs.
Shall do, and thank you very much, Tim. Last game of the day. I was wondering when we'd get here, to be fair, because it has been one hell of a day. A lot of surprising games, a bunch of rehosts along the way. But here we are, final game of the day. And as you said, it probably is the closer of the bunch that I think we've had so far today.
Yeah, in terms of, those games that we looked at and thought might be a bit one-sided, I came in saying, no, I don't know about this one. I think MACKO can give G2 a little bit of a run for their money. But it really does depend with G2 sometimes on which G2 show up, I think. And, for the majority of stage 1, it's been a G2 that have been clinical, they've been threatening, they've been aggressive, they've been really, really good. It's the best I've seen G2 consistently in, I think, maybe the last year. I think the fans have got the most to be excited about at the minute.
Here we go, the Thermite ban to start things off. I imagine a second hard breach to follow straight after, and they'll go for the third one, which will be the Habana at round 4, or the end of round 3, sorry. 4 teams into using a Maverick and make it very, very uncomfortable being anywhere near a wall that you need to get opened up. And of course, we'll invite along a lot of hard breach gadgets, for example. On the other side for MACKO, they're sort of playing to the same sort of thing here with the Kite and the Bandit being taken away at the same time. Both teams sort of playing that merry dance, mainly focused on breach for the most part.
I think map control is going to be a key one between these two. G2 are going to look, I think, to use the majority of the map wherever they can here on Native, and we know that it's a very, very big map. So apart from that top floor, we do tend to see a lot of roaming, we tend to see a lot of presence all over the place. G2 on the defense first, so I think they're going to try to use that as much as they can to their advantage. But they start us up on the top floor, looking sort of recent history, the last 20 times Nighthaven's been played, 51% win rate for the defenders up on top floor, so it's actually pretty even really overall. Sorry, 57% up on the top floor, 51% for the map as a whole. So for a side that I'm not always too keen on, Doki trying the Pasha Hollow. For a side I'm not always too keen on because it kind of restricts your ability to use too much of the map. It does favour the defenders.
I was so confused for a second. I thought you were talking about the Hollow, and I was just like, why does that restrict your ability to control the map?
Top floor.
What are you on about? But now I guess after we've seen Pasha absolutely slay people on red stairs with it earlier, Doki Fantasy is channeling a little bit that energy, and don't blame him, as we said before. Pasha is the best player in the competition right now, highest DPS, fantastic entry rate, brilliant KD, like almost a 2-to-1 KD, I believe he's currently finding himself at. So no surprise, Doki's trying to get a bit inspired by him. Here we go for this first round, though. At least as things kick off, a lot of eyes will be on Lolo on the Monty. That's spearhead for the team, and for now, they're making use of that double hard breach whilst they can, because in a few rounds' time, that Hibana is gone.
Yeah, good use of the Rotero drone as well, just using it to open up that soft surface. Sometimes a little overlooked function of the Rotero drones. Of course, we focus on them taking out the utility, but can also be used to create vertical angles, create breaches in soft walls. Can be really versatile when you think about it. So G2 not really dislodged from anywhere. Loira is in a key position at the minute. We see the Azami on catwalks so often. He has a little look. He was very lucky there. I tell you what, they've dealt with him really easily, though. A lot of attention taken on the door, and Teb just walks in behind and gets that kill.
Laura's been feasting this stage, to be fair, and I think he imagined himself having another shot at the player trying to push down towards door, but of course didn't respect the control push coming in behind him. Puts him down one more number. Stomping gets his first kill of the game, and G2's first, actually. Dora to fall here, make it a 4 versus 4. It is only the Maverick that's gone down, so not the end of the world, but it's still pressure abated as one more appears at that door. Now Akwi's starting to have a bit of a face down, but look who's here with him, Tim, is the shield as well. I think Alamar's going to realise that. Ali, up and over. Almost gets rid of Akwi there, who could have been in hot water if he was any closer to that doorway.
Yeah, a little bit too soon with the Nitro, and they're going to use one of those Rotero drones again to open access from top Aqua stairs for the Monte. Ghost managing to get a second in the round. Doki takes down Teb, 2 versus 3. It's up to Stomping, and Doki Stomping manages to find 1. And that brings us back to level pegging. It's Doki. We know that they're a hell of a duo. Doki manages...
Shield.
Second, but Lolo takes him out.
Not really.
This is going to be a bit of a battle, a bit of a ring around the roses here. Doki doesn't have his shield to use. It's going to be whoever can find these first shots. The pistol comes out. Damage is done. Doki tries to swing around. Can't find the head of the Monte. Can't stay alive for long enough. Lolo finds the final kill in a dance of death.
Oh, unfortunate there for Doki. You think in that situation he'd be more than able to walk away as the winner, but unfortunately, not to be the case. Lolo showing a bit of mastery of his own. An interesting first round to get things off. I think both teams really had a swing of things at times. But MACKO ultimately being the ones that come away with the first round on the board. Is it going to be one of those games, Tim, as we spoke about a few times and definitely joked about, but I feel like we can't really make the jokes anymore. It's been that day of upsets. There is every chance here that MACKO take the win against G2, and it's not exactly outside the realms of doubt either.
100%. This is anybody's. MACKO coming in with a decent first attack. There was a little flurry of kills in the middle of the round from G2 that kind of got them back into it, but you always felt that MACKO were pretty much in control of that. Look at the areas, the key areas that they took. Garage Catwalk, no problem at all. Stepped up and killed Loira, pushed him from both sides, took that with ease. Top Aqua, they moved in from there again very easily, just getting that wall open with the Rotero, letting the Monty walk on in. The Nitro from Alamau landed short, wasn't able to do any damage. They just were very much in control of a lot of those key zones, and it was good stuff from MACKO. So they're going to move on now to the second round. G2 going to take us down to the base.
Yeah, force MACKO through the map, I think, is the important part here. I say through the map, they may well just go straight down and towards opening the external walls if they wanted to, but I'd expect for the most part, given we have got the outlines of a few G2 players scattered around the map, you can see Loira, for example, on the second floor, 3 of them hovering around the first floor for now. It's going to be a full map clear for MACKO. They're going to have to work the way through. They can't exactly rush in towards site this way. And so they'll have that little dance of death that you have with the roamers in terms of how much time they want to commit out around the map versus how much they want to find themselves back on site and comfortable. We'll see how long G2 can hold on for.
Interestingly, the basement is the one site on Nighthaven that's actually attacker leaning. In the last 74 rounds we've seen played on tank and assembly specifically, 56.8% win rate for the attackers, so a little bit of a risk for G2 here. They've lost that first round on the top floor. They now go into a site which statistically is tougher for the defenders to hold on to. They could well find themselves 2-0 down here.
It'll make life interesting for sure. We'll see, of course, what builds up to it. For now, no one has gone down inside the opening 75 seconds, so G2 not looking to get roped into these engagements. I mean, for the most part, MACKO just stayed away from that side of the map. They've not bothered with a heavy push in towards Garage, for example, where a couple of players have been hanging out. Instead, looking a lot more in towards the site itself and keeping their control side narrow. Got to be careful now they're inside of storage because you do want the vertical control, and that is where these players on G2 could look to be a little bit troublesome. Loira especially is the one on keeping a close eye on because he's now working his way down around those stairs inside the warehouse. If he gets into a good spot, he could be a real party spoiler.
Alamo just missing the shots onto the Vulcan canister. They're always tough at a tight angle like that. I think he'd just get it actually as he popped back in. I thought he'd missed that one. So that just slows down the push a little bit. They do deal with the mirror window, but it just gives Alamo a little bit of breathing space. Saying that, he does take some damage along the way. Finds himself now down at half health. Needs to be careful with his challenge into EXO there. There's going to be even more pressure coming into this area very, very soon. And MACKO feeling like it's go time. 45 seconds left to go. They drop in and start looking for that first kill to get things rolling, but it's going to be Doki. Who else to pick up Akwi and get things underway for G2?
Thought he'd find someone on the belly, but no, got baited in. The trade back the other way. The nade finds Alamo. All things there, sort of stuck between a rock and, well, an explosive. Going to go down either way. Back into a 4v4, as we saw in the last round. Blaz gets one more back. Last 20 seconds here. MACKO have really got to pick things up, and I don't think, Tim, they're going to have enough time because I mentioned about these players that have been out and about around the map. They're still out there. Lolo's all alone. Will find one more for himself. Gets this up to third in the game, but he's got to bring down 3, and I don't think with 5 seconds left him will find any of that. Loira with the close, and now we're at 1 apiece. Both teams have arrived here on Labs.
Yeah, big round from Loira. I think it was 3 in the round that he managed to get himself. A little bit quiet in the first round from him. Was taken out of Garage Catwalk pretty easily, but then doubles down, comes back strong, and finds himself a big part of G2 winning the round. So 1-1, and honestly, pretty much what I expected so far. I had a feeling that this was going to be a close matchup between these two, and that's exactly how it starts out.
Again, the rounds have been back and forth, I guess, across both, really. We've seen both kills getting those early trades, and then it's when it starts transforming into the flurry of kills towards round end that sees it going one way or the other. Not quite stable enough yet for either team to say that they're in the game, I think. We've seen them both get that one on the board. Let's see what happens. Now we go back up towards this top corner. A reminder again, for Loira, it was a little bit of over-aggression early on. Wanted to get himself too involved. I think they paid the price. It was a great play from MACKO. I believe it was Teb who pushed him from control hallway and got a freebie onto his back. Ultimately, the round still came down to a 1 versus 1. So definitely some caution needs to be shown by G2. And MACKO will be the ones who are going to bring something a little bit different to the field, I imagine. Change up what happened last time around so that they'll always leave G2 guessing.
Objective is to defuse a bomb.
Round 3, here we go. We've had 1 entry kill in both directions. Teb and Doki with 1 apiece. Both rounds have seen whoever get the entry take the round as well. So a little bit early for that stat to be too meaningful, but certainly something to watch as we progress and who can come out on top of that entry battle for the time being. It's going to be about MACKO trying to get themselves inside of the map. We saw a similar approach last time. It's the same as round 1. They are attacking onto top floor. What I want to see from G2 here, what I'm focusing on is what do they do differently here in terms of holding on to Garage Catwalk. That's a big part for me because they were removed far too easily from it last time around, and they need to make sure that that is not the case this time. Now, I was going to say, we often talk about the Mavericks and how quickly they can get it done. I gave Dora the benefit of the doubt and he stepped up, he got it done.
I want to say we were casting these guys earlier in the stage, and you were drawing a very close assessment, and Dora passed the test back then. I'm glad
He did. He's passed it again. He's passed it again.
A retest? Unheard of in this age.
Got to keep them
But good
skills
enough for
sharp.
us. T4 below, and
Beautiful.
the freest kill you ever will find. Down goes Akwi, the Hibana gone as well. So none of that really being used here. I didn't actually see how much they managed to get involved inside the jungle to begin with and get things opened up. I imagine not an awful lot. So that'll be now a consideration point they're going to have to worry about if that wall is, of course, reinforced off. If there's players holding it on the G2 side, they have no ability to get it opened up.
No, it's going to be a case of maybe repositioning the Maverick if they want to get some lines of sight to apply pressure to Pillar. That's exactly what's going to happen. Let's see, can Dora pass the test once again? I feel like it's a test every time this is done, but I think he's definitely shown his prowess for today. He can keep his Maverick license.
There we go. We've seen so many teams fall foul trying to push in towards the spot here. Electric quite hard to hold on to. Somewhat for the defenders because flashes come raining over the top from the window. But it's more that once the defenders got themselves dug in. In fact, last week we saw a player set down behind a shield, if you recall. The quick 3K came through from there. It was pretty horrific. I want to say it was Fnatic trying to break it open. Just couldn't quite get their way into the room and get the control they needed. At least here MACKO have that. But now trying to formulate the game plan and actually make something happen. We're down to the last 25 seconds or so. They've got to make a move, Tim. It's going to be a pillar push.
They're just stalling out a little bit here. They've burnt a lot of time, stood in and around, and they've allowed this position for Stomping now to play with the shotgun, play inside the Toxic Babe canisters. G2 just pounce and get kill after kill. It's going to be 3 versus 2. MACKO, Lolo on low health. Ghost does manage to find one and another. Can they hold on here, G2? It's Lawyer with 4 seconds, but the plant is going down. He might find himself in a retake. He won't. He finds himself dead. Before that, Ghost is having a big game so far today, and that's another round for MACKO. 2-1.
And just a brilliant execute at that as well. Like, we saw them lining up and we were a little bit concerned about how much time they'd left themselves to make that push through work, and they did it absolutely beautifully. I think the critical one was the smoke off on towards the door, on towards the A site. It meant there was no support coming from the players that weren't on the immediate site, back, like scattered around Pillar itself. And Stomping tries, he might with the smoke down, for example. He's being flashed out. Not a lot he can do. It was a really aggressive swing from Dora that got him the kill in the end. And then from there, Ghost, as you say, just popped off with a closing 3K as well. Absolutely beautiful. But MACKO showing there's certainly not any rollovers, and you can see why. They're one of our top teams that have already made it into playoffs, and here, looking to challenge G2 for maybe one of our top 2 spots tomorrow.
Yeah, you know, I think that's something that MACKO have shown consistently throughout this stage. They've continued to surprise people. You know, coming in, obviously, you always look at the new teams that are stepping up from tier 2, or, you know, like in Wild's case, an academy team coming forward. You're always going to look at those new teams coming in against teams like your G2, your Virtus.pro, your Falcons that have been established for a long time, and you're going to think they're going to have a tough time of it in the stage, and there's always, you know, the expectations are going to be limited, and I think that was the case for MACKO. But this is a team that have been grafting and working in T2 for the longest time. They've got this opportunity, and what they've shown is that they understand the gravity of that, and that they're not going to waste that opportunity. Like, they've been putting the work in, it is clear, and they've been getting the rewards on the back of it, and they continue to do so, challenging G2 here on the attack of Nighthaven. It's not an easy thing to do. If they can get themselves 1, maybe 2 more rounds, that's the warning signals start to sound for G2.
Also worth, I think, giving some praise to the org itself of MACKO. They've really persevered in the scene. I believe the owner is like quite a famous tattooist over in Italy. Let's continue building things up, and obviously it's a very much a homegrown org, and it's still here in Tier 1 now, been around for several years, and just good to see the kind of support that's been offered to the players over time as well. Boot camps, you name it. Really love to see that. Strong support from an org as well, making it here at the top level too. Now, see, of course, they bring down G2, one of our most supported. I mean, Doki right now is giving the support to his teammate who was taking pressure across the map. Stomping was the one receiving a little bit of aggro, but the response was there. Doki now getting some pressure from that control window. He's got to be careful as Akwi's taking a few shots on his own challenge through. G2 really making sure that they're putting MACKO through the ringer here and giving nothing away for free.
Yeah, MACKO needing to make sure that they get that top floor control. Just looking at it, you've got Lyra still up there, but is alone now. Doki's actually moved himself down into cargo down in the basement, so G2 very much going for a 3-floor kind of defense here. Doki with those impact nades in hand. If he gets the call that there's a plant going down pillar, he could get there and look to aggress onto it from underneath. But Teb gets an important kill, takes down Lyra. There's nobody on the top floor now, so MACKO can get in there and start a little bit of verticality. They are limited to DMRs and a hard breach charge, but they can still do a bit of something. 3 versus 3 though, as Blaz manages to find Teb.
I think a critical kill to get as well, because that second smoke isn't available from Teb's back pocket. Roll the one out as we saw, but that's all they've got. And now they've got to try and make this work inside with no smoke cover. No one is above, so that's not like a major consideration for them. But in this 3 versus 3 and 60 seconds to play, all going to start building up. There's no flashes left either. They've got single-sided Grimbees. Not a lot for either side to play with. Starting to round out there. Stomping almost managed to find his man. C4 rips and pulled on through. Blaz getting one, but it's down to a 1v2. Doki's got to go big.
Again, it's G2 on that back foot, but we know we spoke about the Clutch Kings coming in. Doki nearly gets himself another in the stage. Dora is going to go for the plant, and as he comes off, Doki is there ready pre-firing and gets himself another clutch to his name. G2 continue to rely on Doki to pull them out of those situations.
Someone pointed this out earlier. Since like CJX's rise, like Doki's been a very different player. I think historically we've seen him be quite up and down. I think it's fair to say, like inconsistent, if we're being like cruel about it and using a strong word. It hasn't been necessarily the strongest, but I think especially since CJX has come along, he's looking great. And of course you can put that down to Stomp and join the team and looking a lot more composed throughout the stage. But it's just good seeing him able to play back to the highs that we know that he's more than capable of. Interesting early timeout here from G2 as well. It's a 2 apiece. They clearly don't feel things are quite going the way they need, even with them just winning that last round. But I imagine that's because, again, the backroom staff, you know, cameraman, Ramalho, you name it, have seen something here they're not happy with and need to have that conversation now. Likely more of a communication issue than anything else.
Yeah, I think they're probably also recognising at 2-2 how important it is for G2 to get the next couple of rounds. Native and Labs is, generally speaking, a defender-sided map, so they need to be making sure that they're getting in here. It's only just, we're talking about 52%, but still, it's about getting any advantage you can find, and they really do want that 4-2 half.
Might not be able to find it if they carry on this way. It's a great play by Doki to bait off the back of the Kiba barrier going down. I think even Dora read into it maybe as being a bait going down that Doki would round off elsewhere rather than pushing so aggressively along with the deployment of the Kiba. Very interesting moment that honestly could have gone horribly wrong if Dora managed to get that plant down and win out the closing 1 versus 1. But instead, all things are square. Timeout, still we're back into it and we're up onto this top floor once again.
Second clutch that we've had inside of 4 rounds. Lolo 1v2 at the beginning in round 1. And then Doki, of course, 1v2 just then on the back of a 3k as well in the round for Doki. So, as you said, great round from him. Going to be back up to the top floor. It's a site that G2 have lost twice. It's the only site that MACKO have won, of course, having 2 rounds on the board. What can G2 do differently here? They got pretty close last time, I felt. They held on to Catwalk well. They prevented the Aqua push. It was all about coming from jungle and electrical and trying to get towards pillar to get the plant down, and they held MACKO at bay until about the final 20 seconds, and then I don't know, MACKO just managed to brute force their way in, and I think G2 will be happy to kind of roll the dice on a similar defense here, thinking we just need to get them to the same point because, you know, more often than not, we're going to win the gunfights there and close out the round.
It's interesting how the lineup has changed quite drastically actually this time around as well. I say drastically, it's not like catastrophically different. But they're running that Ella same as in the previous round. Not good to lose Doki. That's one of your trap operators gone. I was about to say, they've got the Legion, they've got the Ella playing there. A lot of trap operators to deal with the pushing from MACKO later in the round. It's about stalling out up to that point, but losing your life so easily, that's not what I call stalling out around, Tim.
just such a cheap death as well, you know, to take. And Toki's had a huge moment at the end of the last round and then gets down through shots to the feet from Mav in the wall. They've played a double hard breach ban. They know that it's going to be the Maverick being brought along. Like, you've got to be aware of those angles getting opened up on that breach, and it is a big loss inside the first. Also to mention, 3 out of 4 rounds so far have gone in the direction of the opening kill. So if that trend continues, we would suggest that MACKO have now got a big advantage in this round.
Knock, knock.
Starting to shape up very similar to the last one, though, Tim. If you recall, last time we had 2 players set up inside of Connector, getting ready to push their way through. We had a couple of players set up inside of Electrical, ready to swing and challenge aggressively onto Stomping. It was Dora's pushed through that got the freebie onto Stomping, who otherwise could have stalled out with a couple more smokes. So it's more, again, looking like more of the same, even though Stomping here is holding a much more aggressive angle and being willing to challenge for now. Free drone found underneath, been there for about a minute or so, so they'll at least know what he's been trying to do, where he's been roaming around. Blaz in a very aggressive spot. Oh, but Akwi sees him first. Blaz doesn't full commit. Pays the price, gets counter swung, and another kill goes the way of MACKO. 5v3.
Yep, G2 being punished at every turn inside this round, whether it's a cheap opening death or whether it's Blaz being shut down, trying to get aggressive. Just nothing's really working at the minute. Stomping, I like that swing. As the flashbang comes in, he knows he's likely to be peaked. He takes the challenge before its effects are felt. Doesn't get the kill, but Lyra does manage to find a double, looking for a third as well. Predicts the movement will come across the doorway, but we find ourselves now 2 versus 2. Low health across the board. There's only Stomping, who has all his hit points in place.
They need to find kills, and I don't think they can afford to go into a 1 versus 2 as we step into a clutch, but shotgun posted up, waiting for the swing. It's Stomping to get one, Lyra the other. And G2 recover what, honestly, when they were in a 3 versus 5, should have been a lost round. That, for me, is the second round. No, we saw it from Doki earlier on. Second round now, where they've had to rely on these hero plays, these clutch moments from individuals to get them over the line. It's all good having that in the locker, but this ain't the dominant G2 that we've seen over the last few weeks.
No, not as much so. They certainly seem, you know, a little bit less sure of themselves in this one. They know that they're in a game. You know, MACKO are playing it very well, but Doki frustrated with himself there. Not too much of a surprise. As I said, it was a little bit of a cheap one to give away, but Lyra played brilliantly here. We saw this previously, if you remember. Lyra got pushed from both sides when he was the Azami back in round 1, and he just died like immediately. It was really well done by MACKO, but this time Lyra was ready for it, and that's the thing with players like G2 have. You can't always try the same thing more than once because they're not going to get fooled twice, and Lyra was definitely ready and punished them with that one, so well played from him. G2, they get it over the line despite losing that opening entry battle. And they go 3-2, and the hunt for that 4-2 defensive half is still very much alive.
4-2 will feel like, again, a bit of a saving grace. I look back at the rounds that G2 have won, all 3 of them. It's come from a 3K for an individual. Lyra in round 2, Doki in round 4, Lyra in round 5. The numbers just keep on building up for these individuals that are really putting on a bit of a show for us. Saying that, there's only really been one round where we haven't had a multi-kill, and that was round 1, and even that came with a low 1v2, so it's been bonkers. But here we go. They're trying to make a quick one. They want to see this half over and done with. They've tried their best to step forward, but they've just been gatted down as soon as they've stepped forward. They've lost 2 of their players. Diffuser is down. Not ideal for MACKO, who wanted this one done inside 30 seconds.
No, I think they've just learnt a lesson there about why you have to clear above. Stomping will be taken down now, but he got the important kill. He got the one they needed, and that was the blitz going into sight to try and make life difficult. Lolo is going to find Lyra, but 2 versus 3. They've got a Glass, they've got a Dorka base, so they've got some pretty good utility on side for them, but we've got 2 minutes left to go, and G2, they can stay inside, they can hold their angles, and they can just wait for their opportunities, and they will come because MACKO are going to have to push forward.
It just makes me nervous that, again, G2 are the ones who are in a 5 versus 3. We've seen it flip the other way now, where they're the ones bleeding out more players than what MACKO are. Yes, it's G2 at a disadvantage, and MACKO have got a lot of stuff to figure out here. Got a couple of drones they can still work with. They've got a bit of utility, a couple of flashes, otherwise not a whole lot to go off of. Blaz has still got all 3 smokes. We've got C4s, we've got impacts. G2 are definitely the ones who are stacked up on what's in their back pocket right now, and of course have the advantage. But maybe this call makes a little bit of difference for them when it comes out. Never know. All it takes is a couple of headshots, and this round is transformed.
Going to grab the cameras there, so they've got the intel, or at least what's left of it after They've no doubt taken a bunch of default cameras away themselves, but very insistent on using the vert here. Almost a minute spent just purely working those vertical angles with the door coming from above, and they haven't found anything. There's no damage been done to G2. G2 are too smart for this. They're just going to keep themselves well out of sight as much as they can. They're going to give absolutely nothing away. Plaz manages to find Lolo above. It's all up to the glass of Akwi's inside of sight. Cut down by Doki. Nice and simple mop up there from G2 to finish the round for the half 4-2. I feel like that score isn't really fully reflective of what we've seen. It's been a lot closer, really, and MACKO could come away feeling like they could have had 3 or 4 rounds there, but ultimately G2 showing a bit of class, getting it done and getting themselves the advantage before moving on to the attack.
That feels like the story of so many games throughout this stage. Even back at Reload, a similar story where it's like, we know that team won, but it really feels like 3 or 4 rounds were lost by the other side. In a way, you kind of describe it as like they lost to themselves in a way, or one side didn't win, the other side lost. In this game, I still feel like G2 has done enough in a few critical rounds. More, when I say G2, I mean individual players that have managed to make quite a big impact there. As I mentioned, 3 multi-kills is what gave them their 3 rounds throughout it. That one there was much more of a team effort, but it was shutting down the rush from MACKO's side, as I'm sure we'll see in the replay here. Try the very best, but Doki gets one, Stomper gets the other. It's just a little bit too easy to completely close things down there. It really had to be in there a little bit quicker. Nice shot from MACKO to get that reverse onto the Warden, but it was too little, too late.
Okay, we move on to the defensive half. Teb's just trying to hide that clash away for the time being. Lead his teammates on point, taking down those runs. We just see Lolo doing exactly that at the top of Aqua stairs, just really wanting to prevent any of that 6th pick coming in for the attackers, being able to bring utility specifically to deal with the clash. As it is, they've already got the Nomad on side. It depends. They kind of need to rely on finding the clash before they've deployed the air jabs, of course. Can be a great way of dealing with the clash. They've also switched out. I think they might have seen the clash, given that Doki's switched onto the Flores as well. Of course, those Rotero drones, great for getting in there and clearing the shield out once it's planted. So I don't think MACKO's strategy is quite paid off for them.
Yeah, I don't know how much Teb really fancies playing the Fet Dance with Death. Remember when the Clash first had the rework and Fet was just like, hey, you can run out and plant it down, throw a nade it, you pick it back up, you move it, you put it back down again. It's horrible when you start playing that dual game with it. Admittedly, we've seen teams try and do that a little bit today, like play quite aggressively with the shield. I think back to Fnatic defending on the basement of Consulate earlier. A 2v1 that was formed inside of yellow, and eventually they both die and trying to play a little bit too clever. Things happen. So I don't think you'll see us go and try and be too bonkers with it, but as you say, G2 have got the tools to help deal with it if it becomes a problem.
Just trying to judge which wall we'd seen opened up. I think it was the connector wall that Lyra had gone, Blaz had gone straight for on the thermite. IT wall still close to the time being. The mirror window will be smashed out. But G2 not really inside of the building in any significant way yet. They've got Alum out underneath in cafeteria around kitchen, just looking to open up and cause a menace from below with some of those ash chargers, no doubt. Clear out a bit of utility as well. And then can, of course, move up through meeting to join them in the push towards electrical.
That's interesting how MACKO have gone. Yeah, big one. Oh, juicy.
Ton of utility.
I remember seeing one of those go off.
No, Lyra, you can't
It
do
started
that.
so well. I still think back to the time when Flores' drone went off on... It was near the bookcase where you typically chuck a bulletproof camera on Chalet. And it went down where there was the Rotero on the right, there was a shield in the middle, and just off towards its left, there was an ADS. It killed the ADS, but not the shield, and I was like, what? At least that one there cleared absolutely everything out. Now, G2 are down 2 players. We've been here before, though, Tim. We've seen these rounds spun on their head, so I don't want to count them out just yet. However, they are on the attacking side. It is a bit of a taller ask.
Yeah, and the problem that they've got, it's not just about the fact that it's 5 versus 3, it's one of those 5 is Clash, and now Teb has the freedom to play that shield a lot more. He doesn't necessarily need to be a gun, because even if you take him out of the equation, it's still 4 versus 3 in favour of MACKO, so he can really now play that aggravating role of just being a presence, just being feeding intel in, but Blaz has just changed the trajectory, manages to get 2, taking down Ghost and Akwi, might have an opportunity to pick Stomping up as well. 28 seconds left to go, so G2, they do need to get moving, but it just became at least more possible.
But they are against the Clash, and that's where I get a little bit nervous for them at this point. Tim, and that shield is still standing, as we can see here on the pillar. This is actually a really smart place for it as well. They won't be able to easily get in, but no! Alamar stepped round. Is it another moment for G2 to win on the gunfights and get around back online? No, it's not. Unfortunately, one went down, and Stomping was stuck in a 1 versus 2. They managed to hold on, but MACKO should really not have bled out 3 players there.
No, it was closer than it probably should have been, but MACKO won't mind that. At the end of the day, all that they're bothered about is that score on the scoreboard. They were pretty solid, to be fair. After the Clash went down, you know, they were defending from the opposite side, and they were looking pretty comfortable as those final. I think the problem for G2 was they'd taken too much time to deal with everything. Because of the loss of those 2 players, they then had to kind of adjust and get themselves into sight, and they were just rushing in those last 10 seconds to try and find the fights, try and go for the kills. The call had been made, and it was just a little bit tough for them. And you see that because they get cut down so easily, they're just forcing themselves into positions to try and take fights into angles that are already being held, already being watched. So MACKO get themselves 1 back. They're back within 1. It's 3-4 on the scoreboard. G2, they're going to be looking, of course, to get an attack as soon as possible. It's down onto the basement, which, as I said earlier, is the most attacker-favoured site in the map. So this is G2's opportunity.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Gonna work your way through the entire map. First, spoke about G2 playing out on the roam earlier on. Will surprise nobody that MACKO are the kind of team that do like to get out around the map and stay busy. We've got both Dora and Teb playing up on the 2nd floor. Akwi and Ghost looking to give a little bit of support on the 1st. And then Lolo's the one who's holding down the fort in... I can't believe I've just said that. Holding down the fort. I feel sick. Holding the fort in basement.
Gonna have the
respect the Queen's English.
Just gonna have the Thermite dancing about having a look now. We spoke earlier about the way that you can work around those mute jammers because it's a spherical coverage on the back of the wall. So if you go towards the top corners, there's obviously coverage missing. But I don't think that is the case here. I think that Teb has actually applied a good few of those mute jammers along the back of that wall so that he's got that complete coverage. I think if you use 3 across there, you'll get coverage whereby they're unable to get the Thermite charge in any position where it's going to open it up. We see the small wall taken out, so that means they can at least breach into Animus. They need to now deal with that double wall.
I'll come back to a stat that I shared on the SEL broadcast on the weekend. Rao as an operator has the lowest win rate of any operator in the game right now. Attack or defense, no matter what other name you want to think of, Nope has the lowest attacking win rate. And I think a lot of that comes down to the fact that quite new to the pool, a lot of Plovsy teams haven't really had the chance to invest in playing her just yet, figure out the optimal strats for her. We've seen some good use cases, admittedly, and the occasional cool round does come out, but overwhelmingly not been the great. A cheeky little zap from Alamar. Of course Alamar would do that. Of course he would. Still, here comes that Rower now, aiming in towards the door, just trying to almost like quick peek on towards the door here to make sure it gets locked up. And here we go. Laura's found Ghost, blast into a second. G2 making it work. A combo of Rowerers, smokes, you name it. They're getting away with it. The C4, I think, was trying to come out there, but no, he sticks to the wall. I thought it might be an observer bug for a second, but no, he absolutely ducked it at the time he couldn't afford to. G2 definitely going out with that Rower in right now, as Teb has got it all to do, and he can't do it against 5 Tim. It's a flawless round by G2.
Can we talk about Doki on the Monty and planting?
If you have 2 things you'd ever seen.
Like, what's going on there? I just see them onto like rushing into sight and getting the. I'm like, hang on, that's Doki, and he's getting. I mean, you know, we've seen him play on the shields occasionally, but getting the diffuser down as well, that's not really his vibe usually. But great round from G2. They worked that really, really well. Got a couple of kills, showed why that basement site is generally attacker favoured on Nighthaven. It was, you know, good stuff from them, just flooded on in as soon as the opportunity was there. They dealt with the utility, the mute jammers on the back of the walls, got them dealt with no real problem, got the walls open, got all the access that they needed, cleared MACKO from those key spots, and they've actually forced them away. They've decided they're not going to try that again, so it's going to be storage this time. So what do we see from G2 here on the attack? Personally, I quite like the keep it simple, get IT wall open, get double wall open again down into basement. So control your basement room, control your IT room, and plant on the pillar. Keep it nice and simple.
I'm going to face up against the Clash this time around, which is a bit of a bonus.
To locate a bomb and defuse
Again, I love although the position was great, getting domed by Alamar as he steps in towards IT door, I was just like, oh, it's so unfortunate. Because that position is really smart. Often you have that rush towards pillar, of course, to try and get the plant down. If a clash is slowing you and the whole walk across, whoever it is that's playing the close range shotgun on towards electric door can normally spin around this issue in that moment, deal with the player that's pushing in, or of course the clash can just quick peek around the shield herself and get the kill. Either way, it's a really good way of stopping what is a very, very common plant on this site itself. That's not available in this round though. Instead leaning in towards some of those trap operators that we spoke about before, as well as the C4s that we've seen become quite a staple. Akwi, not quite sure what the game plan was there, my friend, but Doki, he gets himself the entry.
I think Akwi was a little bit of a victim to siege time in there. He went out of the window just as Doki was vaulting over. So he wouldn't normally have had that line of sight onto the window, but took full advantage of the gift that he was offered. Never want to deny it. We've got that RT wall open. That's the first step that I was talking about. They are going to have to play through the two players that are upstairs. Arguably, you can just kind of leave them in the cold. So long as you can keep them out of IT, it's sufficient because they can't do anything about a plant from this position. But I think initially, at least, G2 will definitely be looking for the kill onto the Azami of Ghost.
Sure, but I'm more looking towards Doki's Candela as the first one is now rung out. Of course, you might be looking at this and saying, well, this is upstairs, so why are we using Candelas up here? Isn't always for the execute, often used actually for clearing out rooms. It forces people back. This is what I mean, MACKO. Ghost even, might find himself flashed out, but no. But now, okay, a drone behind, they know exactly where he is, gets through the next Candela. It's enough for one blast to go through. The challenge is coming. Get at least one off the back of a C4 on towards Doki, but no kills for Ghost himself. Playing on the upstairs, G2 have got the vertical control they need and have got the man advantage 4v3.
Yeah, that's big for them now. They can start thinking towards the execute. Dora has a little bit of a look at maybe getting up Aqua stairs and having a retake, but sees the drone on the way up, takes it out, but heads straight back down because he knows the trouble that would be coming his way had he continued. So we've got two of them inside a lounge, so that means with only 3 left on the board for MACKO, there has to be space for G2. If 2 of them are playing back in lounge, there has to be room to think about getting this diffuser down. G2 just need to find where it is. Where is the gap? Lyra manages to find Dora. 2 versus 4 now with Teb down in basement, playing for that Nitro denial. If G2 realise that, they could go straight in here and think about putting it down.
They could, and they're going to try and do just that. Oh, Evil Eye sees a little bit of everything. Readjust for the plant spot, don't blame them at all. Fearful of Teb C4 potentially coming in from below. It's in hand, and they found the man as well. 10 seconds left, and they might run out of time here, Tim. Gonna have to reallocate or relocate, sorry, try and get the plant down, but look at this. It's Lolo off to the side. Nothing they can do to stop him coming in here. Gonna have to hold down F, and they do just that. Alamau might get a chance to finish it, but can he come up and win the gunfight? No, he cannot. Lolo into a 3K. And MACKO keep the game alive.
I think G2 have just failed to deal with that player in basement. It's come back to bite them. I agree with going in for the plant, but you got to get up on a table. You got to get up on something. You got to prevent that possibility of the Nitro hitting you from below. And, in all honesty, you got to deal with it earlier in the round. I said at the beginning, you get IT wall open, you get double wall open down into basement. Prevent them from being able to play down there. Push in, find them if they are playing. Where is Teb? Where is the Valk? We need to go in and make sure we've got a location. Get in there as a pair. Put them in a lose-lose situation, get the kill and deal with it. And they hadn't done that, G2, and they've paid the price.
Sorry, Tim, I was having a little sneeze there. You literally finished talking as I was sneezing. I was like, no, you've chosen the worst time. Yeah, we're all good. We're all good. Yes,
well, bless you.
Thank you very much. Bless me indeed. And MACKO take us into attack timeout. Understandably, chance to flip things around here. They know that, yes, you come off the back of a round win. It required Lolo going absolutely nuclear, as, by the way, I believe every single round except 3 have featured a 3K or better from different players throughout this game. Pretty much all unique as well. To be fair, Laura's the only one who's doubled up there, but we've had Ghost, we've had Doki, we've had Blaz, we've had Lolo. Everyone's getting involved, and a couple of 1v2s along the journey as well. Definitely making it for a very entertaining game in terms of player capability. Probably areas where both teams would think that they can tighten things up as a team, though.
see great play from Lolo, to be honest, throughout the round. Had a great round, but that Nitro from Teb, I don't know, you know, maybe a bit of intel coming in. They'd already taken out one Vault camp, but don't know if there was another one watching the spot or whether it was a sound call, but he just got that Nitro absolutely spot on. Great stuff from Teb, and we've seen again for MACKO so many important moments from him. Going to find themselves back up on the top floor then, where they have already...
I feel like I'm in like a repeated loop here. I can't get out of top floor.
It's just
I think it's also the camera pan, because I'm pretty sure our observers have done a similar sort of pan from electric across B-bomb site out towards A every single time. So it just feels like I'm living in the same loop.
Secure! I've seen this before.
It literally, that's what it feels like. That's what it feels like. Okay, onwards we step. Into round 10 we go. Does G2 move us to match point, or the MACKO guarantee that we see all 12 rounds of regulation? I thought for a moment we might see G2 getting away with the win there, going up to 6-3, and then we're like, okay, at least there's finally a sane result today. But this one, taking it down to the wire. I think we see all 12 at some point, truthfully, Tim.
Ready to go.
I think that's very, very possible. I think that's very, very possible. This round is going to define it for me. Round 10, if G2 can get the win here, I think they close it out with 2 opportunities. They've been clinical so far on the whole in stage 1, and I think they will continue that. So MACKO, they really need to dig deep and make sure that they're getting this one locked down. They did win this site back in round 7. It was the basement they were unable to hold on to in round 8. So let's see if they can just do the same job again.
Something appears there, Laura, but instead will settle for taking out the mirror window. Got a nice long hole now open up through the entirety of site at head level, which can make things slightly inviting for the side of G2 to swing in towards this one, especially when you've got the Alamar and the Monty being able to feed that information on who is where inside of site itself. So Lolo could be a bit of a problem child here for them if they're not too careful as well. Of course, it being barricaded off now means he's going to make himself known. That's a little bit unfortunate. But, I mean, that's an interesting spread. Okay, that happened. The C4 over the back, and I was going to say Blaz. He's got to sprint for his life, but even that's not enough. Dora gets that one. Doki's back, and this trading nature feels so common throughout this game.
It really does. You've got to do it, though. You've got to have those answers. You've got to be able to respond. Otherwise, you just find yourself on the wrong end of being washed over by a tide of aggression. 4 versus 4 then, as G2 have got themselves a little bit established, I guess. They've gone in and taken some control of IT, started at least getting on into the map, but not too much pressure mounting into site itself yet. Just still working from below to try and clear out some of that utility. That was what was pausing the effort of G2 to move forward. We can see now they get a little bit more aggressive. Stomping, just seeing the back end of that man in behind pillar, and he manages to find Aqui, who probably overextends there, gets punished, and G2 now have an advantage.
It's a nice pre-fire from Lolo. Anticipated the push coming through from Laura perfectly. Didn't quite manage to find the head. Now Laura has turned his attention skyward with that skeleton key. I think that triggers for Lola to realise, okay, I can't stand here anymore. I've got to go and pressure him or pull back in towards site. G2 yet again have this numbers advantage, Tim. Surely they don't let this one go. It's another 4v2. Make it a 4v1. They should be able to step up. Yes, they do. Up to match point they go with a 2-round advantage over MACKO.
That's really big there. I said coming into that one, I feel if G2 get that round, it's a primary site choice for MACKO as well, one that they've already won. I feel like G2 now have it in the tank to get this one won. Whether they do it immediately or whether they use both rounds, time will tell. MACKO have got a real job to fight their way back to overtime, and it does in some ways feel a little bit harsh. MACKO have played really good Siege. They have tested G2 in many, many rounds, and there are a good few that could have gone the other way. So MACKO right now need to find something in themselves, need to dig deep and get those 2 rounds in a row. They're going to go back up to top floor again, which is a bold move considering they've just lost this site. And, you know, it wasn't too difficult for G2 that time.
They're doing it again. The observers are doing it on purpose, I swear.
They are now that you mentioned it, observe.
It just gets me every time. All right. The side that we seemingly cannot leave. How many times have we played it so far? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times.
10 seconds left.
Out of 11 rounds. That is why it feels like there is ridiculous deja vu.
6 rounds, because round 8 was basement, but our stats are saying otherwise.
Attackers must locate and defuse the bomb.
So 6 times. But that's still a lot.
It's enough. It's more than half.
It's a lot.
There we go. Let's see then if MACKO can stem the tide, because G2, that momentum, the wind is in their sails. And it's certainly not slowing down anytime soon. A big boon as Stomping starts out with a kill onto Ghost. Don't the Jaeger. Gadgetry is down. You've lost only the gun. No key gadgetry being lost in the process. But it's still a gun you do not want to be without.
Ghost had a really good game on the whole. Been quiet a little bit for the last couple of rounds, but has had, you know, a couple of big moments where he's got a couple of kills. He got a 3K back in round 3 as well, and it's, you know, really powered them through a couple of rounds. So definitely a big loss there. 5 versus 4, 2 minutes 10, plenty of time for G2 to just wear away at this defense. Need to have a plan in place to deal with the shield that they're going to be coming up against. We've seen how impactful that shield can be, and interestingly, we've actually got, and I don't know that I've ever seen this myself so far yet. Maybe I have at some point, but we've got Striker versus Sentry as well.
It's a good point, actually. We've seen them.
I don't recall seeing them on both sides of the table.
Yeah, no.
I'm sure it's happened.
I'm going to go and find out in the data later if it's ever happened before. You've got curious now. I'll find out later. For now, oh my God! Massive 2K C4 coming out. Could have been a third Stomping, but he was a bit too close to the wall. That might have spun things around. Actually, no, Stomping taking matters into his own hands. Makes it a third for himself. He can finish off the down player. It's okay, my man. You can shoot him. He will die, I promise. He's so scared about support coming in. It's the right idea. Almost using him as bait at this point. Go on, you can shoot the foot, mate. That's the one. 3K for himself in the round. And just when it looked like Akwi might have saved it for the side of MACKO, Stomping says no.
King Stomping might just have pushed them over the line there. It was a little bit of a mistake from G2 stacking up on that electrical window, and Akwi really did punish them, but 2 versus 3 now. MACKO find themselves backs to the wall and holding on. They know that he's there. Stomping with another. It's a quad kill. Surely not. Surely he can't get the ace, can he?
He's just farming at this point, Tim. No, he cannot. Alamo is IGL going to deny the ace away to close out the game. But that 4K is enough to sign it and seal it as G2 take all 3 points and go top of the table.
You love to see it from Stomping. He is just growing in confidence and comfort here at Tier 1 EML Siege, just, you know, week after week improving, and that just shows it. A big 4K when his team really needed it. The pressure was on, they were a man disadvantage, and he just stepped up and absolutely wiped MACKO out. MACKO, they could be happy with their performance. I'm sure they won't be. They want to come out and win, but they really did play a good game there. There's a lot for them to take away from it, but unfortunately, G2 were just that little bit better today.
Absolutely. I mean, for MACKO, we know that they are very firmly locked into playoffs. Like tomorrow, maybe they can jump ahead of Virtus.pro based on how the games go. Either way, they'll have that spot there. They'll still be here next week, and that is the important part. We're going to wrap things up here, though, Tim. We'll throw it to our desk after a short break with our breakdown. What has been another thrilling game for you?
With our last match of the day, G2 bring things back to where they should be, restored, back in peace, and denying the final upset, being it maybe, potentially full 5 upsets out of 5. They stopped that from happening. 7-4 against MACKO. A solid victory, especially in the race to top 2.
Yeah, normal services resumed. Thank you, G2, for resuming everybody's predictions, everyone's Twitch channel points. Everybody thanks you, G2. And I thought it was a close game. I thought actually MACKO turned up. It was a game that was full of clutches, Leo. Very first round, it came down to that 1v1 clutch from Lolo.
And then it kept on going, and this time on the side of G2. But still, I will praise this. I will praise the fact that MACKO did take a super dominant G2. Look at that free cam used, by the way. I just want to praise our observers here. Like, the quality of that. We just see the C4. We see the C4 from top down. I just loved it there. But overall, yeah. Praising MACKO for bringing up the level, for rising to what we expected from them, facing a really strong G2, and in many of the rounds bringing it to a 3v3, a 2v2, some great individual moments. Here, always back to a 2v2 again. Just very close matchup all overall, but if you look at G2, I think still the more composed team, the team with the most individual talent, and a team that gets away with it in most of the rounds.
G2 feel like G2's a real funny one because I think a lot of G2's success comes off how they're feeling internally. I don't think they worry too much about the other teams. Obviously, they'll do the counter strats, the analysis.
That round from Stompen.
Stompen was so good in this round. But G2, this whole stage, by the way,
the vibes
feel like they're in an absolute flow state.
Yeah, but I feel like that was the case in the pre-game camps that we saw as well, right? We saw a little bit of a jam session. There was laughter. It really seems like the vibes are very determining for them.
The vibes are good. The flow state. They're playing good Siege. They're playing as a team. But when they're losing rounds, and I can't remember who it was. I actually think it was Teb in the interview yesterday said that even when you're losing rounds, you need big players to step up. He referenced Fury at that point. G2 are kind of having that. Generally, they're dominating games, but also you're seeing in that very final round, Stompen bringing it back from nowhere. You're seeing Doki constant clutches. Like, they've got the fundamental Siege on lock, but they've got that bit over and above that you want from the best teams to just recover rounds out of nowhere as well.
It very much feels like the usual G2. Roster doesn't work. Roster change. Honeymoon. Then I'm just wondering, are we still in the honeymoon? Are we seeing a concrete G2 that looks like a team for once in a while and actually has an IGL that wants to IGL, has a team that understands that vision?
It feels slightly different for me. I don't know if you get this far.
Yeah, I feel like we're looking for the first time in a long time at G2 that has everyone in the right role.
Very excited about it.
And very excited about also the way that Alemao has been calling. I think fits very well each of the players on that roster. Overall, I think we're looking at a G2 that feels really good. I think we're really going to see that test in playoffs, in VO3s, and then later down the road, hopefully, if they qualify.
Balanced, I think, is the right word for that. All things seem like they should be, with the players all playing in their role and the IGL working things out. And obviously, we get to speak to the big brain behind this team as well, as we do speak to Alemao, joining us on the broadcast with the beautiful sunglasses. Congratulations on the 3 points today. And thank you, I guess, as well, for restoring things so we don't go 5 out of 5 upsets. How are you feeling?
Yo guys, I'm feeling good, pretty chill. It was a tough match against MACKO, and yeah, feeling good.
Carl, what's going on? Are you doing a Teb impression with these sunglasses? What's occurring?
Nah, man, I wish I could be as cool as Teb, bro. That guy is so cool. Actually, I wish I could be him sometimes, but unfortunately I'm not.
Alemao, I need to ask you the question. Every team in the Big Four today lost to an upset. Why didn't you guys lose it? Why are you? What sets you apart from the competition in the top 4 in Europe right now?
Well, I think we're gonna see tomorrow against Falcons, right? I think if we beat Falcons tomorrow, it's gonna be a done deal, top 1. To be honest, we have playoffs yet, but like I feel like we beat Secret to beat VP, and I think beating Falcons, they are like the top 3 teams. So I think just need to beat Falcons, just keep it like show at least everyone else like how good we can be.
What do you think you guys have compared to these teams that they don't have?
I think like our roster right now like is so good individually, and like I always say that, to be honest, like about our lineups in the past, but like now I genuinely believe that. And like I don't know, like I feel like anyone can frag out, but more important, I think everyone kind of like understand how we want to play the game so good, and everybody helps. Like I'm the IGL, but like people just call like all the time, like Blas, always like setup executes like very good. Like Loera gives ideas all the time, like Doki, like Blas, Zach. So Zach's a little bit shy, to be honest, right now at the beginning, but like even now, like on this last round, he was like, okay guys, who's gonna jump me in to kill this guy? And then like I joined him, he just got the OPK and then got a 4K. So you see like match point, he got like the responsibility for himself and just said, look, I'm just gonna just destroy these guys, and he went for the 4K.
I can't believe you stole his ace in the end. Do you not want him to get the aura for the full
I
ace?
tried to hide. I actually tried to. I was staying behind the shield just waiting for that.
We saw you picking with it. We saw you picking. Stop.
The guy picked me, like, couldn't do anything.
You've got to win the game, I guess.
Yeah.
No, I get it. It's important. Obviously, I'm glad you're mentioning Falcons as well as one of the, the big tasks that is ahead of you for tomorrow. Obviously, with that team being first in last stage and the stage before that, what are you going to do to really kick them off that throne to make sure G2 claims the throne for the stage?
Well, let's see, right? Like BO1s, anything can happen, but I think right now we're really preparing good for the BO1s. I think in the past we were always like kind of shit in BO1s. Like we never really liked BO1s, but I think now we have like good prep. So I feel like today could have been like 7-0. Like we trolled. We actually trolled today hard. Like, it's because you guys didn't see Doki POV on the clutch on the first round. Like, the observer put on the Monty. Like, you guys should have seen Doki on the first round.
That one.
It's because he was ADSing and then he just decides, oh, I'm just gonna un-ADS and just died, of course.
I feel like we need to get the match replay and clip that for tomorrow's game now.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I was like, I think like for the storage as well, like it was 4v2, like we knew the Valkyrie was basement, we could have just like went for the CC plan instead of like storage. So I would throw like in a lot of ways possible. But yeah, I think tomorrow is gonna be a better day.
So 7-0 tomorrow then, or nah?
Let's see. Can't promise much.
No, I get that. I totally understand. Obviously, it is a big game tomorrow still for you. A very solid chance to do indeed claim that top one. So, Elmar, thanks so much for your time and best of luck for tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you guys. Good night.
Thank you.
I love Carl.
So funny. Very, very good stuff. Obviously, a little bit of shade towards some other teams, or maybe, some things that we've seen today. But yeah, also, I think in general, players have been really comfortable with these interviews, and they've really been showing us the fun stuff behind the scenes as well.
Yeah, I think we're starting to see more and more entertainment on the side of EML.
Good.
We see some good positioning as well. We have the Italians on one side, we have the French on the other. We have the British all the way at the lower end of the standings.
Hey, Wolves won today. Wolves won today. Give it a rest.
Where are they?
Still lower end of the standings.
Yeah, okay.
They won.
No, we have, and then we have players with personality. We have
Doki's top of the league.
Doki's top of the league. He's Scottish. He's not English.
The stomp and count.
We've got,
you said British.
Yeah.
Stomp and count as British. He's living in Scotland as well. We take him. We're climbing him.
Stompen is literally American, man. And we've got some great
regional.
personality. We've got the Brazilians. We've got some players that wear sunglasses in interviews, and we've got the young up and coming positive guys in Evan today in the interview. It's pretty cool.
There was a time 12, 18 months ago where I was just like, we have no personality in EML in terms of the interviews, and the players this stage are just coming on and going, yep, do you know what? Here is everything.
Yeah.
It's great.
It really has been good. Obviously, players are people as well, and we're seeing that obviously with the content pieces that we're doing, but also with the interviews that we're doing, and it really gives people something to cheer for as well, which is really, really important, right? We want to see these teams make it as far as they potentially can. So let's look at the results then for today to see how our teams really have been doing, because boy, it was a day and a half. We've had a lot of upsets today. 4 out of 5 games were upsets with a team that we never expected to win. I mean, looking at the 4th game in particular, that was the number 10 against the number 1, and they take down the number 1. No. And I'm still baffled.
It's for Gazian. It's not real. This day did not happen. How did 4 upsets happen? Back to back consecutively. Day one, game one, we was like, oh my god, this is the biggest upset. Like, we didn't see any upsets coming today. Fnatic have won. And it just cascaded all the way down. Yeah. And, obviously G2 got it done in the end as well. To restore order.
Yeah, and I think we're seeing a mistake here. Genji won against Secret. So
French bias.
Yeah.
Whatever.
They did.
No, they did win against Secret. I'm not lying.
They did. I'm just trying.
You will know if his French team has won.
There was one more upset here. But yeah, I just wonder how many millions channel points were just lost in the drain today. I don't know.
Ridiculous. ridiculous.
But honestly,
Especially on that wild game.
I just love the days like this. I love the days like this because they prove one thing and one thing only. It proves that the bottom teams in EML can compete with the top teams. It proves that we're not a farmers league like NA where only 4 teams are good. It proves that we have some good competition
Hey, show
in
some
our
respect
league.
to our mates here. They're good as well.
Yeah, they lost to Cruelty. Yeah. Okay.
But today was a really weird kind of juxtaposition because the teams that were struggling with pressure throughout the stage to try and make playoffs, as soon as they didn't feel pressure, they played really well. And the top teams, other than G2, that had the pressure to get the top 2, to get that
Look at Doki. Did he feel the pressure before the match?
Other than G2, all looked like they were pressured. VP looked like they were pressured. Falcons looked like they were playing for pressure. Secret as well, not playing like their normal selves, because it probably got a bit real for them at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, with top 6 and top 2 being so close and up for grabs, I mean, I get the pressure really is getting to them, but, well, I mean, what do we say in the pre-show? This game is not played on paper, and that's exactly what's been turning out today, and it's really shaking up our standings. I mean, the big things that we have to talk about, BDS being pushed outside of the top 6, it is no longer just in their own hands. We see a switch at the bottom of the league as well, teams getting victories that we didn't expect it. It's just really put things back all throughout each other.
Yeah, so I'm trusting Liquipedia implicitly here, but I have checked with Sabruni and I do believe it's right. Top 5 are confirmed for playoffs. That means G2 down to MACKO are confirmed no matter what. Obviously, mathematics on that are really easy because the maximum that BDS can get is 3 points. Wild and Wolves, unfortunately, are out of the playoff race no matter what happens. Wild would be out on any tiebreak situation. So that leaves Gen G, BDS, and Fnatic fighting it out, dueling it out tomorrow. Especially that Fnatic Gen G game is going to look awfully spicy if BDS end up losing to Wolves.
And then we have the run for the top 2. And that is going to be a banger. Because if we look at the standings, the top 4 teams are going to be playing each other tomorrow. And that means that the top 4 teams are now facing in direct showdown duels to make sure that they're qualifying to top 2. It's in everybody's hands. And it's going to mean that the games tomorrow are not only going to be bangers because it's going to be the best teams facing each other, but also the best team facing each other to try and get the top 2 spots.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolute cinema. If we look at this, I mean, obviously, the games you mentioned with the top 4 directly playing against each other. We're looking at game 1. We're looking at game 3 there.
Yep.
The second game of the day where BDS still have the chance to get those 3 points, to get that quick advantage over Gen G. But with that 4th game, despite BDS maybe getting 3 points tomorrow, that could all be over if Gen G win that game against Fnatic. And let's be honest, Wolves and Fnatic have shown today that they do have what it takes. They have this chance of upsetting a big team and really playing gatekeepers at that point. And then the last game as well, obviously, maybe not so much to play for Wild, but it is a rematch of the EML Challenger Series Finals. There's a chance for Wild to really show, okay, you know, we've taken our beating by MACKO, but we can beat them as well.
I love the suspense that we're going to be building because the secret Virtus.pro game will create suspense for game 3, and then the BDS Wolves game will create suspense for the game 4. So you've just got to sit on it an hour, let it percolate, let it get there, and then boom, we're into the game that like matters to, you know, sort out that situation of that part of the table.
Yeah, we're sitting in front of the best possible scenario for the end of this Super Week, for the end of this first group stage of 2025 of CJX. And once again, I think we are having a really packed team and level across the whole league. And then in the end, I will just tell the viewers that during the post show, if half of my power rankings is good, then he gets tattooed on his forearm.
I did admit that earlier, actually. Yeah.
And if half of my power rankings are wrong, like they are right now, I only got 2 teams right for now, I will get tattooed live on this very couch on my forehead.
The deal that we made, one of us will be having it done.
Yeah. It's a semi-permanent tattoo. It's not
It's
real.
there's 2 designs, right? You can pick still, no?
Yeah, both of them are ugly because he picked them.
It lasts 2 weeks, which is about the same as one NAL play day with how slow they play.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, they've not played a game in, 10 days? And they're lazy as well.
Yeah,
so,
no, I totally get it. But like this idea really came to fruition today, right? It was like, oh, let's do that all of a sudden randomly. But yeah, it's obviously, it goes down to the power rankings that you made on Playday 1 before we even had a singular best of 1 played. So obviously going back to what you were predicting back then, that might be happening. But like you said, only 2 teams are right now. So you really need to bank on a lot of teams actually stepping up tomorrow and make sure you don't get a tattoo on your forearm.
I chose to do that the day of the upsets. Great idea. Great idea.
You were so confident at the start of today.
Yeah.
And I said to you at the start of today, I was like, one upset could cause you to have a semi-permanent tattoo. And we had 4.
Yeah, that's fine. I have my own tattoo already.
We've been looking
so
for any reason.
I'm fine.
Can we get the solo camera on Leo just so he can show his tattoo? Because he's really wanted to do this for a long time.
It's just that guy here is a little bit annoying to me. That's all I will say. That's pretty much it. The guy over here.
This has been 8 play days in the cooking, by the way. Like, this is... Absolutely love that. But yeah, obviously, I think, you know, we talked about the upsets. We talked about how close this has gone and how much importance there is on the matches tomorrow. I'm just so happy that this is a super week and that it literally is less than 24 hours for these teams, especially the big teams that have suffered a loss today, to bounce back and to really make sure that they have what it takes tomorrow to lock in those important positions. So I'm just so excited to be continuing again tomorrow with the last day of our group stage, the last day of our Super Week. Our first game will be starting at 6 p.m. CEST, and the pre-show will be starting about 15 minutes before that. So make sure you're tuning in tomorrow because it is going down here. Absolute cinema. We'll have some banger games. But for now, thank you for watching and have a good rest of your night.